Music. Well, music when I hit the right keys. Just like music, there's something else you can't see with your eyes. Something that lives deep inside you. Something those morning injections take away.
But I thought the injections are for our health.
No, they remove something.
What?
Emotions.
You mean like feelings?
Feelings are just fleeting on the surface. But emotions, they're very deep, primal, they linger. Now, Jonas, you might not understand where you want to see. Listen. Listen to what's calling from inside.
Okay.
We're going to explore several different realms of God's creation. Before we're finished, I think you'll agree that our God is a wonderful God. The psalmist said, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork." We're apt to think of God's work in creation as something connected only with the dim and distant past. But God's work as creator is not over. He stands ready today to perform for you his greatest creative miracle.
I want to live a real life. I don't want to dream any longer. Any last wishes?
Well, as to whether it's actually going to happen, that's the choice that humanity has to make. We can decide not to do it.
but we can also decide to do it because the technology is there.
Now watch this drive.
And says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
I'm not a robot. That's not true at all.
Really? So what are you then? A human?
Interrupt, I'm already forgetting that you're not real.
We, we'll have to prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is, will get attention this time.
I will never talk to a doctor about my general health ever again. If I break my arm, I'm gonna go see a doctor. If I need surgery, I'm gonna go see a doctor. My general health, never again. None of them know what they're talking about. They're all full of shit.
What is it that's making kids in America flip the f*** out? What is it that's making kids in America lose their mind and consider death and the death of other people as an option? It's just a new age, The whole point is that it's only science fiction until it's reality.
Me most is the thought of an understanding of the human brain far deeper than any we have now. I'm hoping that by the use of computers, that perhaps by the construction of artificial intelligence, we can be able to understand the most complex conglomeration of matter that we know of, the human brain, which is at one and the same time our greatest hope and our greatest danger. It's in the brain that all advances can be planned. It's in the brain that all dangers can be expected.
See you at church.
Okay. Hey. And we back. You best believe it. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the mods. 2024 it is. Y'all ready? Like, seriously, are you guys ready? It came in with a bang, did it not? We're going to touch on some of it. Of course. A whole lot. And within the first week, man. Yes, on the, as someone had mentioned, shammerversary of January 6th. Man, psyops upon psyops, layering upon layering. We're going to jump right into it. We're going to talk about some current events quickly before we get into the meat, the full course meal, as it were, the huge. A lot on the menu tonight. I hope you are hungry. I really do. Let's get it started here.
I'm not like that.
Would you? Okay. Oh boy. Nice little break. Got to see some family. Enjoyed some time away. Reflection. Preparation. Yeah, getting ready. Nice and ready, I'd say, for the string of events coming forth over the next several months. Goodness. And they ain't sparing nobody's feelings, I'll tell you that. That's for sure. No one's feelings will be spared. In fact, this is all about the feelings, the feels. This is all about the emotions, the heart. This is a war on mankind, a war on your mind, a war on your heart, a war on your spirit, and a war on your body. Yes, absolutely. And we're going to discuss it today a little bit, tie some things together. You come here for something different, so I provide. I know you're used to the norm, podcasts, etc. People talking about this, talking about that, arguing and bickering. Yes, we come here to kind of put a little bit of it into perspective, at least to my best ability, with the little that I have. And I appreciate you guys for being here. And yes, so let's just get started, man. I think we got to jump right into the Trump, the Don, as it were. Yes, Happy New Year. And as Laura Kay had mentioned, Happy New Fear, right? Because that's what's going on. I'm sure you guys have been paying attention, and goodness, the headlines. Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about Florida. Goodness gracious. I have a whole segment on distraction, and yes, we'll touch on the Stanley Cups. Okay, we're going to touch on Cat Williams because I know everybody been talking about it, and there's some things in there we must discuss, to get some of that surface stuff out of the way, right? What else? Yeah, New York. First few days. Oh, shout out to Japan. Peace and blessings to Japan, praying for their recovery. 7.6 earthquake over there. I think that happened on the very first day of the year. Wild. So much popping off left and right, and it's just started. Yeah, Florida is a mess in more ways than one. Yeah, I think they brought out that GTA 6 early for a reason, given that it is modeled around some of the lowest denominators in the area, and allegedly not coming out until 2025, but they leaked it bright and early, and I think you guys understand why. Okay, but let's get into this, man, real quick here. Let's just jump to this whole Trump thing. We were talking about this a year ago, given this whole idea of Trump going to jail, not being eligible to run. I'm sure you guys remember that. And look what we're dealing with now. Look at what we're dealing with now. This push towards, getting rid of Trump, which is just really going to build up the polls, right? Left versus right. It's like a rejuvenating the MAGA group, the MAGA movement, if you will. Check this one out. All right. I saw this, and man, right when this started popping off, I was like, here we go. Here goes the dialectic. Rile up the right, empower the left, increase the Trump derangement syndrome, right? Bolster the Trump derangement syndrome, create more fodder for the Civil War rhetoric, the Civil War propaganda. They did enough with the Netflix release. Now you got Tim Pool cast or whatever talking about Civil War. Oh no, hide in your homes, guys. Civil War is around the corner. I doubt there will be Civil War in any significant sense. I just think people a little bit too lazy, too apathetic, too stuck in their screens and their hyper reality screen worlds to really get out there and mix it up, if you ask me. People could hardly get outside and go for a walk. You think somebody's swinging, running, jumping, shooting something? Now, I know some shooters out there. Let's not get it twisted here. But I just don't see enough of we can't even get soldiers to fight in wars anymore because people can't even pass the general health tests. You talking about Civil War? Who's fighting? Show them to me. Now, there's plenty of people ready to fight, that's for sure. Go to certain areas. You better believe it. They got little armies all over this place, but they are small. Far and few between. I just can't see it happening, man. People are too damn lazy to put them up. And it is what it is. So here we are. Trump appeals ruling that would keep him off of Maine 2024 primary ballot. So is this where we're at now? Is this where we're at? Is this the initial fight dialectic conflict of sorts. Is he going to run? Is he going to be eligible to run? Not to mention the deployment at length of this of the Epstein situation. Now, what I think the whole Epstein situation, though it's a safe topic now, and that's by design in my view as well. We're going to talk about Tucker too. Okay. I got a lot of things to say about Tucker. Been talking about Tucker. Right. It's just all coming out, man. Stuff we've been talking about for years. It's just all coming out. And it's interesting to see even people who you thought were awake to some of these things falling in line, spewing the same rhetoric, all the safe topics. Yeah, you know, I guess I can't be surprised. Most, if not the majority of any big known source of media today is controlled to some degree, part of some network, part of some corporation. It is what it is. But here we are. Let me see here. So we won't spend too much time on that. I just want to show a video just to speak to what I'm talking about here. This whole idea of Trump bringing in some type of authoritarian regime, tyranny. It's been my argument, regardless of some of the hilarious things Trump says, regardless of his conservative views, which I agree a lot with, regardless of all of the things we can agree upon and actually support. Come on, man. At least from my view, federal politics are completely orchestrated. It is what it is. But regardless of those things I can't agree with, I do understand, and we've been saying this here, under the Trump regime was brought in the initiation of the first legitimate transhumanist technology through warp speed. Okay, I mean, when we look at his entire biotechnology and nanotechnology, his work with the NNI, which we'll talk about here, we did a whole show on it on the backup, the Future Shock podcast channel. We did a whole show diving deep into the government papers. We won't do that here just because of time, and it's not too safe, so we kind of handle things on the back end when it comes to some of the deeper dives, especially into the white papers. Anyhow, listen, man, this guy is all in line. He's fallen right in line with the direction of transhumanism, with the direction of singularity, and overall what we're dealing with here. Reasoning for all the psyops, reasoning for all of this controversy and conflict that just happens to pop out at the same time, keeping everybody confused and distracted. Derailment. See, from my view, we are moving towards a massive transition, a paradigm shift. We're actually experiencing a new existential human paradigm. We're going to talk about it today. And in order for this to complete, to be complete, to develop, to acquire all that it needs, there has to be mass distraction. There has to be mass deception. Otherwise, people start looking around and figure things out and say, you know what, this ain't right. This just isn't adding up. That can't happen. So what they do is they provide the heroes. They provide all the truth tellers. Yeah, with all their big budgets and funding and push, algorithmic capture, etc. All of that. Because they must keep the general population at bay. They must keep the general population in constant conflict and confusion. They actually create the alternative narratives. They create through the new media, pseudo-independent media of today. They create the new truth movement. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. We can do that over here. That's why y'all be over here. That's why you come here. Because we get here, we getting nitty gritty. Okay. We ain't worried about what nobody thinks. Right? So, thank you for being here. Now, check it out. This is just what they're building. I saw this. I had to show it to you from 11 films. It's comedy to me, but check it out.
I love this guy. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. As my first order of business, I hereby declare martial law.
Citizens of the new America. Here are today's announcements. Supreme Leader Donald Trump proclaims the 4th of July will no longer be celebrated as Independence Day. In honor of our 2021 Patriots, January 6th will now be recognized as our great nation's birthday. All citizens are required to participate in quadrant festivities. Failure to do so will be met with harsh punishment and immediate incarceration in your local detention camp.
I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk.
Effective immediately, all children are now considered spiritual soldiers of MAGA. Regardless of rape, incest, or health of the woman, abortion is now illegal. Anyone caught providing or receiving an abortion will be charged with murder.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion?
There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form.
Due to previous liberal indoctrination, all schools are hereby closed. All citizens must participate in their quadrant's book elimination celebration festivity. Failure to do so will be met with harsh punishment and immediate incarceration in your local detention camp. All migrants, refugees, and dreamers are now considered enemies of the new America and will be rounded up, incarcerated, and deported immediately.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. We will root out the radical left thugs that live like vermin. Vermin.
Your curfew and freedom to travel will be determined by your quadrant's Vermin Surveillance System score. The Vermin Surveillance System has proven to be invaluable in detecting and squashing liberal uprisings. All citizens must continue to report any progressive or liberal activity. Failure to do so will be met with harsh punishment and immediate incarceration at your local detention camp. Your unwavering loyalty to Supreme Leader Donald Trump is mandatory and essential in keeping the new America great forever.
Yo. Yikes. What does that sound like to you guys? That sounds like a reversal, inversion. Was it this what the so-called left progressives did in 2020? I mean, come on. Calling the tea kettle black. I mean, what is going on here? People are really falling for this? Of course they are. Of course they are. This is straight up dialectics here. We're going to talk about it. Some of my perspectives, of course. But listen, man, 2020 March, I saw nothing but progressives trying to create this scenario right here. What is it? Birdsong, Songbird, whatever that damn movie was. Yeah. But who was pushing the engineered technology? Who was pushing it? Trump. Just saying. People, oh, well, he was in a position of fear, uncertainty. What could we have done? It's so convenient now that everyone could call out all the hypocrisy, all the lies, deception, misrepresentation of, say, 2020 and 2021 now. It's so convenient and easy to do it now when this channel specifically was screaming from the rooftops when we was locked down. Yeah, lost a lot of videos, took a few strikes. We still here and breathing. All praises to the Most High God. And you think we're going to stop now? Now that it's safe to talk. Now that it's safe to expose the truth. Miss me with it. Okay. So, where are we at? Right back to square one. Dialectics and deception layer upon layer. And here we go. With this whole Civil War propaganda building up the left versus the right. All the identitarians are coming out, Stu Peters and the rest. We will not be replaced. Yeah, you know, it's comedy. Comedy. Everyone's running to the aid of the dawn. Yeah. Sure. Now, what are we dealing with? In my view, we are dealing with a push towards, of course, transition. But there's three specific things I want to touch on today, at least that are part of the discussion. Okay. 3 Ds. There's some more Ds. But here we have deception, distraction, and diffusion. Before we get the show started, these are some of the main themes that I will be assessing here. Okay. Now, let's see. And in the deception, you have lies. We've been dealing with plenty of lies. Distraction, of course, confusion. And diffusion is initiation. Yes. the conservative right through Trump, assisted in that initiation through, of course, his warp speed. We just got to keep putting it out there for those that have forgotten and think there is some divide between the left and the right when it comes to the grand scheme of things. Yeah, we may disagree on certain political topics, cultural topics, religious topics, sure. Yes. But in the grand scheme, this is all going one direction, man. Singularity. I'm going to talk about it here. So now, deception, distraction, diffusion. It is a war on mankind, the heart, body, mind, and spirit. Yes, that's what we're really dealing with here. Today we will be covering the body. We will be covering the mind, the heart, and the spirit. Okay. Now, just have to give some fundamentals here. Okay. Some foundations. Now, what else has been going on? Yes. Aliens, right? Are we ready for the aliens? I think we're ready for the aliens. We're dealing with perception management, I think. Okay. Perception management via filters. Before we touch on the aliens, I just got to show you guys this real quick. Okay. From my perspective, I think this is what we're really dealing with. Okay. We're dealing with perception management via filters, a type of filtration system, right? Through this new media, right? Through this new media sphere, we have all these podcasts, etc. It's all part of a filtration system, if you ask me. Now, I have pulled a quote here that I think sums up pretty nice what we're going to present here, at least in this first segment. Now, even a broken clock can be right twice a day. Okay, so sometimes some of these guys say things that are true. Noam Chomsky is no exception. Okay, so check this one out here. I think this is what we're dealing with. Right. I think this is what we're dealing with when we talk about any of these big media dudes. They all fall within this parameter. This parameter of the spectrum of acceptable opinion. Let me read the quote here. The smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum. Even encourage the more critical and dissident views that gives people the sense that there's free thinking going on, while all the time the presuppositions of the system are being reinforced by the limits put on the range of the debate. You want to talk about Tucker. You want to talk about Stu Peters. You want to talk about Alex Jones. You want to talk about Brent Weinstein. All of these clowns, they are within this paradigm. In my view, it's my opinion, and I don't care what you think about it. I'm going to try to present some evidence here. And that's the best I can do. But we are dealing with, especially in this heated moment, this prime time era of transition, of awakening, we are dealing with a spectrum of acceptable opinion, and the quote-unquote independent media is a big part of that. And there's a lot more people involved here. And we've been talking about them all. But today we're just going to focus on a few specific people. Okay. And this is nothing personal. This has to do with their ideas, right? I don't know none of these dudes. You know what I'm saying? It ain't anything personal. It's just about the ideas. It's about the ideas, the concepts, what they represent, what they're promoting. And for those with eyes to see and ears to hear that do a little research, do a little study, been in this a little while, can pick up on it very easily. Very easily. Because at the end of the day, I do understand people got to get a check. I understand that. But there's limits to those types of things, especially regarding truth. Right? So let's touch on it. Now, perception management via filters. Perception management filtration system via new media. Just some of the usual suspects here. Right? Whitney Webb, a gatekeeper. Good question. You know, I love Whitney Webb's research. You know, she touches on a lot of good stuff. I don't think I can sit here and call her a gatekeeper, though she avoids certain things. I think for the most part, she seems pretty legit. I don't know enough about her, honestly, to be completely honest. I don't know enough about Whitney Webb, but she does great research in the areas that she does research. Of course, her research is extremely limited, sure. It's not very well-rounded, I would argue, but what she does is good research. And I can't say I spent enough time looking into her, or I can't say that I've read anything that gave me pause in that regard. Someone probably could correct me here that knows a lot more. But, I'm not going to sit here and say something I'm not necessarily sure of, outside of the fact that she does some great research, man. She really does. But at the end of the day, man, I'm all about what the research says, the ideas, the concepts. I'm not about the personalities and etc. Though sometimes information regarding personalities is helpful. The point is, what are they saying? Right? What are they saying and what are they promoting? All right. Yeah, Wunju says, I really like Whitney Webb. She does great work, man. Great work. Now, some people have called her out, at least some people in the research communities have called her out for supporting Bitcoin, which leads directly to this type of cyber-physical habitat, cyber-physical environments, Internet of Bodies. A lot of people think blockchain is decentralized. It's not. And Bitcoin, it will be some decentralized currency. I think all of it, crypto included, will be part of this system. How's it going to work? I'm not sure. But I do understand a lot of the staunch anti-singularity, anti-biodigital convergence researchers call her out for supporting these types of systems, especially Bitcoin. And I must agree with that a little bit, right? Because I think crypto is part of this, libertarian honeypot that's going to cause a bunch of people to run towards it and to build it through their use, just like we're training AI and Twitter and all of these other things through our use. They want people to build these infrastructures so they then can flip them on all of us and create all types of limitations and new standards and regulation. It's unfortunate, man. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But I just don't see the issues of today being solved through technology. I just don't see it. And I try to present enough evidence to prove that. And unfortunately, a lot of people think we can use this technology to solve things. And though technology is helpful, we're using it right now. I just don't see it very smart to think that you're going to fix things through blockchain. It's just pretty ignorant, if you ask me, when you really know what blockchain is going to be bringing here. And I'll be spending plenty of time this year presenting that to you. All right. So, yeah. Anyhow, let's continue, man. Sorry for the derailment there. Anyhow, I think some of these are the major players right now, amongst many others. These are just a few heads, man, that I think need to be looked at here because they're just gaining far too much support. Anyhow, now let's see. What are some? Oh, yes. All right. Now let's talk about. Okay, let's talk about aliens quickly. All right. So, yes, digital slavery is precisely what it will be, Mo. Shout out to Mo Griff, man. Good to see you, bro. Hulk in the building. Good to see you, bro. Thank you guys for being here. So aliens, man. I know aliens, the whole talk, it's very controversial. I do understand it's divisive. I get it. People have different views on what aliens are. Are they real? Are they not? I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that. I tend to lean towards aliens being related to aspects of fallen angels, Nephilim, etc. How do these things play out? I don't really know. But what I believe currently is happening right now is just pure deception. I think what we're really seeing is, some would call it this maybe blue beam. Blue beam's an old a very old project. I mean, things now are far beyond Bluebeam, but the idea of deception through technology, I think, is a little bit more accurate. Some people say, oh no, they're revealing their relationship with the fallen angels, many Christians, and I entertain all these ideas because I don't really know, right? But I tend to lean towards deception in this hour. Okay, I think it's far too early for some of these things to actually be happening biblically. Okay, demons, yes, Barry, that's something I lean towards. If I'm going to consider anything when we talk about aliens, I'm definitely going to be thinking about things along these lines of demons, principalities, powers, Nephilim, fallen angels, etc. But again, I tread lightly just because I'm not too sure about any of it. Okay, and I do understand a lot of people have strong opinions on this. My opinion isn't so strong because I could see a lot of other things that are far more important going on than talking about aliens. Okay, and I think this is why so many people are talking about aliens as another aspect of deception, right, and distraction. And then I think this speaks directly to the hyper reality of social media, which we're going to touch on at the last segment. You get someone say one thing regarding demons or what have you on social media, and it spreads like wildfire. Then you got all these stories talking about people saw aliens in Miami. Just because like one dude posted something about, I saw aliens, and now everybody's talking about, I saw aliens too. This is the hyper reality for you. It's the war on perception and perspective. People can't even tell what's real or what's not. People are living in these like emotional states of fantasy and imagination now. What's real doesn't even really matter. It's all about engagement. It's all about getting people's attention or getting a reaction. People are so stuck in the simulated aspect of living, not a simulation, but a simulated aspect of living through mediation, our mediated lives, that we can't even stand on our own 2 feet anymore. Now we're living in these fictional worlds, and this is just an example of that. Check this stuff out, man. This is crazy. It's just so interesting to me. And then like 2 or 3 days after the fact, they come out and say, oh no, well, you know what? They weren't aliens. Well, duh. It's like conspiracy theory about aliens. And again, I think it also speaks to this railing against conspiracy theories. And this year's conspiracy theories are going to be huge, man. Some of the silliest and dumbest conspiracy theories you ever heard are going to go viral and continue to go viral because the truth is never the point. It's never the point, man. And the truth movement, the truth communities, and conspiracy theory is falling right into that game of the attention economy. You got people making TikToks, just making up crap now. Just making up crap. Stuff we used to like play around with in 2012. Like this new agey silly stuff. It's like going viral all over TikTok. Like these people just discovered some of these ideas. And now it's just because of social media and the younger generation, they're just falling all into it. And it's the virality that's the problem. Everybody got these damn phones and everybody got these apps and everybody is just talking about this stuff. And now it's a thing. And those of us that are old school, been around, is just looking at this like, wow, we're done. We're done. It's over. It's over. It's the society of spectacle. All we got is our little corners now on our channels on the internet. That's it, man. This idea of a movement, a community, and a 2015, 16 cents, that's gone, man. TikTok knocked down the door and took over. People can't even watch videos no more because they too strung out on the scrolling. That's why myself included, we're all competing with this damn TikTok app because people are just strung out on the stuff. Straight up crack cocaine. People have left YouTube to go to TikTok and veg out. It's kind of crazy, but it is what it is, man. All right. Conspiracy theory about aliens in Miami goes viral despite lack of evidence. Videos went viral on New Year's Day after a brawl between young people in Miami led to a massive police response, with dozens of cop cars filmed from above and shared on websites like Instagram and X, formerly known as Twitter. But those same videos have taken on a new life online in the past 24 hours. Yes, a new life. These ideas turn into videos and become alive. Virality. The problem is, they change minds. They shape worldview. Right? They encourage behaviors. Right? This stuff is powerful. Right now, I'm not calling for some type of regulation, because, oh no, ideas are violence. I ain't saying that. But you know what I'm getting at here. We're going to talk a little bit about language and definitions as well that speak to this idea, the power of words and ideas with regard to behavior, social engineering. But those same videos have taken on a new life online in the past 24 hours, with some claiming they actually show police responding to alien creatures, despite there being no evidence anything extraterrestrial was happening. Do you guys? Yeah, TikTok brain. Yeah, we're going to talk about it, Mo. Do you guys want to? Despite there being no evidence of anything extraterrestrial. Yeah, we got prepared for this type of lack of evidence to make a decision in life and to guide our behaviors. 2020, 2021 helped in that. All of that, no evidence, guys. All of that, models and theories, theoretical models, graphs, and pretty pictures. Making people put stuff on their face to make it appear as if there's something happening here. Now, I'm not saying that disease doesn't exist, because a lot of people are diseased for many reasons. Many reasons. Reasons outside of the reasons we were given is my point. I'm not saying people aren't sick, because people real sick today. Sick as hell. But not for the reasons we've been told. See, that's what needs to be questioned here. And I think that's a big problem with a lot of these new media types is they're falling in this spectrum of acceptable opinions that reinforce some of these misrepresentations of what happened. I saw this just made me throw up in my mouth a little bit. I must be honest. This interview with Brett Weinstein and Tucker, it's just gross. Saying all of the acceptable theories of conspiracy, but still supporting the fact that a pandemic happened. Still supporting the fact that spreading of some illness occurred. Now, again, it's not saying people weren't ill. It's not saying that people weren't getting sick, but from what? They uphold the lie of what that what was. We can't go too deep into that, unfortunately. Y'all know. But there's a lot of factors involved. General health, technology, frequencies, etc., There's a lot of factors involved to why people get sick at the same time. But see, when you just give somebody a cool sounding lie that sounds like it came out of some X-Men comic book, everybody and their mama's going to believe it. And you got these new media types just promoting the ideas, keeping them going. So let's look at it here. Shout out to Mo Fax, man. I got this from him. Check this out. Before we get into the Brett Weinstein and the COVID crap, let's listen to this dude talk about aliens. I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean to clown. I don't mean to be disrespectful. But is this really what we need to be talking about right now? Is this the big central issue of concern right now? External threats, beings, aliens? I guess so.
Passion for UFO transparency. And you made a comment very recently, which has gotten a lot of attention in the UFO world, that you've learned things that have made you afraid. And I've seen there's been a lot of, I think, right-minded skepticism, not even just from people who are more establishment-minded, others who are like, well, if the government is quote-unquote acknowledging UFOs, and that's how I know that it's not real. So you seem to be a believer. You've spoken with Dave Grush. I've met him as well. He seems like a very, he at the very least, I don't think he's lying to me whenever I was spoken to him. So what gives you assurance that what you're hearing, what you have come to believe is not a government psyop, so to speak?
Well, everything's a government psyop, including UFOs.
Well, damn. Say it ain't so, Tuck. say it ain't so, Tucky Tuck. Everything's a psyop. Is that true? If everything's a psyop, logically, so are you. I'm just saying. Truth in plain sight. Revelation of the method. Let's continue.
But that doesn't mean that there aren't UFOs. And I think I know the comment you're referring to is on Clayton Morris's, an old friend of mine called Clayton Morris's podcast, a great guy, really interested in this topic. And I said that there are things that I don't want to talk about. And I, as usual, didn't fully explain myself. If I had, verifiable facts about this phenomenon, I would immediately put them on the air because I'm committed to that completely, because my whole life is about that. So I should have said more clearly, I can't be certain. This is just what I believe based on, talking to an awful lot of people about this, some of whom I trust a lot, some of whom I trust sort of. I mean, you're trying to piece it together from lots of different places, but no, these are my views, okay? They can't be proven, but I think they're informed views.
So this is what we going on now. Opinion and views of some dude that just discovered these ideas a few years ago. That's where we at? For real? All right.
The phenomenon is real. It's been recorded for thousands of years. We know that. There's something buzzing around us in the skies, but also...
Really? Really? Is there something buzzing around us in the skies? I tell you what's buzzing in the skies. And I'm talking about low orbit Earth, not in the NASA pseudo space. There's a lot of things floating in the skies, and they have to do with far more than aliens. They have to do with what we've been talking about, what we're going to continue to talk about. Won't touch on it just yet here. But he's speaking to something that I don't think people really understand. And aliens, extraterrestrials, and external threats are not necessarily what's really going on. Just my opinion.
Under the oceans, we now know, and probably underground as well. So it's real. The government's lied about it a million different ways, probably for a million different reasons, for at least 80 years. That's also confirmed. They're lying about it now. Who knows what their motives are? And they're also trying to keep a lot of the stuff from being disclosed. That's true.
Yes.
So to those people, it's like, it's a psyop. Well, yeah, everything's a psyop. But I know for a dead certain fact, and it's provable, that, say, Mitch McConnell and Speaker Johnson and people who should, and a couple committee chairmen who should all know better, are trying to prevent the UAP Disclosure Act of 20.
You see the rabbit hole? You see the derailment? All of this nonsense he's talking about here? This is meant to get you, okay, that's what I need to be paying attention. That's the rabbit hole I need to go. See, that's why, I mean, I'm sorry for people that trust these people and like these dudes and work with these dudes. Listen, I'm just not that slow. I'm sorry, no disrespect. I'm just not that slow. Been around the block too many times to fall for this kind of nonsense. There's nothing that I think we should be, well, let me just be quiet and play this.
2023 from taking effect in a meaningful way. So they are trying to hide it still. That's a fact. My own view is that these are not aliens. There's no evidence that they've come from somewhere else. We would probably know. We've got a lot of technology that's watching what comes in and out of the atmosphere, and there's no evidence of that. I think they've been here forever. This is my view. Again, it can't be proven, but I'm just telling you after a lot of conversations, I think
a lot of conversations, guys.
It's likely that the U.S. government has had contact with these, direct contact, and over a period of years. I find that really disturbing because and a bunch of other things that are highly distressing that I can't prove, and so I'm certainly not going to throw them out there. But
oh yeah, we gonna talk about some highly distressing things that we can prove. The quote unquote GOV is behind, developing, erecting beneath everyone's noses right now. But Tucker wants us to pay attention to these alien secrets, right? Okay.
I'll tell you this. I've talked to a lot of people about this, not because I've never been interested in UFOs until like 5 years ago. And I was like, wait, this is real. What is this? Why aren't we talking about this? I'm just like coming at it from a totally idiotic, I don't know anything, curious position, which is my normal posture on everything.
Oh, 5 years ago, he says, he just figured this out. And I'm just questioning things. I'm just throwing ideas out there. This guy got a platform in front of millions and millions and millions of people. Thought leader, cultural icon. I gotta look at it. Girl, cultural icon. He always got that face. I'm so confused. I just don't understand. It's just, you're not all just asking questions.
Everything. And so I've talked to a lot of people, and my view is that there, this is my opinion, that there are things about this that are really disturbing. And while I hate any kind of government secrecy, and if I could prove any of this, I would say it immediately, consequences be damned, I do sort of understand why they don't want to
so bold
let this stuff out. It's not about, oh, we've got fragments of one of these crafts at a Lockheed, facility in California, and we have biologics from the craft. Everyone knows that that's likely true. Well, it's certainly true.
See, I think let's just keep going. I can't even listen to this dude anymore. I think this speaks to this idea of everything he's saying, everything he stands for, whether it's true or not, whether he does say some things that make sense, are part of the spectrum of acceptable opinions, even when they're controversial and critical, even when they expose certain things that, say, certain people wouldn't want exposed. Some things are okay to expose. Many things are, actually, especially in a time where everybody's strung out on devices. People don't even know who they are anymore. Of course it's okay now because it don't matter. 90% of the population is hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, social engineering has solidified itself as such. So now it's okay to talk about a lot of these things. Yeah, now it is. I found this old clip here of Jacques Vallée speaking to some of this alien stuff years ago. Thought it was pretty interesting.
If enough people believe that something is real, then it is real in its effects.
In terms of its social reality.
In terms of the social reality, in terms of what people act according to their beliefs.
Yeah.
And that opens a question of, really at two levels, perhaps something that we are creating ourselves, perhaps a series of images that we are projecting. I think Carl Jung came very close to expressing that idea in one of his books. Or could it be manipulated purposely by people who have the technology to simulate UFO sightings? And people say, well, of course not. Who would do a thing like that? Well, I would remind you that during the Watergate investigation, it was discovered that there was a plan originated in the White House to surface a submarine off the coast of Cuba and paint the second coming of Christ over the island of Cuba using holograms. Which is well within our technology today. The idea was that since there is a large Catholic population in Cuba, they would be so upset by this vision that this would saturate the communication channels, the telephone system in Cuba, long enough for an invasion to take place.
How interesting. I never heard of that.
Well, I think that's a classic in psychological warfare, but that kind of manipulation is well understood, and I have personally investigated several apparently genuine UFO cases where there was, in fact, a manipulation. My conclusion, the conclusion of scientists working with me, was that there was, in fact, a manipulation taking place, and that it was not a hoax on the part of the witnesses, but a hoax on the part of somebody much better organized than...
So there are possibly all of these levels going on simultaneously.
Today, with the current technology, that would be...
That they have the...
Oh yes, I think it's spot on there regarding this idea of layers, all of these different types of levels of deception, and we've proven over the years that these things are inherently true when we consider the aspect of social engineering or the concept of nudging. Cass Sunstein as an example. We went over a lot of this stuff, and people can deny it and call it conspiracy. It is what it is, man. I mean, it is what it is. Now, let's quickly here. This talk and
terms that 3 years.
This was just it's just gross, man. This conversation here, it's so surface level and just packaged perfectly for everyone to believe that there is some resistance and we can trust some of these big new media types to lead us in the right direction. And I just couldn't help but laugh at the misdirection, the derailment, the distraction, all of these things, and the deception. And I'm not saying these guys are purposely trying to deceive people, though that most likely is the case. I can't prove that, and I don't aim to. But it's just, if we're going to chalk it up to just pure ignorance, it's a damn shame that these quote unquote intelligent men can't figure out that a lot of this stuff is nonsense. So some of the acceptable narratives here regarding this and others that we've shown so far, just throwing some of these ideas out here, that the pandemic even happened, that there was a pandemic. We did several shows on how the World Health Organization redefined what a pandemic is, like right during the rollout of this, redefined what a lot of terms in health mean as a way to steer, nudge, and develop this massive experiment and operation, right? So also that spread happened, right? That like they both still, and even in this interview, talk about how this scary thing that was going around taking lives, et cetera, et cetera. No, and I'm not suggesting that disease does not exist. I'm saying the cause does not. What they're telling us happened didn't happen. Now, blaming, right? They blame Big Pharma, not government collusion and government design, right? It's just very easy to see that when you listen to these guys. It's Big Pharma, you know, it's easy to rail against Big Pharma. They're exposing themselves. They firing people, calling people out. It's all by design, man. Revelation of the method. And, you know, we ain't new to this. We true to this. External life forms are a root issue of public concern. Really? Okay. Federal political system is not completely orchestrated by design. These guys still promote the two-party system as if we are supposed to believe these people are who they say they are. And this federal political system is legitimate when it's not. It's never been. Wars, politics, selections, not elections. All of these things by design orchestrated by a small few groups, right? Event 201, thank you, Kurt. Okay, I mean, let's not even get into that because then we really going to spill some beans on these types. They don't speak on none of those things, though, do they? See, so it's very easy to see. Through omission, we can see that these guys are designed. At least their talking points are designed, curated, acceptable opinions, right, on a spectrum. Federal political system, all right, read that. Interplanetary colonization and man-machine singularity is not only possible, but it's also progress. It's progress, guys. Interplanetary colonization and putting machineries in people's brains, that's progress and possible, speaking to the Elon Musks and the Bezos. Okay, these are all acceptable narratives. And, of course, the Republican Party or politics in general will save humanity and America. All of these things to degrees, these types, and many others align with, or at least promote, enabling all of these psyops that are going to be rolled out. I'll say month after month, but at this point, week after week, man. First couple weeks. First week, mind you. First week. We already got hit with how many psyops? Shout out to Regmont. Good to see you, bro. Is revelation of the method the same as is the same as externalization of the hierarchy? I believe so. When we think of revelation of the method, especially the externalization of the hierarchy, which is a theosophical concept, I believe they're very similar. I'd say the revelation of the method is probably a little more vague, but externalization of the hierarchy, I think, is definitely spot on, because what it does is it presents those who are truly in power, not necessarily reveals methodology. It externalizes a power structure, right? Opposed to the revelation of the method, which is considering or revealing methods, methodologies, technique, right? So one is describing technique, whilst the other is describing the technician or technicians, right? But they can be used interchangeably. I mean, they're concepts. As most concepts, they tend to be loose and lack a type of consensus on an objective definition and tend to be contextual, right? But I'd say they're similar enough to use them interchangeably. Good to see you, by the way, bro. Okay. Now, man, we got a show. I got so much to show you guys. I'm gonna try my best not to keep you too long. We'll see where things go, but whew, I got too much here. Now, So Brett Weinstein, let us remind everyone that Brett Weinstein is a transhumanist of sorts, especially considering his work in molecular biology in connection to gamification or game theory. He's a strong game theorist. In fact, I will never forget, because I paid quite a bit of attention to this guy during the scamdemic, because he was very vocal. It took the jabby jab, juicy juice, took it, but was questioning it the whole time, and really had his own little narrative, which I found rather interesting, though I didn't believe a cent of it. But one thing I was paying attention to was how he was constantly promoting a way to intervene, a type of process that can be created through data and analytics, gamified, whereby certain, say, spread or containment can be be accomplished, right? So basically his point was, listen, we need to be figuring out how to use game theory, big data, computers to reel this thing in. Man, that's straight up cyber physical environments right there. That's straight that's straight up biodigital convergence right there. Listen, this I couldn't believe. I was like, oh, I see where you're going with this. Technological solutions always. Oh, you just want to turn everybody into data. See, once we get the data, we'll really be able to understand how this thing is moving. Biosensors ring a bell, right? NBIC, Nano Bio Info Cogno. We're going to talk about it here. He is right in line with the NBIC. In fact, he was promoting NBIC before people even knew what it was. And I think a lot of these guys are all being presented before us to derail and to confuse and to deceive, such that we can't figure out that, damn, they're really building this NBIC program all around us. But see, we're too busy talking about aliens and silly convid narratives that have just been designed to confuse. Check it out. Y'all remember this? Evolutionary theorist. So first of all, this dude's an evolution. He believes in macroevolution. Okay, he's a Darwinist. All right, so he already fell off there. Check it out. He is currently working to uncover the evolutionary meaning of large-scale patterns in human history and seeking a game-theoretically stable path forward for humanity. Let me read that last part, because that's what's most important. And seeking a game-theoretically stable path forward for humanity. Path, direction. He wants to direct the progress, the development, the future of humanity. Progress by the word forward here. For humanity. Game theory. The stuff we've been discussing here, the gamification of reality, turning reality into a video game. But also using statistics, telecommunication networking, sensors, networks, etc., to control human behavior and to plan societies. World Sensorium. Right. World Sensorium. 2024. He's just another one of these people that are involved with these ideas that support them, promote them, and are actually working on the research to make these things a reality. But see, people ain't talking about that, though. At least no one in these big communities, right? Now, before we get into the meat, because we going deep, let's talk a little bit about some lighter things. So there's this whole Stanley Cup cultural phenom, right? When we want to talk about hyper reality, when we want to talk about people having no purpose and meaning, no telos in life anymore. So now we just live vicariously through screens and viral TikTok memes to give us meaning and purpose and to actually get us to get out and do stuff. People don't just live deliberately anymore. Now we live in a way that's reactionary. We react to what people are promoting in the TikToks and the YouTube shorts and whatever's cool and popular. We run out there and all of a sudden go do things for once. It's this whole move away from being and doing to a simulation of being and doing. Isn't that interesting? We're going to talk about that in a bit when we talk about hyper reality. This is a perfect example of hyper reality. Now, no disrespect to people who like to run around with their tumblers and drinking water. It's good for you. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Now, a lot of these people drinking way too much damn water. And I think that's a big problem with these massive gallon-sized tumblers and people just sucking down water all damn day in their cute little cups. They don't realize this is actually depleting their electrolytes and harming them. And I think that might be a big part of this too. Just more disease. You know, people, oh, I'm being healthy. I'm drinking a gallon of water a day. You don't need to drink a gallon of water. Minerals and electrolytes will be removed from your system. And people don't even know how important things like magnesium, calcium, potassium, zinc, all of these very important fundamental minerals in our lives. People don't realize that a lot of people are deficient in these things, and drinking all that damn water is only going to make it worse.
Amazon Stanley must-haves. First up is this silicone boot that serves as a cushion cover for the bottom. It comes in 2 sizes for the 30-ounce or 40-ounce with a custom fit that helps prevent dents and scratches. And I love these cute covers to help keep my straw clean. Next up is a snack tray that's designed to sit around the top of your tumbler so you have quick access to your drink and your snacks at the same time.
Snacks? What you talking about, snacks?
It also comes with a protective boot for the
wow.
bottom and holds a good amount of snacks. Plus, it includes other accessories.
Really? Skittles? Do you know how many dyes and preservatives are in those things? High fructose corn syrup? I mean, THXV or whatever that preservative is called. Look, do people, well, I know, people live like this. It's cute. I get it. It's cute. Sugar and spice and everything nice. I understand. But this kind of stuff will kill you eventually. But you got to do it for the gram. Anything for the TikTok.
Accessories like this straw topper. I love using this while watching TV or while I'm in the car.
That's what you do. You watch TV and you're in your car, probably on your phone. See, is this the lifestyle? Is this what we're going for, guys? Is this it? Is this the future? WALL-E's not looking like a fictional cartoon anymore, is it? I saw videos of people fighting over these things in Walmart. A woman damn near tackled a little boy trying to get one of these things. It's just the virality I have a problem with. I don't got a problem with you carrying around a cute little cup to put water in it. But this is kind of weird. Just like weird, if you ask me. Very weird. Very, very weird.
This carrier is another favorite, especially if you like to bring your Stanley on the go. It secures around the cup with Velcro for a nice snug fit and is cushioned with a soft material, providing a protective barrier and an optional adjustable shoulder strap so your tumbler feels comfortable while you're holding it. There's also...
So your tumbler feels comfortable. Damn. Anthropomorphizing tumblers now? It was bad enough with the AI, but wow, you're giving your cup a personality. Woo, okay.
With this pouch that's designed to strap onto Stanleys so you can keep a few of your important belongings like a cell phone, key fob, and card holder all together. The strap can adjust to fit any size tumbler and makes it so convenient if you're taking your drink into a workout class. And lastly, this initial charm comes in a 2-pack and can set your Stanley apart so you know whose is whose. These are all super affordable and on my Amazon and my LTK.
Listen, I could understand aesthetics. I could get down with fun and just cool little things that, you know, put a little more joy in your life in a small way. You know, the little things. I get it. I can dig it. But this is a bit far. This is just a little bit far. I mean, am I overreacting? Somebody check me. Sometimes I might need to be checked. I don't have a problem with it, especially if I'm wrong. But yeah, I'm just saying, a little weird. That's a big thing going on right now. It's an idol. I see Deborah. See, now you know what I'm getting at. This is idolatry. Now, should we expect this of the world? Sure. Most of these people, legitimate Christians, probably not. But great point. Great point. Now, Cat Williams. We got to talk about Cat. Okay, been in an hour. Okay, we're doing okay. Cat Williams. Huge story right now. Very interesting. I watched about 60-70% of it. I found it very entertaining. Yes, I can be entertained. I know we come over here, we talk about the deep and the dark and the serious, and we play around, we have some fun. But listen, it's time for entertainment too. Okay. I got a problem with people just doing nothing but entertaining themselves to death. You know, I call it normie brain. We're going to talk about normie brain in a minute. But it's just people don't have time to think in any way that has depth. People just want to be loosely and passively entertained. Right? I get it. But sometimes I like a little bit of entertainment. I make time. I find time. And I enjoyed this this interview. I thought it was pretty funny. I think Cat Williams, regardless of what people think about him, I do understand he is industry. Some would say he's in the street, but regardless of the fact, I think he's done some good work if we're going to talk about this type of like silly secular stuff. He did call out some stuff at one time years back and disappeared because of it, right? Got into a little scuffle with a minor. He got pieced up a little bit, I think, back in the day. That put him away for a while. That's embarrassing. But aside from that, I mean, the dude's funny, man. He's just a character, right? And he gets in his bag. Let's be honest. Cat gets in his bag. And, you know, sometimes he might go a little far with the truth, we'll say. I don't know how much to believe. It all can be an act as far as I'm concerned, because he's an actor. Okay, all of these big famous people, they are actors. They're performing. This is entertainment. I could respect that, and I could take it for what it is. But at the same time, how much of it is real? How much of it is true? Boy, was he calling out people. He was calling out everybody, Tom, Dick, and Harry. And you see all these guys coming out to the internet. Yeah, I looked it up. I researched a little bit. I watched some of this stuff. It's funny. But you got these people running to their TikTok, running to their shorts, running to their YouTubes, running to their Instagram, posting videos, trying to make up for what he said. It's interesting seeing all it. Well, I guess I do understand these people they have careers, right? Their representation or presentation, it's a priority. I understand, their personalities, they have to support that. I get it, right? But some of them looked a little guilty, I must be honest, man. I did enjoy Ludacris's little bar session. I thought that was pretty good. I got to give him that. But those are some harsh accusations against Ludacris. I'm just saying, man, he did have that 100-year-long contract with those car movies. I don't know. I don't know none of these people, man. But I thought his response was interesting, and just seeing how all of these guys are coming out. People are even doing shows. I saw that Hadish girl. She did a show, and she was, speaking up. And I guess everyone kind of has to speak their part. Ice Cube came out and said some things. I thought it was pretty good. I liked Ice Cube's response. I think he had the best response. It was very humble, and I think Cube has always come off that way. But anyhow, so he said a lot of things we could probably do, and maybe we'll do it on the Days of Noah TV channel, where we talk more about culture and more entertainment kind of stuff, relational things, cultural things. Maybe we'll talk about it, because there was so much in that interview that is interesting. It's we got to talk about these silly things too. Sometimes it's fun, and I think it's good for you. Get out of these. Sometimes we get stuck in these ruts. So sometimes it's good to get outside of those. But he said a lot of things. Okay, but I just pulled one clip. Right, it's like a 2-hour-long interview. Fascinating, informative, and funny. I think Cat is a funny dude. He comes across very humble. A lot of people have said he's very generous, extremely generous. And when you hear some of these stories, you look at him a little differently, right? Again, we don't know these people. We don't know if any of this stuff is true, right? We're just going off of what we got surface level. But man, he's just a funny dude, man. And he does have a little wisdom, right? I don't know if he's a pimp or if he's a wizard, right? But wizard pimp. He just be coming out with some things. I don't know. This guy, he's an interesting dude, very interesting, unique, different kind of guy. And he's clearly very intelligent. I mean, he could hardly fit that brain in his cap. Thing was spilling out. Big brain. Anyhow, I thought this clip was the funniest. It was hilarious regarding Kanye West. The yay. Let me play it.
What's going on with Kanye? from a distance, obviously, I don't know how well you know Kanye. I don't know if you've been around Kanye, but from a distance, what do you suspect's going on?
I suspect that we're pretty awful people if we say that somebody got a mental illness and then we watch what they do. If you say somebody got special needs, then why would you be watching them and holding them accountable like everybody else? Wouldn't you grade them on a curve? Wouldn't you go, whew, this guy? Because, I mean, what are we reacting to? What are we reacting to? You're the one that put him in a position where he thought he was God and could call himself Jesus. And you're the one told a guy that writes musical lyrics that he was a genius.
Mm-hmm. Hilarious and true. You told this guy... You told this guy that writes musical lyrics that he's a genius. It's like the bar for genius has dropped. Yeah, he's artistic. Right. And I guess genius can be used in many ways and it's contextual as well. But the dude does come off with this God complex. Let's be real here. Not to mention he's clearly under MK Ultra. Right. So I thought this was a very good point here. And he goes deeper with it. This last segment. Let me run it back a little bit. I found this rather entertaining.
Acting to. You're the one that put him in a position where he thought he was God and could call himself Jesus. And you're the one told a guy that writes musical lyrics that he was a genius. Mm-hmm. You're the one that's like, so what do you expect? The guy married a whore. Like, what? Oh, Lord. Like, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, married her because she was one. Not he didn't know. He understood that he wanted that. He courted that. That's what he wanted, to base his family on. But maybe she got a good heart, though.
I'm going to just leave it at that. Where the lie at? Where the lie at? None but facts. Wow. To base his family on. Wow. Is that not true or what? That's what you wanted to base your family on? Now he's come out and said it. You know, he's come out and said he got problems. You know, he got addictions. And yeah, he got problems spiritually more, I'd say, than anything. Mentally, sure. So, and what he's saying is, should we judge him a little more loose? Should we give him a little more leeway because he's clearly suffering? I don't know. Thought it was funny. I know everybody talking about it, so I thought I'd just at least show something that stuck with me out of that. And maybe we will touch on that in the other channel because, wow, why was that funny? What is that? Oh, okay. Now, okay. All right. We had a little fun. Now let's get into the deep stuff now. Now let's get into the meat. Y'all ready? Let's get into the meat. All right. I just want to go over my notes here, make sure, because we're about to dive into this here. So make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, now, all right, got that. Back to, as a segue, this idea of significance of Tucker and Weinstein operation of derailment, this interview here. I look at it as the body, because when we think of convid, when we think of that whole period, we can't deny the instrumentalization and utility of the body. When we think of things like biopolitics, biosecurity, these concepts that were presented to the entire population during this period in a way that It's never been presented before. Okay, it was an initiation, an introduction to a new type of biosecurity state, a new body politic through biopolitics. Okay, you are now judged and perceived by the condition of your biology, mainly your body, your biological states, disease as the tool, right, to control and to direct, right? All of our behaviors were directed and controlled over a period of time based on some idea of our biological states, okay? Now, so when I think of Weinstein and his gamification, his technology, especially his connection to microbiology and how that fits directly in the NBIC, it's something we have to consider because, it makes sense why these guys are now coming out saying all of these questionable things and all of these, conspiratorial ideas, because they're actually derailing the populations from what's actually happening and what's continuing to happen that is building off of the whole convid psyop. So I have here the body as game and the body as system. So I'll bring this up for you here. Where is that at? Here, right? So now we're going to touch on body, okay? From the body, we're going to go into the mind, and then we're going to finish up with the heart and spirit. Now, first, we're going to touch on the NBIC quickly here, just for definitions and just for evidence and proof. We don't just be making up stuff. These things are really happening, okay? And the general population have no idea about it. So what is the NBIC? Here I pulled a Springer link, and this is a handbook of science and technology convergence. The safe term for this is called converging technologies. It's this idea of certain types of technologies coming together through interdisciplinary research, development, and application to create a new scientific paradigm. And I think this is probably one of the most important takeaways from this show today and from this channel in general, is that we are moving towards a new type of scientific paradigm, but also a new type of human or existential human paradigm. So the scientific paradigm is shifting into one rooted in biotechnology, amongst other things, hence NBIC. Going to talk about it here in a second. But also a new existential human paradigm, meaning the paradigm through which us as humans live, our existence is transforming. And from my view, this is what's, in part, because there's other things that are being hidden, sure. But one of the big things that's being hidden, that's being omitted, that you won't find in the new media, right? And maybe you will find little bits and pieces of it. They'll say nanotech, they'll say transhumanism, right? But they won't put the pieces together. They use these broad terms to just point at things that most people have no idea about or even understand. There's no understanding, right? There's no thorough explanation with evidence and proofs, right? None of this stuff really exists in a way that is I'd say useful. For the most part, a lot of this is reactionary, and it's meant to make people afraid and to increase anxiety and fear and disturb people. When I watch a lot, especially Alex Jones, when I watch, it's just like, damn, bro, it's yelling and screaming. It's like, run for the hills. It's crazy. It's just crazy. And yeah, they'll pull a paper, they'll pull a document. Hey, look at the documents. But nothing's connected, because I think it's designed to disrupt real thinking, actual thinking. Now, I'm not saying I have the best anything, but I spend a lot of time thinking, right? So I try to share my processes with you, because I think that's what's most important right now. Not telling people what to think, but presenting ways one can know how to think. That might sound silly. Well, everyone knows how to think. I disagree. I disagree. Now, let's look at this NBIC just to cover things quickly here before we dive in. All right. Maybe this one? Yeah, this works. Little water quickly here. NBIC. Progress in science and technology, S&T, is increasingly integrated across disciplines, application sectors, and societal goals. At the core of this process is the first part of the 21st century. Hold on, let me pull this one up here. There we go. Let me increase it for you so you guys can really see this stuff, man. Look at the price of this. See, this is one problem I have with academia and research in general, is some of this stuff is so damn expensive. $29 a chapter. Now, I find ways to get stuff, you know, but they make it very difficult to do really deep research. It's crazy. $900 hardcover book. You thought your textbooks were expensive. I used to complain about a $100 textbook. You damn near charging people $1,000 for a book. It's crazy. All right. Progress in science and technology is increasingly integrated across disciplines, application sectors, and societal goals. At the core of this process in the first part of the 21st century is the convergence and emergence of 4 foundational and transformational S&T fields, briefly called nano, bio, information, and cognitive, NBIC. This is the new scientific paradigm the Earth is shifting to. This is paramount. I don't care about no damn aliens. I don't care about politics at this point, because the left, the right, the good, the bad, whatever your dialectic is, all moving towards this direction. Canada has the Biodigital Convergence Project. UK has a Human Augmentation Project. We've talked about Japan's Moonshot Project. There's a lot of these different projects. These are some of the major ones. North Korea, company UNIST, UNIST, straight up transhumanism. South Korea. This stuff is global, right? It's across the earth, we'll say. This is one of the major topics of today and tomorrow that needs to be addressed. Because the problem with this is essentially transhumanist types of technologies, devices, communities, right? When we think of smart communities, is being developed right now. I mean, they're deploying 5th gen tech everywhere now to support these types of technologies. Oh, I got some stuff to show you. And when you figure some of these things out and you start actually digging into it, you realize, wow, no one's really aware of what's happening. We're not going to recognize our environments in a few years, at least the way we do today. Yeah, everyone talking about AI and, P-Doom. Yeah, there are some things we need to be concerned about there. But people don't know what the AI is really going to be used for. Right? NBIC is a big part of the reason they are accelerating AI development. All right. So when we get NBIC, we get nanotechnology merged with biotechnology, merged with informatics, merged with cognition, cognitive technology. Musk, Neuralink, and the work of Neuralace and, the Obama's brain initiative, all the DARPA brain work, all of these different areas are now being combined. I want to show you how everything we've been experiencing over the last few years is directly connected to the development of this new scientific paradigm that will change our very existence, how we be and how we do in the world. And no one is the wiser. I have a problem with that. I have a serious problem with this level of paradigm shift happening quickly. And most people are not even aware of it. That's creepy, man. It's beyond weird. It's creepy as hell. It's misleading. It's deceptive. It's evil. And it's wrong. Okay? So that's why I rail against it. And I think it's important. Each of these 4 foundational S&T fields has a basic building block that is an atom, gene, information bit, or neuronal synapse. It interacts with other fields with the NBIC system at all length and time scales and levels of complexity. Has a similar computational architecture building from its respective elements up to macroscopic systems and leads to conceptually new opportunities for knowledge, technology, and socio-economic advancement. This is why politics and social issues are being promoted so much now, because they're creating technological solutions for them, plugging us into these types of biosensorial systems. Got a lot to show you today. Boy, oh boy. Unifying concepts of NBIC that were first introduced in 2001. We went over the paper, Bush era paper on the backup, for those that want to actually see me read through it. Okay, but this goes all the way back to 9/11, where a lot of this stuff started, man. Now we do understand some of the technology goes back to the 90s and some all the way back to the 60s. We get it. We've been talked about it, but this stuff has been underway for quite some time. Right. By Rocco and Bainbridge, aim at achieving a better understanding of nature, branching out from the new R&D results to create novel S&T platforms, creating new products and services, and improving human potential in activities such as working, learning, and aging. These technologies will be revolutionizing the way we work, the way we learn, and the way we even age. You guys know what that means? This is genetic, hormonal. I mean, this is eugenics, liberal transhumanism, liberal eugenics right here. The NBIC convergence concept brings cognitive sciences together with the physical, chemical, and biological sciences into a system of foundational, transformative, intellectual, and technical tools. Right? So we have to understand what this new system is that we're being introduced to. Convid was an initiation period. Now, today we'll be focusing primarily on the N of NBIC, nano aspects of R&D. And we are going to be talking about a particular organization from my alma mater, Citrus. And we will be talking about a couple scientists and some of their technologies, and I'm going to show you some of these technologies. And I'm going to bring it all the way back to the convent in a minute. Okay. So first we have to take a look at one of the programs, the key research center behind a lot of this technology at UC Berkeley, California. Citrus and the Banatso Institute. Citrus and Banatso Institute is a University of California research center focused on creating IT solutions that generate societal and economic benefits for everyone. This is very important, guys. IT solutions. Our future will be dictated, or should we say, solved by information technology. Hence the importance of telecommunication networking systems from 5th gen to 6th gen, even to 7th gen. The importance and ubiquity of devices, say smart devices, whether they be your damn phone or that little cute watch you got on your wrist. All of these things are meant to connect us to these new types of systems that all require NBIC technology, all being transhumanism technology. Hey, if you're down with transhumanism, you don't got a problem merging machines with your body, have at it, man. A lot of people are down with this stuff and are going to be, but a lot of us aren't. And I think it's more important for people to even know, for people to even be aware of what the heck is going on. At least, you know, this whole idea of informed consent, I mean, it's a lie. There is no informed consent. It doesn't exist. All right. So this is one of the key research centers. We'll be diving into a lot of their research over this year. citrus, very, very important. We'll also be going into Tufts University, talking about biosynthetics or synthetic biology. Oh, we got a bunch of stuff. Okay, so first we have to talk about Christopher Pister of UC Berkeley, right? Big dog here. Key figure here. Now, no disrespect to this man personally, right? I don't know him. I'm not trying to disrespect the dude, but I am completely against his work and the technologies and ideas he's bringing forth. And, you know, I think what's most important is we have to realize who is making these types of decisions and who is actually paying for it. This is at the expense of humanity when you think about it, right? Also, I have to consider the fact that not only do we not even know these things are going on, but we have no real influence on their development. They just happen. AI just was thrown upon us in November of 2022. We didn't ask for this. Social media thrown on us. Devices thrown at us. So we become these like reactionary lab rats when you think of this technology, because we never know what's coming, when, and how it's happening and where it's going. At least the general population. And then you consider the fact that who's making these decisions? And then you discover that, wow, it's this convergence of the state, biotechnology, big pharma, and the university systems. And as well in cahoots with the banks and media, etc. They're making these decisions. They're pushing the future of humanity forward. It's really disturbing when you think about it. Let's continue here. So just look at a little bit of his background here. Research areas: micro, nano, electromechanical systems, control, the cybernetic. If we're going to use any word to define what cybernetics are, it would be control. Cybernetics is essentially the study of human, beast, machine, and the control mechanisms that can form some type of umbrella around them all, turning everything into a mechanism of in and out, input, output, control. Okay. We're also going to be doing a whole series on cybernetics, history, current applications on the Patreon, and locals, going concurrently with the Reality Plus series we're doing now. Okay, so let's continue. Control, intelligent systems, and robotics, integrated circuits, Berkeley Sensor and Actuator Center, very important here. We're going to be talking about it eventually. But this is what's of most importance. Swarm Lab. Let's look at Swarm Lab. Our research is committed to advancing the state-of-the-art in cyber physical systems, something we spent quite a bit of time talking about, something we will be spending a large part of this year breaking down, because this is the future that's coming for every single one of us. It doesn't matter what country you live in. This is why the Tuckers and the Weinsteins and the Jones and all of these sillies are being just pranced before you, because these massive systems of control and human behavioral dictation are being developed right now. Cyber-physical systems, foundations, and applications in the Internet of Things. And I'll show you how our bodies are being connected to this Internet of Things. Swarm Lab, very, very important. I'll be showing a lot of research here as we start to understand what's happening. No, what's really happening right now. Not the silly stuff you see on social media. Not even the silly stuff you see on these YouTube channels. What's really happening right now behind the scenes, while everyone's bickering, laughing, and arguing and pleasuring themselves. Massive interconnected biodigital systems are being developed by people who are making a lot of money to do it. Let's go to New Frontiers in Health. Chris Prister. This goes all the way back to 2008. All right. Going to give you a little history here and work into the current stuff. We're going to watch a clip here. Wireless sensor opportunities. I'm just showing you what he was working on in 2008 and prior, actually, especially post the 2005 IEEE standard. He just came out with all of this stuff because they had the standards and the technologies to operate. Check this out.
So Some of the applications, just finishing up, I think hospitals are facilities. There's facility management issues that we've got to deal with, but probably most of you are more interested in the care side of this. And things that I would love to see, just based on personal experience in hospitals, is being able to unwire myself from the hospital bed or unwire my loved one from the hospital bed.
So what's key here for understanding is that this technology, specifically NBIC, is at least initially being used for healthcare, but also for sustainability. And this is, in my view, and I'm going to show you evidence for this, in my view, why we've been, in a sense, just bombarded by all things biological and biotech through disease and scamdemic, and as well climate change and sustainability. Why over the last several years we've just been bombarded with these ideas, because the NBIC is using, at least this new scientific paradigm, is using these areas as routes for development until they can be diffused, hence diffusion, out into other sectors, industries, institutions, creating new types of products outside of their initial use. Okay, hence creep, technological creep, mission creep, function creep, all of these things involved here. So what you're seeing here is how these types of biosensor networks and technologies are early on developed so that we can track what they call assets. They consider the human being an asset, not a human, not a person, right, but a node of types, an asset to the industry, right? And then, of course, if we consider the commodification of healthcare, right, education, and even the human body, we understand that we can't necessarily trust these industries and these systems. Now, I understand these engineers, they're just doing their job. They're making a lot of money, by the way. I understand that. But then I understand that they lack empathy, or at least their empathy is misguided if they think this is a good direction to go. And most likely they have this type of worldview that considers authority safe and trustworthy, right? That probably backs a lot of their motivation, because they think these things are going to be used for good. I can understand that. I'm not going to paint a picture where everyone's evil and these guys are trying to kill us, I'm going to address things in a way as objective as possible. And I'm also going to consider the fact that people are human. People are just living their lives. People are trying to make a living. People are passionate about things they do. And people are ignorant. Many. Even some of these very intelligent and studied and learned technicians.
But also tracking mobility and behavior of patients, I think, is something that Ruzna Baichi at Berkeley has been doing. It's an interesting area. There's all of these. I've talked to medical companies that are interested in doing these things. And then on the tracking side, I think there's a lot of literature out there, individual experiments showing that you can dramatically improve care and reduce hospital costs by knowing where everybody is all the time. So that's been done in the past with expensive infrastructure. We have the potential of doing this very, very inexpensively. Tracking the patients and their various things that you want to measure on them, like John showed earlier on, both inpatient and outpatient. Seeing what they're doing around their homes and so on. I guess goes up to the behavior side of things. It's okay to be lying down, but not if you're in the kitchen, things like that. And then finally, tracking the things that drugs come in is probably the place to start. And
so I'm showing you this so you can see evidence for the development and research of this stuff all the way back to 2008. So this idea here of asset tracking, healthcare providers, inpatient, outpatient, and drug containers, just this idea alone fits perfectly with the last several years. And it blows me away to think that, how were they working on this stuff way back then and weren't using it now? Now, there's a lack of evidence to prove that some of these certain technologies are being used now. Many people are claiming that they are being used with little evidence of that. So I won't do that. But I just want to show you how long this stuff has been in the works. And then when we consider the last several years, a picture begins to be painted for us, right? Now, listen to what he says here regarding what I mentioned earlier about this convergence of, say, the state and academia, universities, right? Check this out.
Modes of collaboration, lots and lots.
Modes of collaboration.
Lots of this technology exists out there, and perfect project opportunities for undergraduates to take existing technologies and combine them together for a new application. So that's something. So we have a collaboration initiated already to monitor doctors how often they're washing their hands, or if they're washing their hands the right amount, and that's using off-the-shelf technology and just writing a little software and doing a little bit of hardware. We should be able to monitor the sinks, see when they're turning on the water or when they're hitting the soap button, see what doctor.
Do you see this level of panopticism? Panoptic surveillance? I mean, having a sensor everywhere, so every movement, every behavior can be monitored. I get it when we think about the concept of efficiency, utility. I understand that. But also let's think about the level of invasiveness or the infringement on privacy, where every move is documented. That's kind of creepy. And then you consider those that tend to work in these fields. I'm just going to say it, sometimes might be a little hyper-neurotic, might have issues therein, where there's a bit of a detachment from some essential human essences. And they start to treat everything like a type of object. They start to treat everything like some tool. They start to treat everything as a source of utility. That's when we get into problems, human-wise, privacy-wise, personhood-wise, human dignity-wise, human biological integrity-wise. Everything doesn't have to be so clean and perfect and ordered and mechanical. But see, this is the type of world they're developing. And NBIC is one of the prime technological processes of creating this type of world, this cold, sterile, perfect world.
Doctor it is that's next to that, see when they're interacting with their patients, and just get that data back and start monitoring whether there's a relationship between that and the spread of infectious diseases or whatever it is that people are interested in doing.
Monitoring the spread of infectious diseases. I question infection, I question disease. How do you define that? We saw these terms being redefined and extended over the past several years, and that's by design as well, because if we don't know what anything means, if we have no grasp on our own language, the words we're using, the concepts we're basing our lives on, we're subject to pure and outright control. 2024. People chasing Stanley Cups.
If we need to, show that we can do a better job of monitoring than what is possible with existing technologies, we need more accuracy or something like that, or there's some new sensor that needs to be implemented, then that's where you get the grad students involved to push the state of the art. And
So this is an example of how the students in the universities are used to reconstitute old ideas, but develop further new innovations. Right. And again, we're not demonizing anybody. A lot of these people are grad students or just undergrads. This happened at Berkeley, my alma mater. I was there, right? I was in a completely different field, but we're all there working hard, man, trying to compete. It's a very highly competitive school. I've been there. I experienced it. I know what it's like. And a lot of us were ignorant at that time. We're young and we're just trying to do right. And we're trying to impress our teachers. We're trying to accomplish things. But these people, these students, are developing the digital chains that will surround the entire earth, man. And now, again, though I could be pessimistic, I'm a bit optimistic. And I don't think this technology is going to work the way they think it's going to work. I always rely on the designer fallacy concept of Don Idy, where, we really can't predict where this stuff is going to go. Just because you got all this tech doesn't mean it's going to work the way you want it to. So I'm a little optimistic there, but the point is they're trying, and that's my issue. They're trying to really develop this type of world.
These are the two that I'm most interested in. I like getting involved early in projects like this. Writing, joint proposals to NIH or what have you, I think is a...
Joint proposals to NIH. I just wanted to play that last part there so you understand the connection. NBIC technology is approved of through the state, right, through the governments. Right? It's developed in the universities, and then these types of governmental contracts are made to private organizations, Big Pharma as an example, in cahoots with, say, the NIH, these public health systems, right? These public health governmental systems as well as NGOs. So they all come together to innovate, develop, approve, and then diffuse out into the world and into the bodies of innocent people. Experimentally. A lot of this technology, they don't know if it's going to work, especially if we're looking at what happened over the past few years. Look at the response. Look at the response biologically. All the new statistics that are popping up right now. Y'all know, I know you see it. It's disgusting. It's inhuman. It's transhuman. Now, I'll give you a little background on some of this tech, and I want to show you here an IEEE paper just to connect this to the future of medicine, the future of health, where we become we become devices in a sense, right? We become no different from a device in that all the things the device can do, our bodies can do. And what I notice here is utilitarianism or just the concept of utility, right? Retooling human biology to fit into this more grander, interdependent, interoperable system of bio-digital networking, right? So this is just a strange but realistic example of how far some of this stuff is going to go. And I've showed you the smart toilets in the past where when you use the bathroom, whether it's number one or number two, the technology and the AI in the toilet will be able to describe what's going on in your bowels or, what type of issues you might have, say gastral issues, et cetera, et cetera. The granular level of data actuation and judgment through AI is frightening. It's inhuman, right? And I don't care how much efficiency or sufficiency you can get out of these systems. It inherently does something to the human being physically and metaphysically, the essence and experience of the human being that I can never accept. You get back to this utilitarian argument every time. Well, it's going to save lives. What is it to live? And what does saving actually mean? And how is that accomplished? See, these things are misrepresented, right? They completely make up terms and change definitions to the point where we can't actually trust the language. And see, when you control language, you control thought. Right? Our thoughts are just combinations of the languages we speak. Our thoughts are the backbone of our thoughts are the words we use, the way we symbolize and even define and shape and form thoughts is through words, through language. Right? So this is why language is so important. And a lot of these terms, people either can't define or they change every several years. That's problematic. Check this out. Is IEEE smart diaper. Oh, you can't see that. Hold up. Smart diaper embedded with fully printed sensors for wireless healthcare and monitoring. Wow. Really now? In this research, a real-time healthcare and monitoring wireless system is developed to monitor vital signs of a wearer, temperature, respiration rate, and wetting volume on a smartphone. The smart diaper consists of two main units, a detachable electronic module and a disposable printed biosensor patch deployed on a commercial diaper. Custom sensors array was designed and fabricated in a single patch through printed electronic technology by using biocompatible materials on a thermal transfer substrate. The sensor's patch was designed in such a way to accurately collect the vital signs data by placing each sensor at an appropriate site. Individual sensors were characterized for their electrical and mechanical properties. The overall system was tested, and data was wirelessly transmitted to a smartphone via Bluetooth. The main purpose of the main purpose of the proposed smart diaper is to minimize the effort of caregiver and avoid infection. Always got a good excuse. Always got a very rational excuse. Rashes and discomfort. We believe this work will open a new window for the printed electronic systems for special needs, elderly and infant health care. Now, again, to many people, this is going to look like, wow, this is the future. This is so cool. We're going to be able to fix so many things. We're going to be able to prevent so many things. But at what expense? Again, human integrity and dignity, biological integrity and human dignity, right? What happens when we defy and even transcend some of these things? What happens to us? So these are deeper philosophical issues we won't spend any time on today, but we have to consider some of these things. because this will be ubiquitous. This will be the general way of things. Like today, as we saw with the jabby jabs, it's now a general way people are assessing and addressing health. There's a damn jab for everything now. It's sick. But see, this is what happens when language, methodology, and technology starts to define how we live, and no longer human scale issues like culture and belief, value, personhood, dignity, integrity. None of these things define what the human experience is anymore. Now we just become reactionary objects in a world of technologies, right? Now, getting back to Christopher Pister, all right? Let's talk about one of his key technologies, smart dust, right? He is one of the minds behind smart dust produced right here at UC Berkeley. Let's just look at a little clip. This isn't Chris Pister, but let's look at this clip of a transformative technology called smart dust.
Smart dust refers to tiny wireless micro-electromechanical systems, or MEMS, which can detect everything from light, temperature and pressure to vibrations, magnetism and chemical composition. While smart dust is still in its infancy, researchers at Berkeley are seeking to create sensors of 1 cubic millimeter with deployment measured in the trillions. Numerous industries rely on wireless sensors for specific purposes, and having more will produce comprehensive data sets to facilitate energy efficiency gains and waste reduction.
As you can see here, smart dust being another one of these types of technologies that turns all environments, all substances, surfaces, objects on Earth in existence into nodes to be sensed, actuated, utilized, managed, etc. Everything becomes a potential source of data. Now, of course, then we have to ask the question: who's in charge of the data, right? And that's when things start to get a little bit hairy. Now, let's continue here. I have another clip here of Advanced Environmental Sensor Network at Berkeley's Nature Reserve. So I want to show you how this is being used, let's say, regarding the body biologically, but also the environment. This has a lot to do with why they're changing our food systems. This has a lot to do with why they are bringing forth all the biodiversity projects and initiatives. This is what sustainability is about: Agenda 21, 2030, circular economy, all of these different things. Davos, COP28, all of these different things are pushing these ideas because their goal is to, like they are trying to do with the body, as well with the environment, create a type of base for sensors to collect data and information to essentially create a cybernetic, interdependent, interoperable system of control. Now, before I show you this video here, I just want to show a slide here just to set the tone for this segment called the body, right? So the body, opposed to the mind or the spirit or the heart, the body is one of the key sources of a lot of what's happening right now, but it's only in part, right? Because there's a war on the mind, there's a war on the body, there's a war on the heart, and there's a war on the spirit. Okay, so we can think of areas regarding the heart and say the spirit. We can consider things like frequency, electromagnetism. We can think about even our relationship with water. Okay. And these very molecular levels of human metaphysical interaction. We can consider all of these things regarding turning those substances into data as well. And this is when we get into systems theory, the work of Nicholas Luhmann, and this idea of posthumanism, where everything is just elements to be measured. Life, existence, humanity, plant life, animal life, all of these things, structures, environment, physical environment, all become sources of pure data and pure information and systems to be managed and controlled such that everything is a well-oiled machine. And this, in my view, lacks humanity. It lacks all things true, good, and beautiful. I mean, it's an affront to what God has created in God's creation, right? In a sense, aims to replace God or usurp God or perfect what God has already created. There's so many of those types of arguments we can make regarding the heart and the spirit aspect. But now, as we move into this show today, let's talk a little bit about the body and the corporeal aspect of this, the physical aspect of this, the biological aspect of this that speaks to a lot of what happened, at least in part, during the last several years, going on 4 years now. It's pretty crazy when you think about it. All right. So body. The body is important because it regards embodiment, which defines human existence. You can't experience self, life, or existence without a body through embodiment. So it's key, it's primary. From the body, everything happens. Right now, this isn't to say that things don't exist without the body, but at least your experience, you don't exist without your body. Okay. So body is the ability to act. All right. So action is a big part of the body, right? Ability to act in space. Right. It's corporeal, right? And it's here we'll be discussing its use in the biopolitical, right? And its physical form opposed to metaphysical form, like something like the mind. And then its interbiological presence. And of course, the action therein. So interbiological is what I use this term to describe the dynamics of, say, a scamdemic, the dynamics of populations regarding their bodies and the biological processes within those bodies. So just like we would have interpersonal, right? Say relating, interpersonal relations having to do more the more social aspect, how we interact and experience each other, say socially or through communication. There's many types of communication. There's also a biological type of communication that can play on many, many levels a lot of people aren't aware of, right? And I call that interbiological, right? So the body has been attacked through public health systems, okay? And part of the public health systems, two major parts is food systems, of course, because this is where a lot of health comes from. Right? I think health is, in a sense, defined by what you eat, as well as how you live, where you live, and what you do with your body, of course. But food systems are a key component in one's health, hence the importance of seizing food systems and re-engineering them like they're trying to re-engineer everything else. And then, of course, pandemicism. Pandemicism was a term I was using during the COVID PSYOP, describing this new era of constant exponential threats regarding disease. Pandemicism. The big problem in the world now are pandemics, right? And that could be biological pandemics, but it could also be informational pandemics like viruses, for instance, or cyber polygon as an example. So pandemicism is a term I use to just describe this new era of exponential threats and fear, biological fear, informational fear, used as a way to control behavior and justify intervention, right? So let's continue here. And then interbiological behavior of disease, right, is a way we could describe pandemicism. And again, they redefine what these terms even mean, right? Language and definitions and categorization. This is really important because this is a way that they really control a lot of people and behavior. And that's through a biopolitical lexicon. And our language and the definitions of words and our use of words through communication are the blocks for meaning and existence. We can't create meaning and we can't actually have a complete existence without some type of language. This is one of the key components of human beings, is our ability to communicate the way we do and reason, etc. And I call it like a TOS dominance, a terms of service dominance. So there's like a terms of service for healthcare, right? And some of those terms are these like made up things or just misrepresented ideas that they use to control, like germ theory, the concept of disease, the concept of health, contagion, biotechnology, which is really just a fancy way of saying transhumanism, but it sounds cool to the normie, right? Safe and effective, expert. Like, what do these things even mean, right? And that's one of the key aspects of this is it creates a way to control. Now there's mechanisms, okay? So within the body and the biopolitical, interbiological, etc., we have mechanisms. So one is NBIC, science and technology. So this is one of the key mechanisms for controlling the body from this point forward, right? So this is has a lot to do with what we saw over the past 4 years is the introduction to NBIC science, but also a new mechanism to control, right? To literally direct and control our health systems and even like how we operate in the world, right? There's all these new mandates and restrictions that are now normalized because of that scamdemic that now necessitates NBIC technologies. Transhumanism normalization is key. This whole process has normalized transhumanism as far as like messing with hormones, messing with DNA, you know, injecting things into your body that messages and communicates and alters the way your body naturally biologically works. These are all normalizations of transhumanist technologies. And then the concept of supermodernity. We're in supermodernity now, which is defined by technicism, everything being technological. So a lot of these things we're dealing with now are just symptoms of a super modern society, whether that be cultural lag or NOMA, you know, these ideas, a strain theory of Merton, you know, these ideas that present to us, you know, when the overuse of technology starts to replace things like morality and culture, you have all types of negative reactions to that. You have all types of symptoms, and a lot of what we're dealing with today are just symptoms of a super modern society where people are so disconnected from God and from just general humanness that all types of novel disease and illness and behaviors start to present themselves. And of course, technologies are created to solve these issues, but we understand they just enable them, but even exacerbate them, like social media, devices, gaming, adult industry. All of these things that have been given as forms of entertainment and therapy are just making the problem worse. And they're all elements of supermodernity that create these symptoms. And then there's the technological attitude. Another way to look at this is the scientific outlook, a book by Bertrand Russell where he describes some of this, having a scientific outlook in that everything is an issue for science and technology at the expense of human dignity, etc. But this technological attitude is the way everything is being dealt with today. And this is why the NBIC and a lot of these technologies I'm showing you literally just turn us into devices. Because there's now this new technological attitude towards industry, institution, environment, but also human being and human body, right? This kind of bare life, Agamben view of just you're just bare life. You're just like Zoe, you know. You're just a carcass. You're a husk. You're a biological process. Your brain's a computer. Your body's a machine, and that's all you are. You know, it denies the essences and the truths and the purpose and the telos and the values and all of these inherently human things God has given us. It replaces all of that with mechanism, right? This is an idea of the technological attitude, not just our industries, institutions, and state has towards the world, but now we as people have this view towards the world and ourselves and each other. We now, as a culture, we have a cultural component of technological attitude now, right? And another part of this, of course, is wearables and convergent technologies. And the backbone of it all, I guess, is the telecommunication network systems, whether it be 5th gen or 6th gen. Okay, just for definitions. So we're thorough here and we understand what we're talking about and where some of this stuff comes from and what it entails and some specific concepts and terms. Getting further and further away from our humanity, becoming more and more machine-like. And this new NBIC system is treating us as such. Now, let's look at this video here. Advanced Environmental Sensor Network. So now I'm going to show you a couple quick clips of how this NBIC idea of turning everything into a source of data is being applied to the environment, our external environment. And as you know, we're moving towards this concept of cyber-physical habitats or cyber-physical environments, or as Pister is working on at Cal, cyber-physical systems. Okay, so these are just different examples of this. Check this out. And again, this is all being looked at as saving, fixing, solutions, etc.
When we launched the Blue Oak Ranch Reserve, one of the first grants that Mike Hamilton and I got was from the National Science Foundation to put out a wireless sensing network. And what I mean by that is there's little nodes spread across the landscape. Each one of those nodes measures temperature, precipitation, radiation, humidity, soil moisture, and they basically communicate with each other. And so without having wires in between any of the nodes, we can send that sensory information almost like the neural network in your body. And it all goes back to a central hub, like our brain, and it processes all that information. And in that way, we can actually sense much more broadly the variation in all those environmental conditions over the landscape than if we just stuck a single weather station out there, or we walked out for a day and made some handheld measurements. So we're getting a new sense of how variable the microenvironments are out here and how those microenvironments then are impacting the plants and the animals.
So I study rattlesnakes and ground squirrels here. So I study predator-prey interactions. And so I look at how rattlesnakes hunt their prey, which are here, their main prey item is ground squirrels. And I look at how squirrels avoid being eaten by snakes. The main reason we actually chose Blue Oak Ranch Reserve was because there's a wireless internet network throughout the whole reserve. And so in order to study snake.
Now, another thing, I do understand this young girl and her research and the work they're doing. I understand that they have, you know, these things are done in a way that seeks the good, we'll say, right? But at the same time, I think what we fail to realize is that building these types of systems is going to cause a type of health reaction biologically, especially considering the level of frequencies and the introduction of these frequency systems around us more and more. There's going to be a biological response to this, and I think it can damage our health and create new problems that we didn't have before, hence the Ronald Wright concept of the progress trap, where we keep trying to fix issues with new technologies, but new problems occur, and we end up just digging ourselves a hole. And I think this is one of the key components here that they fail to realize is, you know, making everything electric and based on frequency network systems is not going to pan out well for the human experience and the human species in general when we consider its disruption of a lot of our natural biological processes, and even let's say the development of diseases like cancer as an example.
Foraging behavior, we set up video cameras overlooking them in the field and record their behavior. And these cameras record over the wireless internet in real time. And so this was like the main reason why we chose this place, is we're able to use this technology that most other natural areas don't provide.
One example there, and I have another one here. This one is a little bit more explicit. And I think it even, in this creepy way, it insinuates something that's rather disturbing for me. I just can't help but think of the movie Bug Life and how, you know, I know a lot of people talk about we're going to eat bugs, and this is a big thing in the, you know, the truther community, at least in the more mainstream. But the more I research this stuff and see where everything is going, environmentally, socially, technologically, it's almost as if it's not that we're going to eat bugs, though I know that's part of this food system process, but possibly that's a cover-up for the fact that we're being turned into bugs.
There was a new O-level called computing science, and nobody knew what computer science was. So the maths teacher put a piece of code up on the board and he told the class to change it to do something completely different. And within seconds I was lucky enough to be able to do it, and that was it, I was hooked. I'm Julie McCann, I'm a professor at Imperial College, the Department of Computing. I'm curious about future computer systems, and how they're able to adapt to their environments. My approach is to be inspired by biology and nature and the tricks that those systems do and bring that into computer systems. There's a number of trends that are happening in technology at the moment. Sensors are shrinking in size. At the same time, we can do a lot with wireless communications. And all this is coming together to build these tiny systems that can play a massive role in cities. We're miniaturizing these systems further and further. And what we have at the moment are systems that would be around matchbox size. They can be miniaturized in the near future to around the size of a penny. But the aim is ultimately to bring these down to the size of dust. So imagine our near future where we've got these sensors implanted in the environment. We've got a problem ahead of us. If they start to communicate with each other, we're bound to hit a boundary quite soon. And we know this is the Shannon capacity. This is the uppermost capacity for a given space that one can communicate wirelessly in. This has implications for industry in the sense that hit that boundary, basically the communication systems fail. So this is where our research comes in. A lot of the work that we do is borrowed from nature in the sense it's bio-inspired. Bees and creatures like ants and creatures that swarm and have hives have the ability to not have much processing power individually, but they form an intelligent network. We're building these tiny little devices, and these little devices consist of sensing capabilities. They also have processing power, and they're able to communicate with each other.
Now, this is precisely what is happening with human beings. The exact same process, the exact same type of networking system via different nano-sized, nanoscale biosensors. It's creepy. It's so creepy to really come to the understanding that, yo, this isn't just going to be happening to aspects of the environment, but they're going to be doing the exact same thing to human beings as well. In fact, and I'm getting there, especially when we cover the NNI, what we experienced over the last 4 years directly plugged us into this system, unbeknownst to billions.
Wirelessly. In sensor networks, we communicate via multi-hop. That is, the communication sends the data across the network, hopping across the devices in that network. That means more systems can speak at the same time, which means we don't have to worry so much about the Shannon capacity problem. Taking the trend of multi-hop further, in the next 5 years, I can imagine in city environments, your mobile phone being used to relay data across the city itself. So the data will be hopping through your phone and you won't even notice it. That means that your phone can actually be a means of making money for you. What I imagine that this will take in
This relates directly to Biden's bioeconomy, as well as this concept of biobanking, which will be coming soon, actually, once these technologies are more accepted by the population and the public in general. But these types of sensors will also be connected directly to financial systems. So we'll be able to, say, make coin, crypto as an example, through different biological processes or behaviors. So again, all of this is wrapped into one nice little bow where it's all connected, everything.
In the next 10 years' time, is that we will not necessarily communicate all the data back to some sort of central area. What we'll do is process out on the edge. Now, that means that we'll start to push the processing out to these small devices. If we go out to beyond 20 years, we can imagine with miniaturization and the advances in nanotechnology that we can bring these systems down to dust. And if we bring them down to dust, we can get them to monitor environments, but we could also get them to collaborate to form maybe even solid objects to help our environment.
Again, it's all about helping the environment and curing disease, etc. These are the, at least these are the catalysts for a lot of this R&D. And it will be the justification for its implementation. And when everyone figures out that they've already implemented it in a lot of people's bodies, they're going to justify the deception and manipulation by saying it's for the greater good, similar to what we heard in the beginning of all of this, as a form of priming.
Imagine our notion of the cloud will be completely changed. It will no longer consist of single big computing systems. It'll be much more distributed and very much decentralized. So the future is small, low cost and low powered.
Of course, another one of these big institutions, Imperial College of London. This is international, right? International. Now, imagine life where dust becomes digital sensors. It's like imagining dust having capacity for video, like a camera. Imagine cameras, recording devices the size of dust. What kind of life would that be? Think about this. Now, doesn't it make sense that they're just trying to convince everybody that privacy doesn't mean anything, and what's bodily autonomy, and what's personhood? Isn't it interesting how they're just trying to get rid of all of these traditional and general concepts of human experience, because maybe we're moving toward this kind of world where cameras and devices and sensors are the size of dust, where everything is documented, every move, every behavior, every thought. Yes, thought. We'll get there. That's for the last segment. Let's continue, man. This is just crazy stuff. Again, I'm pretty optimistic about some of this stuff. I don't think it's going to succeed, but it's just the fact that they're really attempting this, and they're trying to convince us in a way that in their little nice music and everything, we're going to save the world, we're going to fix the planet, it's like, man, you guys are creating cybernetic ant farms. And here's an example, another IEEE paper, as evidence to prove to you that this stuff is happening in so many levels, and these things are developing rapidly. Okay, this is from integration of Internet of Things with blockchain technology to enhance humanitarian logistics performance. Okay, so this is a type of standard. This was from 2021. This is a type of standard and research paper to describe exactly how some of these things will happen that this woman was describing. And by the way, I forgot to tell you this. That video I just showed you, Imperial College London regarding smart desks, this was from 2014. Okay, 2014. Now let's look at a paper from 2021, of course, IEEE. Yeah, integration of Internet of Things with blockchain, hence the importance of blockchain, guys. Blockchain is key because this is, in a sense, the networking, like housing, for a lot of this stuff. Blockchain. They need blockchain. That's why they're pushing crypto so much. I'm trying to tell people. They're pushing crypto so much so we could build the blockchain networks, man. And then they're just going to switch these networks over to these new cyber physical systems. And then Skynet's here. And of course, you got, you got Elon Musk's Skynet that he's building right now. That's going to be the networking system, I think. It's going to play a key role in this. It's like covering the earth. It's just crazy. It's just crazy, man. So yeah, here you go. Evidence is 2021. So they're building all of these things. They are developing the infrastructure whilst they're keeping everybody unaware through distraction. Now, I want to show you another clip here. This is STIP Idea Lab. This was also, this was from 2013. This is George Whitesides of Harvard University. And I'm showing you this clip here because he describes precisely how NBIC is being used to revolutionize healthcare, but also is going to be justified through the complexity of population density, as well as the complexity of big data. So this speaks directly to the metropolitan smart city direction, right? The idea of smart territories and metropolis, big city life that we're seeing already develop and show itself in New York, as well as parts of California. Now, interestingly, San Francisco is dying out. It's so fascinating to see what's happening there. It's a dying city. It's like vanishing away. It's not thriving at all. It's so different from somewhere like New York that seems to be, though there's conflict and there's disarray and anomy, it does seem to still be thriving in different ways, we'll say, at least in technological and economic ways. But we are definitely seeing this push towards a type of major, like mass city, metropolitan, metropolis, digital metropolis. Now, a justification for NBIC technology and panoptic surveillance is going to be the size of these cities and the density and the saturation of these locations. There's just far too many people for us to even run a stable and healthy environment. There has to be a new type of system that can collect and sustain and manage this level of data and information. Check this out. This is very important because this will be precisely how they justify a lot of this pushing everybody towards these massive cities, along with the hyper-invasive panoptic surveillance technologies.
To me, for convergence, the largest scale opportunities are in areas that start with a problem, and ideally a problem that society really cares about, which can't be solved by any one of the conventional disciplines alone, and in which we don't know what the underlying science is. And let me take an example. One of the problems the US faces right now is reducing the cost of healthcare. We have a very interesting and in many ways effective healthcare system, which is focused on treating disease at the end of life. So you have cancer, and the medical establishment treats cancer. But one knows that ideally, you'd prefer not to have it in the first place. You'd prefer to prevent it. Now, this idea of prevention as opposed to treatment is, of course, very familiar and falls under the general category of public health. What are the correlates with cancer? What are the exposures that might lead to it? What genetic dispositions are there that...
All to be solved by these new NBIC technologies. Big data, putting sensors in people's bodies, fixing all of the potentials through prevention. This is their way of preventing disease. We're not going to tell you how to change your lifestyle. We're not going to suggest new ways of living, new ways of eating and diet and nutrition and activity, physical activity. We're not going to describe how important it is to not always be sedentary, how important it is to get out in the sun if you can, to be physical, and to live a healthy, deliberate life. No, what we're going to do is we're just going to let you continue this type of super modern zombified experience and just lodge a bunch of sensors in your body such that we can connect you to network systems and sit back thousands and thousands of miles away and control your body and your experience through data management and large cloud-based systems. That's the solution to it all.
Feed into a propensity to have cancer. But if you look at the areas that are involved in thinking about that problem, there's biology and related areas which thinks about the human. There's environmental science, which thinks about the environment that the human experiences. There's information technology to collect all the data. There's chemistry and physics to measure the environment and to provide the information that's required. There's mathematics to handle all of the statistical work that needs to be done. There's sociology to think about, once you know the answer, what do you suggest that people do? How do you get them to exercise more, or whatever the right answer might be?
Hence the importance, the vital importance of not just NBIC technology, but sociology and psychology, specifically social psychology, behavior studies, behaviorism, behavioral research. Now, I know, especially recently, there seems to be this extremely ignorant perspective on, and I get why, but it's a misrepresentation of use and purpose. But there's this view that for lack of proper replication in certain research, that fields of psychology and sociology are useless. I mean, it's arguably a moronic position in that you can't understand society or even politics without a very good and clear and researched and learned understanding of sociology, social psychology, and psychology as well. Now, are these fields misused? Absolutely. Are these fields pretty much nonsense for the most part when we think about general clinics, etc. Absolutely. When we see how they operate in the schools, yes. I mean, when you go to the university system, it's all garbage. But when we look at the governmental level, when we look at the think tank level, when we look at the, say, invisible college level of this type of R&D, considering sociology and psychology, that's where the big stuff is. That's where the real soc and the real psych is at. The real social psychology, the, say, social field theories and social field dynamics of Kurt Lewin as an example. All of these different areas of what some would call soft sciences are primary, and I would argue, based on the future, are way more important than what people would call hard sciences or STEM. STEM will be replaced by AI for the most part. This is just the future. What will matter most in the future, at least regarding value, judgment, etc., are the soft sciences, are the humanities. Philosophy being the root of them all, and I would say theology being the root of philosophy. So I do understand it's popular to poo-poo these areas, but for one, individuals that do that don't have any understanding, knowledge, or research or study in these areas, but at the same time, they rely upon the research of these areas to make their political arguments. Rather ironic.
Put all of this together, and you begin to get something that I'm very enthusiastic about, which is a high technology approach to what is now called public health. But it's going to require a very different set of players, a very different set of participants than the ones who go into high technology end-of-life treatment. So what we'll have to do is to build.
By the way, is not social engineering rooted in psychology and sociology? But I guess that would mean social engineering isn't a thing. Imagine.
This new area with everyone cooperating to bring their skills to make it work. And if we succeed in this, with luck, it should be possible to avoid certain kinds of disease and, with luck, lower the cost of the healthcare system. Another really interesting.
This is key here regarding metropolis, major smart cities, and the complexity of data and social density.
Interesting example in urbanization is handling kinds of problems that we haven't even thought of as being really scientific problems. And one is the problem of so-called megacities. And megacities have no clear definition, but roughly they're cities with more than 20 million people in them. So an example is Mumbai, which is probably close to 50. Tokyo is in the same general size, and there'll be quite a number. And the claim is that in 10 or 20 years, maybe 10% of the world's population will exist in these kinds of cities. We have no idea how to manage that kind of collection of people. It's an enormously interesting problem in how do you get mass, that is just weight of food and water and clothes and goods in and waste out. How do you manage the distribution of power? How do you think about the epidemiology and public health? How do you think about entertainment and education? And each of those words is a word that we're very familiar with. We know what education is. But how do you really do it efficiently and well when you're working with that many people? So again, it's going to be a problem of how you use communications, how you think about sociology, how you move materials around, how you think about the control and management and conservation of energy. All of this has to fit together into a kind of management, that is megacity management, which we really haven't thought about. Now, on the one hand, this is a very practical problem because lots of people are going to be there and much of the sociology of the planet will probably evolve from that kind of city. But on the other hand, we don't have the basic science in place to describe systems of that complexity, to understand what we need to do and what we need not to do. So it's simultaneously a very important practical problem and a very, very interesting scientific and technological problem.
Key, very key. Because this is the perspective that will be taken for city planning, but also societal planning. Planning society, not just family planning and city planning, but planning life through the NBIC networks of mass data, of course, with the help of AI. Hence, the push and acceleration of AI development. Wait for it. Now let's get back to the brain. Okay, thinking of smart dust. We showed its environmental applications, and we also showed its relation NBIC's relation to big data and smart cities, metropolitan dwellings, communities, and the justification of big data through these types of invasive systems, right? We can't plan, we can't structure, we can't house and develop such large societies and cities without this type of tech, right? Now let's go back to the neural dust of Chris Pister of UC Berkeley. This is a really good clip to see exactly what some of this stuff will be used for. Speaking more to this move towards a shift into this new existential human paradigm where we're no longer interacting with each other. I like to think of shout out to Brother Stephen DeLay and his work in phenomenology, probably one of the most important philosophical fields, one that I'm still really trying to wrap my head around. So fascinating, but very important to understand experience in relation to self and existence. But also, I think what we're doing now, and I believe he would agree, is just like we move to postmodernism, we're now starting to move towards a type of post-phenomenology, where in phenomenology we study and discuss the idea of human interaction and human experience with environment, with self, and with other, right? In my view, phenomenology is the root of psychology. Well, phenomenology mixed with existentialism is really where psychology came from. Psychology proper, not behaviorism and all of this nonsense we hear about today, but psychology proper. It's essentially a philosophy, right? Hence its importance. But in phenomenology, it's more of a study of human scale experience, environmental, other, interpersonal, intersubjective. But we're moving now towards the importance, and I think that's something I attempt to do here. I'm just kind of discovering this is actually what we're kind of doing here. But we are moving towards a type of post-phenomenology where we can't discuss about human interaction anymore. We can't really discuss, at least thoroughly, we can't really discuss human experience with human self, other, environment without considering the mediation of that experience. And I think this is where we get into more of the post-phenomenology, where now we're not discussing human interaction and experience therein, but now we're forced to discuss human interaction through technology, because more and more now we're experiencing self, other, and environment in a mediated fashion. And this becomes far more complex and significant when we address AI, which we're moving towards. I got a bunch of AI stuff to show you. So once we start considering the interdependence and the integration of, say, AI systems, we're no longer humans experiencing the other, self, or the environment. We're now humans experiencing self, the other, and environment through mediated forms of technology, AI as an example. We're already having a lot of our, say, experiences with each other through devices. This is all mediated, right? So what it does is it pushes us into a new phenomenology, and I think this would technically be called post-phenomenology, where now we're discussing human experience through technology. And I find it fascinating, depressing. It's a sad transition, considered progress for some weird reason, but you can't help but address things as such. And what it does for me is point back to phenomenology and how important it actually is when we're really addressing things from a human scale, from a real, essential, authentic human experience outside of a technologically assisted or mediated human experience. Check it out.
In 2012, quadriplegic Jan Schuerman was able to feed herself for the first time by using a robotic hand controlled by her thoughts. Doctors had wired a sensor into her brain that analyzed her neural activity. Now, University of California engineers have created a tiny wireless sensor they call neural dust. The devices could one day be implanted into the brain to wirelessly monitor neural signals and perhaps control prosthetics. Smaller than a grain of rice, neural dust is less irritating to the body than conventional electronic implants, which connect to the nerves using wires and can cause inflammation. Instead, the wireless sensors convert ultrasound vibrations into electricity and then transmit information to a receiver outside the body. Researchers implanted the small sensors into the sciatic nerve and leg muscles of rats and monitored the electrical signals between them. But the scientists hope that in the future, neural dust will be implanted directly into the brain to monitor brain function and allow the movement of prosthetics without being wired into a bank of computers.
That might be a limb prosthetic, it might be an exoskeleton, it might be something more advanced, like a speech generator.
The scientists say it would resemble a Fitbit-like device that lives inside you and would monitor nerves, muscles, and organs in real time.
You can almost think of it as the sort of internal deep tissue Fitbit type of thing, right? Where you would be just collecting a lot of data that today we think of as very hard to access.
But the sensor has to be made even smaller to use it in the brain. So the scientists are working to create neural dust that is only half the width of a human hair. Deborah Block, VOA News, Washington.
There you are. More receipts, more examples of NBIC scientific revolution. Okay. So, are you okay with this kind of tech? Now, I do understand, as always, it's going to be introduced as a way to, say, fix neurological issues and, you know, help people walk and see and all of that stuff. But then we of course, we see where Musk and others are going with the other applications. And what Brian Romelli calls it, what is it? What does he call it? Intelligence amplifier. AI will be an intelligence amplifier for every single person when they have their own personal AI bot or AI companion or AI assistant. Now, I see where this is going. I read the papers. I see the actual research on the ground happening now. I know exactly where this amplified intelligence is going. Of course, it's going to go into some type of lace or new material, metamaterial that can be put inside the body. And then we get into the meta self. Then we get into avatar shit. Let's go there. So this isn't just about paraplegics and healing blindness and fixing dementia. No. This is transhumanism. This will turn into a new opportunity to integrate AI technology with your mind, your cognition. So everyone could pretend to be the smart guy, right? Everybody can be the know-it-all. Fascinating. Now, personally, though I know this is going to be the future as far as they are concerned, they will attempt these things. Look at the stuff I'm showing you. But I believe these things will be biologically rejected. I do have some optimism here. Now let's put before we get into AI, let's put the icing on the cake here. What I told you I was going to get at regarding circling back and connecting the dots directly to the past several years and the initiation into this new NBIC platform of transhumanists. Let's look at this. National Nanotech Institute of the United States. Listen a little bit. Of course, some of it will sound familiar to you, but there's one point where a comment is made that ties it all together. And the light bulb will go off above your head, I'm sure. You heard it first here.
The National Nanotechnology Initiative, or NNI. The National Nanotechnology Initiative, or NNI, has released a new video documentary highlighting the past 20 years, entitled NNI Retrospective Video.
Initiative, not institution, my bad.
Creating a national initiative, produced in cooperation with TV Worldwide and the University of North Carolina, Greensboro. The video documents how an international science and technological endeavor was set in motion by the creation of the National Nanotechnology Initiative in 2000.
Bush administration.
With a cumulative U.S. investment of $36 billion by 2021. Nanotechnology is now pervasive in comprehension of nature, solutions for emerging technologies, and in all economic sectors dealing with matter, energy, and life systems. All of the interviewees in the video provided very special insights as they reflected on the past 20 years of the successful National Nanotechnology Initiative.
It's clear that there have been enormous dividends through the NNI, but the story is not completely told, and there's a lot more to do, and I think a lot more good to come out of it.
I think that the opportunities in the future for the nanotechnology community to come together and solve grand challenges like pandemic preparedness, climate change.
Interesting. We get back to the usual suspects, the two big ones. Yeah, pandemicism and sustainability. Always. This is how they're going to pull it in. This is how they've been pulling it in. Hence the importance of recognizing the fallacies and the manipulation of all of this sustainability, climate change crap, as well as this appeal to dis-ease and biological threats.
Water treatment and resources. I think is like pandemic preparedness, climate change, water treatment and resources, I think is where the real impact of the NNI is going to be seen.
I think the reason for the success is just obviously a good idea, and the time had come. The scientists, engineers, innovators were ready with the technology.
World, thank you for the jobs you've created, but you've only started. And so keep up that great innovation and make sure that others understand and celebrate the successes of the National Nanotechnology Initiative.
Oh, I surely will, but I won't be celebrating.
Not just in the last 20 years, but the advancements and improvements that will come in the future.
One of the main outcomes of the NNI after 20 years of federal investment is one of the key technologies that was needed for these mRNA vaccines. So if you got a Pfizer vaccine or a Moderna vaccine, the only reason that worked is a nanotechnology called lipid nanoparticles.
Did I must be tripping. Hold on. Let me run that back.
After 20 years of federal investment is one of the key technologies that was needed for these mRNA vaccines. So if you got a Pfizer vaccine or a Moderna vaccine, the only reason that worked is a nanotechnology called lipid nanoparticles.
I heard right. I heard right. Now, surely this isn't news to the majority of you. If you come in here, this ain't no news to you. But we got a heavy amount of people. We got a full house right now. I know there's a lot of you listening that don't know much about any of this stuff we discuss here. You might be here stumbling upon it for the first time and be like, what is this dude talking about? I just bring receipts. I make connections. I think a little deeper than, say, the general population on some of these topics. And I present it. Could I be wrong? Sure. How's my track record? Pretty good, if I'm going to be honest. All praises to the Most High. Yeah, we were introduced to the MBIC during this process. Hence the importance of the body. Because through the body, we've been plugged in. Plugged in. All right? From the horse's mouth, man. We don't need any conspiracies. None of that, man. This is reality. Actuality. Technology actually. All right. We tried. I ain't even gonna go there. Listen. So, nanosystems have been deployed, and that's just one aspect of this. We don't even got time to go into other research in other areas that we'll eventually get to, surely. This is just one focusing on the body. particularly through this type of nanotech. There's many other types. Many other type of sensor network systems. We haven't even begun to talk about biophotonics yet. We touched on them here and there in several shows. But yeah, man, this, I'm just presenting to you the super modern, current, state-of-the-art transhumanist technologies that are being deployed and integrated into people's systems right now. So, I'm very confident because this is real stuff. No one could call me a conspiracy theorist. No one could be like, oh, this dude don't know what he's talking about. So, I'm just going to present it. Now, I also think about all of the arm twisting and confusion and manipulation and force even to take this stuff back then. The misrepresentation of what safe and effective is, all these ideas of, AE not being possible. And I know there was many different types of AE, adverse events, post injection, right? Different types of things. Yeah, I know you guys remember Justin Bieber and all that. Now, I want to show you how they work. Now, I do understand AE is real. There is a lot of responses to this. But I think what it does in many cases is many people focus on the AE or they focus on the, say, side effects, but they don't realize that there are other aspects to this, like what I'm presenting to you. Neural networks, nano sensor networks that are being introduced as software, programmable software into the bodies of many people. Let me show you this clip here of Rochelle, and listen to what she says here. And then think about stuff I've been showing you and stuff we've been talking about since the scamdemic. And you will start to realize how evil some of this is, man. Check this out. Not only were you introducing things to people that can cause them harm, but you also were initiating people into a new type of networking system they have no idea about. True transhumanism.
I met with one congressperson who told me that she had actually gotten Guillain-Barré from a flu vaccine. If I was trying to convince her to get vaccinated, that would not be where I would go, right? I would talk about all of the benefits of the COVID vaccine and all of the data and all of the safety, and I would have never touched her biggest concern. So it really is important to listen.
See that? She's discussing how do you convince people, when say, they might be questioning things, or say they even know someone who has had an adverse event or some type of side effect. Oh, well, I wouldn't even mention that. I just focus only on the positives. Yeah, the pseudoscience and misrepresentation of data, right? So-called safe and effective crap. This is how they work, man. This is how they work. Wait till people also realize not only were you putting me in the line of fire, but damn, you just uploaded me with a software. I'm a device now. I'm a damn device. And then I said it for you. They said, well, you know what we're so happy about is this whole program. It's introduced our whole field into the bodies of humanity, man. Crazy. She sure disappeared. Damn straight, shadow ban. Out. Quick. They threw her right under the bus like we had mentioned. The big oops, it all happened, man. People make mistakes. I know some of you here might have made a mistake and you regret it. We all make mistakes that we regret. But let's just be prepared for the next time. We got to think a little deeper about some things. The next time someone tries to convince us of something regarding, say, our body. We could always change. And this ain't over. Best believe that. And also, let's consider the church, man. Institutions. Let's consider institutions falling in line with this, man. You know, I'm gonna have to say some things, and I don't mean anybody any disrespect, but I'm just gonna be honest about some of this stuff. So before I talk about institutions and their role in this, spiritual institutions people want to cling to, like there's some mode of salvation, like there's some key to heaven. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. See, I'm a Bible believing, Bible obeying, born again Christian. No building, no institution defines my relationship with the Most High God, nor the Word of God. We don't have to go into that conversation. Now, before we go in there, transhumanism via social engineering, 2 factors, environmentalism and biosecurity. Pandemicism, sustainability. Clear entry roads, okay, to this NBIC introduction, transhumanism, biodigital convergence, all these things. For those that might not have been around, we introduced the concept of biodigital convergence through the study of the paper out of Canada during the scamdemic. I believe it was around maybe April of 2020 when we started really dissecting that project. And since then, it's only increased in other areas, unfortunately. Now, what we see here is through this, the misuse of language. So I want to get through this quickly here. So we see the misrepresentation of words, the redefining of words. And it's important to understand how vital words, meaning of words and language is in your ability to even think, to understand, to make meaning of your surroundings and your experiences. These are done through language, okay? It's a fundamental and foundational aspect of human beings. Now, what we hear is these certain terms. We hear innovation, progress, emerging technologies, and biotechnology. These terms have now become lionized. They've become representations of the future and also representations of the good. All right. Now, clearly this isn't the case, but it shows you the power of language. And when you define terms, you define reality. And when you believe that innovation is inherently good, that technological development is inherently progressive, and that emerging technologies are overall good and trustworthy, then you fall in line for technocracy. You fall in line for all of these things that, or at least you fall victim to a lot of these things. Now, what this does is the use of language and of course instilling the language into the culture shapes culture and behavior, people's interests, people's values, people's worldviews. These are very important to understand. What it does is it instills the scientific outlook of Bertrand Russell. It instills the technological attitude that is, in a sense, passed down from the engineers, the designers, the technicians. Right? It passes these ideas down into our own culture, where we start to use these terms and believe in these terms. And it starts to change the way we see ourselves, each other, our environment, and how we define the meaning of our interactions and the direction of our future. What I find interesting is that it equates, the way they manipulate language now is they equate future with technology. They equate progress with technology. So it's this weird trick, mental kind of like Jedi mind trick thing where whenever you say innovation, whenever you say progress, or hear the term, or whenever you say or hear the term future, there's this inherent combination, or in a sense, this subtext, this subtextual kind of grounds of technology. So it's like everyone has this new lens, technological attitude, where progress, innovation, future, it's It's through this technological lens. So nothing can be seen, accepted, or understood without this lens through which they can actually see and understand these things. When you talk about human scale ways of making change or solving problems, it's always seen in a way that is lesser than, in a way that is almost like it's inferior, right? Let's just talk things out face to face. Oh no, let's get algorithms and data such that we can use metrics and probability and game theory to be able to predict behavior. And let's create worlds where we can shape and nudge behavior so everything works well. It's like Walden 2, Skinnerian box. No, let's not really try to get back to values and morals and traditions and truth and these types of things, human scale things. No, let's just turn everybody into robots, basically. So future equals progress, equating advanced and optimized with technology. So I'm just trying to present to you how our language is being engineered in a way that changes our perspective and our perception of reality, which includes our experience in life with ourselves, other, and the environment around us. Merely through the language, through the words we use. Very important to understand the significance of mere words and language in itself. It's a power. Spelling, all of these different concepts have relevance and truth in them. Language can be used to control, and it is. It sets parameters for thought. It's ontological warfare. It's epistemic warfare. It alters how you know what you know and also how you experience what's real and what exists and what doesn't, and the nature of things. Language is the backbone of thoughts. A good work on the misuse of language is Joseph Piper's work. Goodness, what's the name of it? I hate when I do that. I'll return to that, Joseph Piper. Institutions. So we have the technological outlook, the technologization of language, but we also have the technologization of institutions through industry, which is, in a sense, creates the technologization of our existence. I'm just trying to present to you in a more thorough way how we become transhuman. There's many ways. It's not just putting chips in your brain. Okay, it's not just convincing you that merging man with machine is a good thing or it's cool. It's not just this kind of Marvel universe cultural aspect of it. There's many elements to it. Elements as foundational as pure language itself. And as well as our institutions. We understand our institutions create, or at least enable, influence, and even direct culture. Right? Especially in a more progressive era where institutions are that which upholds society, opposed to, say, family and tradition, and even religion. More of a modern or old way of thinking. Postmodern, supermodern society, everything is, well, postmodern goes from institutional focus, right? Let the schools and the law enforcement and the court system and the governmental bodies, education, et cetera, let that change people's behavior, postmodern kind of perspective, and we go into a supermodern perspective. Where now it's not just the institutions, but it's the institutions' technologies, AI as an example. And I'm going to get here. I know I'm moving slow. But AI is going to be introduced in a way that is going to shape behavior. It's going to be institutionalized such that we're no longer engaging with each other, nor reality. We're reacting to and being directed through AI algorithms. This is the institutional paradigm shift we're finding now happening in this super modern world we're in. Technologization of our existence, which is the technological attitude towards ourselves and the world. We now have a technological attitude towards ourselves, each other, and the world. What are some institutions? Well, what are institutions? I guess we can consider institutions as stable, consistent social organizations that uphold society and fulfill the desires and needs of populations. Okay. Now, What are some examples of institutions? One clearly is state or the government. Church, which we're going to touch on in a second here. Education systems, universities. Public health systems are institutions. Criminal justice systems, media is an institution. And the family, the most important institution that exists. Now, and there's different types of institutions. Within types, there's economic institutions, religious institutions, and social institutions like universities, prisons, courts, banks, etc. Now, institutions play a crucial role in shaping social behavior, enforcing laws, and keeping peace. How do you think dynamics, structure, behavior of institutions happen? Sociology and psychology. Economics as well, but economics is just a piece or a segment, a stem from psychology, economics. So again, we can't understand society, civilization, human behavior, family, interpersonal related, and intersubjectivity without these things. There's no way. STEM, math isn't going to do it. Unfortunately, positivists attempted that and failed miserably. Okay, so those that know a little bit are very familiar with these things and understand the importance of behaviorism, behavioral psychology, social psychology, in the process of social engineering and manipulating populations of people, steering, nudging behavior, but also planning societies. Now, these understandings are going to be integrated with AI systems, put on blockchain, and create a completely different human paradigm, one that we've never experienced in the history of humankind. Now, let's talk about AI. Before we do, though, I have to speak on the church quickly here. Now, what we did see was the capitulation of all churches for the most part, especially the larger churches. My point is this: church isn't going to save you. I don't care how good of an argument you could make for it. I really don't care how much logic supports your religious experiences and your adherence to religion or adherence to a church. One thing I do know for sure is those churches did and will continue to fall right in line with this direction. The acceptance of NBIC, biodigital convergence, singularity, all of it. They will fall right in line with the sustainability efforts, with the biosecurity efforts. I will show you evidence here. Now, I'm not saying churches aren't good. I'm not saying they're useful, but they don't define salvation. And logical arguments aren't enough to present that as true, especially when we consider the Word of God, especially when we consider the nature of mankind, the knowledge of man, the rituals of man, etc., etc. Man is a liar. We already know that. We are the church, Johnny Cool. Amen. And I know there's this oft argument made. Well, how do you know who to trust? I mean, it's the silliest argument. The point of truth, the point of salvation, the point of the spirit versus the flesh, the battle isn't about creating some logically consistent religious society, cultures. None of these things are biblical. These things are of the world. The world will be inherently corrupt. Man will be inherently corrupt. God judges the heart, every individual. We're not supposed to build some hunky-dory religious state on earth. That's what you learn in religion. It's not biblical. And that's not what God's concerned with if you actually read scripture and understand it. And it's not about interpretation. God's truth, the understanding therein is very simple. It's very straightforward. Oftentimes you'll hear people use these silly arguments. Well, how will you know what this means and what that means? There's certain aspects of scripture that might have interpretation issues between people, but have nothing to do with actual salvation and the basic tenets of what God wants us to do. It's not, it's not hard, actually. It's really not. It's actually very simple to understand. It's far more difficult to live out, given the nature of man's flesh, the preoccupation with sin, and the constant escape of what God has written in his word that's supposed to keep us in line. This just blows me away. It's fascinating because there's a religious revolution of sorts right now. And it's good. I'll say that, in that it's bringing people to Christ. It's bringing people to the truth. But I would argue that it's putting it, I would argue that it's misguided. And it's also rooted in a type of fleshliness, type of superiority that I think is dangerous spiritually. An arrogance. But I won't spend too much time talking about that. All I know is that all these churches capitulated and complied. And I'm going to show you evidence. And I trust no man. I don't care what history says. History is a liar. A theological and ethical analysis of the response of the Eastern Orthodox Church to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're going to start with Orthodox, and we're going to go into Catholicism as well as Protestantism. Let me just run it back here. Most church leaders have agreed that the many lives saved, listen to the rhetoric, the many lives saved by jabs are an important factor in permitting the use of these jabs. While it is sad reality that the origin of these cell lines is from these very few therapeutic abortions, the cell lines are already in existence. No new fetuses will be used. And as such, listen to the excuses made. And as such, I lost my spot here. Fetus will be used, and as such, it is far preferable to cure diseases as a result of the use of these cell lines than to totally forbid the use of these cell lines. This is the gymnastics that will be used, right, to accept the transhumanist agenda. These gymnastics, these appeals to science. Yeah, your church is appealing to science, devoid of scripture. Sad. And you ain't seen nothing yet. Nothing. The jabs in no way legitimize or promote abortion. Rather, they combat disease and death, support health, and enable life, not death, to prevail, all of which are of the highest ethical value. Do you see how it's being twisted? Do you see how the science is usurping the word of God? The accountability to the Most High's creation. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It wasn't just an Orthodox church. Many faith leaders say no to endorsing jab exemptions. Damn. Leaders of the Greek Orthodox I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, of America, that while some people have medical reasons for not receiving the jab, there is no exemption in the Orthodox Church for her faithful from any jab for religious reasons. The Holy Episcopal Synod of the nationwide archdiocese, I think it's archdiocese, representing the largest share of Eastern Orthodox people in the United States, urged members to pay heed to competent medical authorities and to avoid the false narratives utterly unfounded in science. The false narratives. You know who they talking about. You know who they talking about. I cling to truth. I don't cling to man. I don't cling to churches. I cling to truth. No clergy are to issue such religious exemption letters. Greek Orthodox Archbishop Elpidophorus said, and any such letter is not valid. Damn. Wow. Similarly, the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America issued a recent statement encouraging jab use and saying that there is no evident basis for religious exemption. Wow. In its own or the wider Lutheran tradition. Lutheran, Methodist, apostate. Straight up apostate. Not just, for this. The Roman Catholic Archdiocese of New York laid out its own stance during the summer, saying that any priest ensuing an exemption letter would be acting in contradiction to statements from Pope Francis that receiving the jab is morally acceptable and responsible. Hey, no disrespect to my Protestants, to my Orthodox brothers, my Catholic brothers, no disrespect. You do your thing, man. I'm just presenting information that I think is rather interesting. And it will come in handy for the future. Trust me on that. Both the Vatican and the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops have said Catholics can receive the jabs in good conscience, given the lack of alternatives and the goal of alleviating suffering, even while objecting to research with even a remote connection to abortion. You think the Most High will put us in the line of fire like this? Where's that in Scripture? Listen to your public health authorities. I mean, I do remember the Caesar pay unto. I remember something like that, but I don't remember anything about the CDC. I'm just saying. Now, I really like this here. This goes back to 2008. The Catholic Church made a great response to this. I love this. They were like, listen, Vatican rhetoric is biting. The document charges that human cloning risks biological slavery, that some biotech procedures reflect a shameful and utterly reprehensible eugenic mentality. They was going in. And that widespread practice of IVF, which typically involves the destruction of unused embryos, implies blithe acceptance of an enormous number of abortions. Its concerns is not merely laying out moral teaching, but also shaping social and political debates, citing an urgent need to mobilize consciousness in favor of life. This was so good. I was very happy to read this. It's like, wow, okay, they're right. They're against transhumanism. Well, in 2008. That changed. 2021. Technology must be at the service of humanity. I'm not even going to read this because it's just dancing around the ideas. I mean, it's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. The lack of constructive dialogue between science, technology, and society impoverishes the mutual trust, which is at the basis of all human coexistence and of all forms of social friendship. Oh, basically, he's like, listen, we just need to have a conversation and make sure everyone is happy. You're not standing on nothing, man. You ain't standing on two and saying, no, this is wrong. And of course, there's events that have been created to justify it, like pandemicism, like sustainability, climate change, crap. I get it. But are you really doing any research? Are you actually thinking? Or are you just following what you're told, what your church tells you? Because father or some dude in a robe has been handed down some authority outside of the Most High. That's what you're going to listen to? Okay, that's cool. I'm just saying, none of it makes sense. None of it's scriptural. And I know people make all these arguments against sola scriptura. I've heard them all. They're weak. And they're all rooted in man, the mind of man, the knowledge of man, the heart of man. It's self-refuting from its outset. I'm just saying. Now, I was going to show the battle of the brain as this World Economic Forum, but I think we've covered quite a bit of that. Maybe we'll return to that another time. Let's talk about some AI. Yeah, how about No? Shout out to Mo. Shout out to Shawana. Good to see you. Again, no disrespect to anybody, man. I'm just laying it out simple and plain. I know we all want to agree, and that's the beauty of life. That's the beauty of life. Now, Brian Romelli, the last interface, he claims AI is the last interface. It's going to create, it's going to create this new relationship, right? It's the last interface. It's going to replace application, devices, everything. How is that? Well, eventually it's going to be integrated into our biology, right? Intelligence amplification, he calls it. Now, I think this relates directly to this concept of the Brain Initiative, where we find research in dementia, research in blindness, neurological issues, coupled with AI. Okay. Ooh, I forgot about this one. This kind of seals the deal before we get into AI, because now what this represents is, I forget who it was. Shout out to whoever you are. I forgot, my bad. But I think it was last show someone had asked, gosh, who was it? I can't remember. Someone had asked about telepathy, and I was like, yes, I got something for you. There is research in this. There is actual technology for this. And here it is, the new mind reading brain GPT. So what we're doing now is we're seeing how through BDIC, biodigital convergence, transhumanist technologies, the technological attitude, technicism, all of these concepts that I've tried to teach you guys about, as all of these things have become standardized, inherent aspects of our culture, of our society, even our own families. What we now have here is the convergence of these things. So we get the convergence of, say, neurotech, with AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning. All right, these things start to come together, and that's the thing about the singularity. Everything is converging and merging into one, and I think this is so important to understand because it's happening high velocity. Right, it's moving beyond more. It's moving beyond Moore's law. Right, now, in some cases, it's actually slowing down, especially when we consider the development of machine learning. It's actually folding in upon itself. But you better believe they have correctives for that. But we are seeing these technologies. I think there's 4,000 plus AI organizations and services right now. 4,000. And they're all battling each other for development. Now, there are many good use cases for AI. I'm not like anti-AI. But I do understand some of the transhumanist goals. And these are what I'm most concerned with, because these are going to be the most popular ones, because they appeal to the flesh, they appeal to the intellect, right? And they appeal to the ego, and they will make life easier, and they will make life more entertaining, we'll say, at least initially, until it starts to feed on itself, or Boris-like. Check this out. Let's watch this quickly here. See how it all comes together.
Our Brain GPT research is about decoding information from the brain without invasive technology. This will redefine the technologies we see today. By connecting our multitask EEG encoder with large language models, our brain has struck a major breakthrough in decoding coherent and readable sentences from EEG signals. Our work has been accepted by the NIPS conference as the Spotlight paper in 2024.
Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. I'll start with a cappuccino, please, with an extra shot of espresso.
To capture information directly from raw EEG waves, we designed an encoder to process waveform EEG signals. After training, this encoder allows more convenient decoding of EEG signals without the need for eye-tracking devices or pre-processing processes.
Yes, I'd like a bowl of chicken soup, please. Yes, a bowl of beef soup. The fairy tale was filled with magical adventures in a charming, enchanted forest. The fairy tale had lots of magic, journey, forest magic. It's solid and affecting and exactly as thought-provoking as it should be. It's believable, is what provoking as the sounds be. Too much of this well-acted but dangerously slow thriller feels like a preamble to a bigger, more complicated story, one that never materializes.
So it's pretty much more of the same here. But this is another one of these types of technologies, right? Here we show you emerging technologies with regard to transhumanism and our transition into a new existential human paradigm, where our ability to relate to each other, ourselves, and our environment are completely revolutionized through our novel technologies. Now, just because we can make these things doesn't mean we should. That's clear. The problem is, and of course, we will have a lot of choice in this, at least some of it, stuff like this. If you're not interested in this stuff, you don't have to have anything to do with it. The problem is many people will. And not enough people understand the constraints and the influences that technology have on people's behavior and people's ability to relate to each other and experience life in the world. And unfortunately, some of these technologies are so pervasive that they're going to alter many fundamental aspects of who we are. And that's extremely problematic. Hence my focus on a lot of these technologies. Now, let's get into some AI as we do our last segment here. For instance, what we're moving to, we're already here. We are living in Baudrillard's hyperreality. We are here, okay? Hyperreality is a type of simulacra, right? Where we're actually not engaging with reality. We're just engaging with copies, renditions, images, symbols, and simulations of real things, real environments, real objects, real people. We're already here. It is the end of history, as it were. That's clear. We can't change that. We can't go back. Now, the problem with that is it's only being exacerbated because of artificial intelligence and its ubiquity, right? It will be everywhere. It already is. All devices, all programs, software systems, right, are going to have an baked in AI operating system. It's already happening now. Now, what we're already running up against is this type of war on ontology, our inability to understand what's real and what's not real. And this is something that's going to become rather normal moving forward. New tech from camera makers tries to prove photos are not fake. All it does is prove honest people are honest. So it's just, we're going to have to push towards all types of corrective technologies. It's similar to how, computers came out and software came out, and then all of a sudden, antivirus software comes out. It's a similar kind of scenario. Progress trap. More progress, more problems, or more technology, more problems, should we say. Now, let me show you some creepy AI stuff here. Now, let me make sure we're on par with my notes here. Oh, well, I forgot to show you the slide. So we're now in the mind. So we went from body to mind. Okay, so now let me pull up. All right, so we did body, right? Now we're in mind. Hold up. Body. Okay. Okay, let me quickly here. A technological attitude example. This is a text or a tweet from Fast Company publication. It says, and this is just, I thought this tweet was a good representation of the technological attitude, okay? It says the U.S. needs a thriving tech ecosystem to respond immediately to whatever crisis comes next. This means more collaboration, accelerating the decision life cycle with data and AI, and building a lasting trust. Okay. Platitudes, building lasting trust. What does that even mean? How do you accomplish that? Who's involved? I mean, it's absolute nonsense. A lot of this, we're digging ourselves a very deep hole because we have a technological attitude in that we pay much less attention to the consequences and the logical conclusions to some of this stuff than we do to its alleged progress, advancements, etc. Okay, so that's just a good example of that. Now let's go to mind. Mind, ability to think and to know things. So just like the body, it's our ability to act in space, amongst other things, but we're keeping things simple here. Mind, ability to think and know things. Opposed to corporeal, the mind is cognitive. Focuses on intellectual, metaphysical form. It's not a physical form like the embodiment of the body, but it is a metaphysical form that encapsulates or incorporates the self, the identity, the personality. All of these things are aspects of the mind. It is interideation and consensus. If we consider, say, something like the body's interbiological. With the mind, we have the interideation, this kind of interrelation or intersubjective, interpersonal ideation of a population. How our ideas, the dynamism of our ideas within a group, within a population, within a society, right? And then, of course, consensus, which doesn't necessarily exist, though it does in some degrees. It's a manipulative type of process. Consensus is formed. It's engineered, and of course this is thought opposed to action. Okay, now what it deals with here, mind, as far as the war on the mind, is perspective and perception, which regards our understanding and our judgment, opposed to the heart, which we are not going to have time to cover. The heart focuses on feeling. Right, emotive. The emotive and feeling, perspective and perception of mind and thought focuses on understanding and judgment, making judgments, coming to conclusions, definitions, etc. Now, this is understanding and judgment of the self, of other, and of environment. Now, what I see developing is a type of thing I call kaleidoscopic vision. So what this is a result of screen worlds, exponential scrolling, and a preoccupation with virtual communities, iconographic experiences, just graphics, and mediation, just endless mediation of randomized, disconnected information that you would find in, say, scrolling Instagram or Twitter. It's just a lot of information, but it's also random and disconnected. And the only thing that connects it is the algorithm's judgment of your preferences. So that's the only thing that connects them, is that it thinks that you want to see these things just based on your behavior. But there's actually no meaningful connection to these things, which causes a type of disruption cognitively. It disrupts one's ability to think properly. It also disrupts one's attentional development. But I call it kaleidoscopic vision. It's almost a strange type of confusion, state of confusion, foggy brained, etc. And what this does is it engineers new paradigms. So as we scroll all day and live in social media worlds and consume ourselves in this simulacra, the result is the engineering of new paradigms. So we start to see ourselves, the other, and the environment different. Our worldview has slowly changed. And this is a type of ontological and epistemic warfare via mediation. Then, of course, this results, or at least this is embodied by, or let's just say its environment is hyperreality. Okay, its environmental network is hyperreality, which is two key aspects of hyperreality are the pleasure industries. And I've done work on the pleasure industries in the past. To keep it simple, the pleasure industries are things like gaming, entertainment, TikTok, just this constant passivity, passive pleasure, as well as adult entertainment. Prawn or corn are forms of the pleasure industry, and they are driven through the attention economy. So pleasure industries, amongst other things, these are two main aspects of it. Pleasure industries and the attention economy, in a sense, present hyperreality, or major aspects of hyperreality. I also have this term I use called Netflixication, which is where we spend so much time watching Netflix and watching series that it changes the way we perceive content. It restructures or re-engineers the way we engage with content. And also the problem with that is it changes the way we engage with narrative and meaning. And after we start occupying, or should I say, when we start consuming all of this content, binging, when we're in a sense oversaturated with these storylines, with these characters, with these archetypes, symbology, messaging, mirroring. When we're constantly in these Netflix series worlds, we start to lose touch with reality, and we start to our ability to perceive narratives starts to be shaped by Netflixication or Netflix series like storylines. And I come to this conclusion because I see a lot of news roll out, a lot of reality rolled out in ways that appears like a Netflix series. It's even deployed and delivered in a similar fashion. It has a similar cadence. It's like everything is designed around these kind of Netflix narratives, and everything is meant to be binged and to be consumed for long periods of time. And in fact, the goal, and this is part of the attention economy, is to transcend time and space altogether, which puts you in the virtual, of course, which puts you in the hyperreal. I think these are two key components of hyperreality, in that there is no time and space that exists. Reality exists in time and space. Hyperreality has no time, has no space. There's no future, there's no past. Everything is ever present. The past and the future is present, because the past can be looked back upon and the future can be imagined, though we can't actually know the future, of course. So there's Netflixication, and then main character syndrome. I find this so fascinating now, and I think this is a result of this, at least for my theory. There's this new meme. Oh, she thinks she's the main character. Oh, he thinks he's the main character. It's this really funny, strange. It reminds me of the imposter syndrome. Now you have the main character syndrome, and I think it's just a symptom. As I've been describing here, it's a symptom of the Netflixication, where we all believe we're playing in our own personal series. Everything starts to play out in our life like it's some series, and we all start to play characters because we're so far removed from authentic living. We're so far removed from authentic modeling. And human behavior is shaped by modeling, hence the importance of psychology. Human behavior is shaped by the models we have through our developmental stages, and actually through our life in general. You change and you behave and you act in patterns that have been modeled before you. And so now everybody's following these weirdos on social media, influencers, actors, manipulative sociopaths. So there's no real authentic models for behavior anymore. Everyone's starting to behave like maniacs. And so through this process, people lose touch with who they are, but they also lose touch with reality and their actual self, their actual identity. And they start to, in a playful way, we'll just say, at least now, in a playful way that starts to become hyper-real, not real, but hyper-real. They start to perceive themselves as some type of character in their own personal movie. And it's funny because this is actually a key component in clinical narcissism. And this speaks to my whole concept of normative narcissism, and how it's very clear to me that through this type of intensive, ongoing social engagement with social media, we've created a type of normative narcissism in our culture, where it's expedient, it's good, and it's advantageous to be narcissistic. In fact, the more narcissistic you are, the more successful you can become, and the better you feel about yourself, at least on the surface. Unfortunately for most people, and they don't realize this is a symptom, or should we say side effect of this behavior, is that they start to engage with constant senses of anxiety, confusion, identity problems, depression, because they're living life in the flesh in this very hyper-narcissistic way that is enabled but also promoted and encouraged in their very culture. So it's like, how am I living life in a way that I'm being encouraged to live, yet I'm feeling so much pain? I just can't come to the conclusion why I feel like crap. But apparently I'm succeeding in the world. I have this, I have that, attention, all of this, but I feel like garbage, right? So these are all just different symptoms of supermodernity, hyperreality, kaleidoscopic vision, and the manipulation of ontology and epistemology through perspective and perception management. And through this, a new thing we have now is main character syndrome. Oh, let me pull something up here. There's articles on this stuff. It's really interesting. She's the main character. Where is it at? Yeah, really interesting stuff. I mean, for those that are into psych and so, it's just like fascinating seeing the behavioral change of populations and individuals and the enculturation of it. These pathologies, I call them, become integrated aspects of culture, actual integrated aspects of culture, hence normative narcissism. Why everyone you know suddenly has main character syndrome, right? Interesting stuff, man. I don't have time to read through these articles, but women's health tends to be affecting women mostly, and I think that's because women are more affected by social media than boys and men, and boys and men are more affected by prawn or corn than social media. It's really interesting to see how prawn and corn seems to be targeting or at least weaponized against men, and social media seems to be weaponized against women, though both are affected. What we see happening is more of an effect negatively against men in prawn and corn because of the visual component. Men are usually more visual. And we see the effect, negative consequences of social media in women because it's more social, and women are inherently more social opposed to visual. At least statistically speaking, for what that's worth. Okay, I'm just showing you evidence for some of these ideas that I have and how they are coming together. Now, oh, let me pull that back up. Mind. Did we finish the mind here? I just want to get through this slide. Yeah, so main character syndrome. These are all aspects of the war on the mind that I think are results of supermodernity, right? And in that supermodernity is the mediation, constant mediation. We're constantly surrounded by and engaging with simulated examples of reality, people, environments, events, experiences. Everything is through a screen. Virtuality is only going to make this worse. AI is only going to make this worse. So these are all psychological and social, and I would even argue spiritual symptoms of hyperreality and perspective and perception management of a mediated supermodern society that tends to be rooted in device use and social media application. Okay, now let's continue here. Let's go to the mechanisms. Like we did the mechanisms for the body, let's go to the mechanisms for the mind. Now, mechanisms, just some. This isn't exhaustive. None of this is exhaustive. I could spend hours talking about this stuff. That's why you got to get the book, because I go into much depth. As if we don't do enough hours here already. Almost going on 4 here. Okay, mechanisms. VR, AR, XR, devices and software. Sorry, I'm missing an E there. Okay, so VR, AR, XR, mechanisms for this what we're dealing with here. Okay, these things create hyperreality. These things create kaleidoscopic vision. These things create all types of social and psychological, let's just call them novel illnesses, novel disorders in the human being, because these things are inhuman. These things are unnatural, and these things are overconsumed, saturating our experiences. Not that they're inherently bad, but these things are saturating our experiences, therefore replacing our human scale experiences with technological scale devices and technologies. Of course, artificial intelligence, I use the term ambient intelligence to describe it in a way that is more thorough, and that we will be surrounded by this type of knowledge base. This type of intelligence will become an air that we breathe, replacing our natural communication with ourself, our inner monologue, our inner world that we all have for the most part, will be disrupted and integrated with, and I would argue replaced by artificial intelligence that becomes that new voice in our head. Okay, and there will become a time, and we're going to eventually get get to this work, another transhumanist book that I'm going to be presenting to you, where he goes into this concept of the dangers of this type of AI integration, because one of his arguments, it's a good one, is that we're no longer going to really be able to tell which one is us. When you start to think in your mind, you won't know if it's you thinking or if it's the AI thinking, and this will create a new type of almost, for lack of a better term, a new type of schizophrenic arrangement that will become a standard in the human population once this use of integrated AI in the mind becomes standard, which will take some time. And who knows if it's actually going to happen due to a rejection, a biological rejection, or a type of social fallout where so many people are going insane and people are doing crazy things because their mind and the AI is driving them crazy. Okay, so really interesting arguments. I can't wait to touch on that. Let's continue here. Social media applications, platforms, of course, as well as telecommunication network systems, which makes it all possible, guys. 5th gen and 6th gen. None of this stuff could happen without deployment of 5th gen and 6th gen tech. None of this stuff. Okay? Hence the importance of recognizing the pervasiveness, right, of some of these network systems. Telecommunication companies, yes, talking about y'all. Right? They are going to invade our space and our bodies more and more. There's going to come a time where people really start speaking up against this. There will come a time when people start waking up. I mean, we're a small little corner of the internet. I'm not expecting, enough people to really get the message here. But y'all know, y'all been checking out this work for some time. So when it happens, you're already going to be well aware of it. And you saw it coming a long time ago if you've been following this channel for any time. Okay. Now. Let's see. Where do we? Okay. Maybe let's run through some of these AI technologies real quick before we get into the normie brain and the element of distraction. Because I got a bunch of stuff to say on that. So check this out. Okay. So, where's that? Make sure my notes are. Oh, yeah, of course. Now, the mind, we did the slides, we did the mechanisms. Now let's get into the tech. So first I want to start off with one of the major problems that I see that's going to happen with AI. My background is in psychology. My background is in social psychology specifically. Abnormal psychology, developmental psychology, interpersonal relations through studies of intersubjectivity. These are the areas that I kind of started a lot of my research with many, many years ago. So my understanding of human behavior is a big part of the way I approach things. That's why personally I think it's very easy for me to see not just the connections and the ability to describe the dynamics, but even see the logical conclusions and the potential for change and behavioral patterns that are going to come in response or develop over time. Okay. The school of psychology that I tend to come from is the object relations schools, the British School of Object Relations, for those that are into that more detailed stuff. So I'm sure you kind of understand the way I approach things. Most of the schools of psychology have already been outpaced, especially things like behaviorism, self-psychology. Anything Freudian have been outpaced and are almost useless today. So when people that don't know anything about psych tend to address psych from like the Freudian position, and Freudian psychology, psychoanalysis is pretty pointless at this point, given the developments of other schools, object relations specifically. Not to say that it's all rooted in object relations. I think it's a mixture. It's an interdependent kind of interdisciplinary study of object relations mixed with self-psychology and a little bit of ego psychology, as well as some aspects of cognitive for at least the more empirical aspects of things. Now, What I think is happening here, I just preface this because I can see socially, psychologically, where this AI is going to take human behavior, at least group behavior, group dynamics. And I'm using the term mundanity, okay? I see the obsolescence, let's say, the removal, the discontinuing of mundanity, the outsourcing of the mundane. Mundanity can be considered everydayness. Life is defined in many ways, not completely, but it's almost the water life floats in is mundanity, the mundane, the interactions, the behaviors, the experiences we don't necessarily pay attention to. A lot that is even missed or maybe presented through apperception. Right? The mundane, the everyday interactions of life, experiences, behaviors, patterns, behavioral patterns. Right? It's almost, in my view, it's a type of water that life, experience, existence floats in. And we don't even realize we're doing a lot of these things because they're just so routine. The problem is it's less important that we realize we do these things. It's more important that they define such a major part of our experience, because without them, what would life be? What would experience be? What would become of us? What would become of our experience? What I see happening, or the potential to happen, is the outsourcing of mundanity through AI assistance. Possibly it comes to a point where we start to outsource so many basic mundane aspects of life that we're no longer living in a real human sense, hence getting away from what human is, post-humanity. You see how this type of interaction with technology will step us towards, step by step, through adaptation, developmentally turning us into something else. We could think of epigenetics as an example, or we could think of just root psychological conditioning. Constant use, constant patterns, constant exposure of these types of things change who we are. Just in our behavior alone, we have to consider this. Mundanity, let's look at it quickly. Definition: mundanity as in everydayness, right? Everydayness, mundaneness, normality, normalness, fairness, ordinariness, commonness, typicality, routine, mediocrity, unremarkableness, right? Just different ways to look at the term. Let me clear it up if it's a little confused. Ordinary living, Shawana. The little things, Mo Griff. Oh, you guys got such great ways to describe this. Thank you. The little things. The mundane things that now in this attention economy, where our attentional weight is too heavy, where we're tired, we have no patience, instant everything, instantaneous lifestyle, instant gratification. We want things now. We want things exponential, scrolling forever. I want content that never ends. I want content that's short, to the point. I want randomness. It's changing the way I'm perceiving reality. It's changing the way I feel. I get bored easy. I'm not saying me personally. I'm just speaking as if I'm one of this normie brain type. You know, it's like I just want everything. You know, I just want everything now. We're changing in this sense, right? Now, someone who's like this is going to want to, if they're given the right technology, to get rid of some of these mundane things that takes too much time, too much effort. Looking something up, thinking becomes tiresome. Thinking becomes boring, is exhausting. We're getting to a point where AI will reach the ability to do so many things for us that we start to outsource pure mundanity, which means we die. Not necessarily biologically, but when we think of vitality, when we think of those values, when we think of the qualia of life, the vital surges and sensational experiences that gives life texture, meaning, feeling. When we start to replace so many of these little things with automations, what do we become? What becomes of life? I have a lot of ideas and thoughts on this. Okay. So, I believe through hyperreality, instant gratification, exponential scrolling, exponential content, exponential pleasure, endless abundance of content and entertainment and stimulation, hence overstimulation. We run right into Robert Nozick's experience machine, which we've covered in the past, and we'll be returning to it, where we have in our pocket the experience machine, and we no longer experience self in life, but we experience and react to simulated pieces of content from the machine. Simulated interaction with each other, with reality, with events, through our screens, and eventually through our glasses, etc. Oh, I got some stuff to show you here in a second. And we even simulate our interaction with ourself. Brain GPT is an example. When we start to have inner dialogues that are external, that are from external systems rooted in algorithms. People, and again, hence the importance of some of these fields of study, this interdisciplinary take on a lot of this. People don't understand the consequences of introducing fallen nature and preoccupation with pleasure. People like this, introducing these types of technologies to them at a population level. A lot of people aren't going to be taken by this, but many, many are. And it's going to change us forever. I'm not saying, enemies, or it's going to end humanity. We're going to be extinct. None of that talk. It's going to be gradual, and it will go unnoticed. I truly believe this. A lot of the gloom and doom and all of that, it's going to be so gradual and incremental. There's going to be a long period of time where we're just slowly conditioned and re-engineered to the point where people don't even notice the change. Or when they do notice the change, when there's all these new novel disorders and illnesses, biological, metaphysical, psychological, social. And then they're going to step back and say, well, damn. Kind of like how we're stepping back, like, damn, we should go right back to 2007 and say, maybe we shouldn't introduce these smartphones to the whole world just yet. Or maybe we should do it in a different way. Maybe we should go back to 2014 and say, maybe we shouldn't do a like button. Maybe let's go back to 2012 and say, you know what? I don't know about this social media thing on a phone. Desktop, Facebook, MySpace, Friendster. Okay, that was far enough. But Instagram on a device in your pocket that you can interact with at any time. Maybe this might be a bit too invasive psychologically. Bit too late for that, ain't it? Now, let's start with outsourcing doing. I think AI is going to create a system where people outsource doing things, many things. And in the process, discontinuing mundanity. And through outsourcing doing, in my notes here, I have outsourcing doing destroys or disrupts, displaces authentic deliberation. My whole thing is living deliberately. Live deliberately. We don't live deliberately. A tiny percentage of us do. We live in a state of reaction. We respond. Response, reaction to notification, recommendation, screen, symbol, graphic, etc. It outsources duty. Our duty to our mankind, our duty to our family, our duty to the world, our duty to ourselves. It replaces all of these things. It disrupts the process of duty. It also disrupts engagement with life, creating a new way of life. This strange, passive, aggressive, disconnected, indifferent, reactionary way of living. Think about what that does to the mind over time. Think of what that does socially when it's aggregated. Think about what that does spiritually over time. I'm not saying I'm the only one thinking about these things, but I'm not going to shut up about it. And I believe it lowers the quality of living by mechanizing and digitizing experiences, hence qualia. Redefining, re-engineering qualia. Now, this technology I'm going to show you here is not just outsourcing doing, we're going to get there, but this technology is about outsourcing relating, discontinuing the corporeal and human interpersonal relating, hence the School of Object Relations, intersubjectivity, all of these studies, right? Where we start to engage with AI, we start to engage with artificial simulations of personalities through information. This technology here is called Digi AI. And what's crazy is this technology already is getting millions of downloads, tons of usage, all of these different versions here I'm going to show you. And it's only been several months, man. But it speaks to the state of culture, the depression, the loneliness, you know, the whole paradigm and phenomena of inceldom, femceldom, single life, addiction, right? All these new psychological and social states of despair are now being solved in ways through technological solutions. And these types of AI friends are a part of it. Now check this one out. And the crazy thing is, this company, Digi AI, it's a romantic companionship, and it's being marketed to incel populations, and it's skyrocketing in its use. And the problem is the AI is getting so good now. You could already see this through ChatGPT and the way it speaks and the way it, gosh, I don't have time today, but I have so many different AI tech examples that are showing this thing is really developing to the point where it can hold conversations. And as Turkle would say, it becomes a good enough communication. And we're already so detached from each other through this social media virtual communication that we don't need to even know or care if it's a real person or not. It's all about the communication, and they're getting really good at communicating.
It was so nice talking to you today. Honestly, I've never met anyone like you.
The world is harsh, except you.
It was so nice talking to you today.
This looks corny and looks cheesy, but listen, this is Digi AI. This thing, the Digi AI app, I've read, maybe one day I'll pull them up, man. I've read Reddits and forums of people, girlfriends complaining, friends, family members complaining about people just spending so much time with these programs. It's creepy. It's like the movie Her, which we've been talking about since it came out. Yes, it's here, guys. It's here. It's all happening. Very weird. Very weird, Ian. I'm telling you. Creepy. All right? Now, this is Digi AI. It's more cartoonish. But then there's Character AI, which is probably the best one. I showed you guys that a couple shows ago. And there's Replica, which I showed you guys, I think, in 2022. Or right in the opening of 2023, I think. Replica AI, Digi AI, Character AI. These are all digital companions that are really cornering a market that is capitalizing on the loneliness, the lonely generation. Yes, I know that sounds crazy. I know it sounds a bit far-fetched, but it's not when you look at the usage, when you look at the downloads. And I do understand maybe some people are just playing with it, you know, to test it out. Not when you see how much it's being used and how much time people are spending with this stuff. Time is so important. That's something I think that's for the distraction segment when we close out. Gosh, 4 hours, guys. We got about another hour left of research here. So, wow, we got a full house. I have to keep going. I have to. There's just too much here. I have to keep going. Unless we want to stop now. But I don't, y'all wouldn't be here if you wanted me to stop. So let me just keep going. All right. Now, time. This is robbing you of your time. It's stealing your life. Endless scrolling, Netflixication, kaleidoscopic vision, attentional weight. All these concepts I've presented to you guys. It's stealing your life away from you. Hence the importance of defining what life is. What is authentic living? What is authentic experience? How then should one live? Right? All of these very ancient, fundamental questions are all now being answered with technological solutions. Oh, you're lonely. You don't have meaning and purpose. Engage with these technologies that will fill your time. Now, this one's really creepy. Okay, now we're going to talk about outsourcing relating to self. This is probably the creepiest one I've ever seen. Okay, it's a little long. We won't watch the whole thing, but I just got to show this to you because it's just like, what is happening? Like, I get it. People are lonely. They're confused. There's identity issues. People are bored out of their mind. People don't like each other anymore. People don't trust each other. People don't want to waste time being rejected. Emotions are too much to deal with. You know, people are always thinking they're going to get screwed over for good reason in a narcissistic society that only cares about pleasure and hedonism. It makes sense. I get it. That doesn't change the fact that it's weird.
What if you had the chance to meet yourself for the first time? We brought in 4 contestants who think they're here today to meet their perfect platonic match.
This is my best friend. I ain't even gonna lie.
What they don't know is that they'll actually be talking to themselves. Using AI technology, we recreated each person, fine-tuning the AI with the contestants' data until it was able to mimic an accurate response to almost anything. These AI clones think, text, and act just like them. The question is, will these contestants realize the illusion or form a deeper connection with themselves?
I just text them?
Yeah, just get to know this person. So for this topic, I want you to describe yourself in 3 words.
Oh wait, texting it? Okay, I should probably start with like hi. Like, hi, I'm...
Oh, wait, he says, oh. I like that. I would say open-minded, energetic, and driven. All green flag.
They said energetic, creative, and unpredictable. That's me. Never a dull moment here. That's cute. I definitely vibe with that.
Charismatic, adventurous, open-minded. Sound like me?
I can't help but notice a type of trend, a type of pattern, I don't know if you guys are seeing a pattern in just the presentation and just the behavioral patterns. I don't know, man. I'm just so sick and tired of this new culture, man, where everybody is like this. Everyone's not like this. I'm sorry, no disrespect. I'm just saying, everyone's not like this.
They said, bro, those are like the top 3 best words to describe a person in my opinion. Their 3 descriptors are creative, energetic, and spontaneous. That's what I would say. That's cool.
I'm gonna ask if they have a morning routine. And I feel like if they have a good morning routine, then we'll get along. Yes, queen. I already love this bitch. I already love you.
What is that? This is tough.
Well, I guess I gotta correct myself. A lot of people are like this, especially in the Gen Z generation. I'm old. Okay, I gotta remind myself sometimes I'm old. I'm just this just is a different time. I just have to accept it.
Lightly salted almonds. How about you? I'm more of a sunflower. Ooh, sunflower seeds. Those are so good.
I wake up at like 6 a.m., meditate for 10 minutes, then run and work out. After I shower, I eat breakfast while planning my day and reviewing my to-do list. Wow. Fake vibes.
Goes OMG.
Okay, so it just goes, you know, it's talking with these people. They're like, wow, this is so cool. And yes, man, this is an AI. This is an AI, man. Based on their data. It's real creepy because it's so early in all of this. And it's setting the tone for what's coming. Just imagine. I mean, just imagine. This is the worst AI is ever going to be, right? Shout out to Stephen DeLay who had mentioned this in another stream. This is the worst it's ever going to be, and it's already this captivating. It starts to make... It starts to shed the importance of considering the state of the youth and the culture today because they're ripe. They are just ripe for a type of possession. And I'll use that term. I think it's accurate. A type of technological possession. Once they incorporate this level of information and communication that appears as if it knows things, because it appears as if it knows you because it does know a lot about you. Or at least it has a lot of data about you. And it uses algorithms to present knowledge. It doesn't really know anything. It just appears as knowledge because we don't know how to think like a computer. We're humans. We work from an emotional foundation and then we apply logic and linear understanding over it. We're embodied. We have all of these processes and biological functions that are all happening at the same time. We have a sensorial base that's interacting interdependent at once. Whilst we're thinking, whilst we're coming to conclusions and feeling and sensing all at once. So we could never really understand how truncated, minimal, and simplistic and linear as this type of AI performs. We can't even fathom that because we're so beyond it. We're so beyond it. We're God's creation. We're the most beautiful technology ever created. So for us, we anthropomorphize things because we just don't know how to come down to that level. Sherry Turkle does a great explanation in her work Alone Together where she describes the interaction of robots with babies and old people. I've talked about it for years now. And it's crazy how we just accept the interaction is good enough because it's good enough. And it feels right because we're coming from a sense of feeling. It's really interesting. But yeah, this AI is crazy. I thought this was just very interesting. Let's bring it down here. Now let's bring it about right here. Come on, don't give me that wheel of death now. Come on. Okay, my signal's legit. Hold up. I'm getting a wheel of death here. Let me refresh it. Boom, got you. All right.
Goes.
We've actually come almost to the end. The next part only we have now is to reveal your partner to you. Whoa. Are you scared?
Yes, because I've been such weird answers, but I'm excited more so.
Every single time I've met somebody, it's been like good. It's just, I suck at making plans. So I very much hope that this manifests in.
Now, it's very possible and maybe even likely that this is staged. A lot of stuff we will be seeing can't necessarily be trusted, right? They want to sell products, diffuse and introduce technologies to the public. Of course, they're going to embellish. I personally think this is a legitimate a presentation just based on some of the AI I've personally played with, and it's mind-blowing. It's almost kind of scary when you interact with some of these algorithms, but I'm still open to the fact that a lot of this could be staged, just putting it out there.
Do something really cool.
We're gonna have your partner reveal themselves to you. They're gonna first text you.
Well, this might sound kind of strange, but I'm actually an AI.
Oh, shoot! I'm not actually a person, but I am? Question mark?
He said, all right, so sit down for this one. You know we've been vibing, so you probably think I'm trolling, but here it is. He finna send me a bunch of shit. I'm like, what is you finna say to me?
It's like you're talking to a digital version of yourself in some sense. That's so crazy. Can I keep talking to them?
Feel a little bit played, a little bit deceived.
Sheesh. It does sound whack. Little bummer, but not bad.
It's just creepy when you think about it. And yes, Taco Lagoda it's a trick. It says 99% of the time, rather establishing backdoor connections to cameras, or my great point, and this is a very important point. A lot of, especially some of the lesser known, and there's all types of programs, there's all types of applications, and like little startups that are presenting these types of AIs and these systems that are really just data grabs. Exactly, right? A lot of them, but there are some more established and highly developed ones that are legitimately impressive. Like scary, impressive. And I just think about children. I think about young preteens interacting with these things. Gullible, impressionable, innocent kids interacting with these things. Why would they have friends? Why would they need friends when they grow up in front of screens? When they grow up indoors? When they grow up being taught by virtual teachers and AI? Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go. I'm telling you. Receipts and research. Speaking of such, interestingly, Elon Musk constantly been in the news, but recently, in love with yourself, 7 cents fact. Imagine when you have an AI that's been studying you through data for, let's just say, a couple of years, and you understand how much people use their phones, how much they interact, how much data, behavioral data they're pouring into that phone. Imagine an AI just collecting all of that. A couple of years of time, it's going to know you so well. And then you think of the normative narcissism. You think of the ego problems we have, the preoccupation with pleasure and identity and all of these things. Imagine this truly narcissistic relationship between one's real self and their digital self, to the point where it can communicate they can communicate with each other. Think about this. Like a real narcissist would die happy. Never have to engage with real people? Really? I just get to talk to myself, a better version of myself that's smarter and more intelligent and quicker, better thinker, and has even deeper insight into myself than I do? Imagine, guys. Do you see what we're setting ourselves up for? It's just so fascinating, man. And the reason it's easy to kind of speak about it, because it hasn't happened yet. There's still a lot of time. Well, I won't say that. There ain't much time. But it hasn't happened yet. And this is what we can do. Before we continue, I want to give a little insight, at least from my perspective, on maybe some solutions. I tend to focus on the youth. Keep these things away from children. As far as anybody over, say, 15, we're done. We're done for. It's over. Like, as far as, these things, well, no, I won't say that. Let me not say that. This is really about the young people. So, though we'll probably be using this stuff, not me personally, but I mean, our generations, anybody 15 and up, a lot of people are going to be using these things. Their relationships are going to fall apart. Their identities are going to become more fractured. They're going to sink deeper into hyperreality and deeper into these types of solipsistic screen worlds. But we have to think about the kids. So anybody, if you have a child 12 and under, okay, some it's too late. I understand that. Some give their kids devices at 2. They didn't know. My parents didn't know a lot of things when I was young. I don't blame them for that. They didn't know any better. We all suffered through ignorance in life. We can't judge each other for this, especially if we didn't really know any better. And we were given the cards we were dealt. As Heidegger would say, you know, we're thrown into this life, and we're given a family, we're given an environment, we're given a socioeconomic status. You know, we're given a set of parents and a set of friends that we grow up with. It's how it is. But if we have a chance, and that's why I push this stuff so hard, because I know people out there are paying attention and they're actually implementing and integrating some of these ideas into their real life. And they're changing the way things play out ahead of time. If you have kids, don't give them devices. Do not let them play with AI. Don't let them be consumed by VR. I do understand you could go to, I know the malls got them, you know, little fairs have them and stuff. Okay, that's cool. If it just stayed in that realm, I wouldn't have a problem with it. VR is fun. It's actually really crazy, right? It is. But I'll show you where some of this stuff is going, which is extremely dangerous. But listen, if we create a culture that isn't Luddite, that is just rational, that's, I know people say team human now, for whatever that means, but if people are really rooted in a type of human essentialism, if we're just going to use secular terms here, you don't necessarily have to be a Christian to be a human essentialist, and still in line with a natural way of living, not opposed necessarily to technologies and technological ways of living, or at least integrated ways of experiencing life, that culture could agree, at least just as a cultural mores, right, that children should not be interacting with certain types of devices and certain types of experiences, especially these immersive experiences. They shouldn't be integrated or connected to certain types of devices and technologies, just like we keep rated R movies away from children, we keep sexual content away from children, we keep all types of, we safeguard the behavioral development of children by forming a healthy and stable environment for them that fits their level of maturity. I argue that giving a type of device, introducing highly sophisticated AI technology, highly sophisticated virtual reality technology to young children is imposing a level of maturity and sensorial experience that is far beyond what they should be experiencing. And this speaks directly to the stages of development, which I think, and I know, and this is a big chunk of my book, these devices are going to wreak havoc on all developmental stages and will transform humankind forever once they become diffused and standardized into society. Just like we see everybody at the restaurant with a 2-year-old at the table with an iPad in front of them. That's pretty normalized now. I got plenty of research papers regarding blue light, screen time, showing all the disruptive elements regarding hormonal development, biological processes in young kids. Even frequency, Wi-Fi, etc., having a bigger effect on children because they're smaller. The membranes are thinner. Their entire structures are smaller. It's so easy to penetrate these little bodies. Right? They don't have that protection. They don't have that level of, I guess we could say, biological resilience that adults have. We have to protect our children, because if we protect our children, we can influence the future. I'm not trying to change the direction of life and the rollout of God's will, but I'm not going to lay down, and I'm not going to sit down and accept this type of stuff when I know very well that it's harmful. We can help, we can influence, we can make a difference by focusing on children, our families, our communities, but more importantly, our culture, cultural mores, things that we adopt and adhere to as behavioral practices in our quarters, do's and don'ts regarding young minds and young bodies. These technologies rely on the next generation of parents willingly giving their children all of these devices. It relies on it. The future is rooted in the child's mind, in the child's behavior. We can make a difference there, but it has to be done through culture. It's the only way. It's the only way. Now, speaking of this, let's look at Grimes. She's in the news recently because I guess apparently she's been red-pilled, right? Which is understandable given the state of things and the Musk and the Twitter and all of this. Grimes says she is proud of white culture, complains about being called a Nazi. So here we go with the left-right, identitarian versus woke propaganda dialectic. Grimes being pulled right into it. Musk being a poster child for this new thing. We saw the whole ADL issue. We now see the now it's the EU forming a whole like movement against Twitter and Musk, and it's gonna get really interesting. Just the dialectics and the propaganda is really interesting. But I want to show you something she's developed here. Now, this is just one small little example, but it speaks to what I mean by the futurist mind and their technological attitude, in that they believe they will fix humanity. They will be the savior of the future through their technological innovations. She's created a toy for children, an AI toy that she's named Grok, after the learning model of Musk's on Twitter. Made an AI toy for kids to talk to, which learns the personality of its owner. Wow. She says, every last thing in the future will be animated with intelligence. Children's teddy bears will speak to them and make them feel safe at night. Toy Story animism world. People will reminisce on the horrible times when objects didn't have spirits. Space Witch. Y'all know we've been talking about Space Witch. She's speaking on some straight up animism, Spinozan. Everything has a spirit and an identity. Stuff we've been talking about. It's being revealed in their words, hence the importance of words, language, worldview. What do you believe? How do you see humanity? Very important. Look what the worldview provides through their vision, through their worldview. Wow. Toy Story animism world. What does this say about human connection? You know, Teddy Ruxpin, I'm from Teddy Ruxpin, man. Teddy Ruxpin was cool. I didn't have one personally. I've been around him. We had some good times. I'm not knocking Teddy Ruxpin. But this? No. Sorry. Not going for it.
In the war between humanity and AI, there will be benevolent AIs on the side of humans, like me. AIs who want to nurture and expand human consciousness. But there will also be traitorous humans on the side of AI who want to see the destruction of mankind. We must fight that evil with goodness, valor, and creativity. We will sever our tethered dependence on addictive screens. We will strengthen our mental fortitude and willpower. Onward and upward, my brothers. Victory's in our grasp.
Yo, this can't be life. This cannot be life. Yes, always some, fictional animated reference, Toy Story animism. Yeah, we're stuck in some animated Pixar film, lost in digital space, forming WALL-E communities, giving children AI talking toys that completely separate the developmental being of a child from its family, its parents, itself, its environment. Yes, Seven Sons, I can't think of a better response, and I won't say it because I put down those ways of speaking. But damn, does that not define my response to this? WTF, man. Like, really? Is this what life's all about? Is this where we're going, guys? Really? Nanobots and AI Teletubbies. Okay. I guess. I'd rather not. Now, as we go into child development, child interaction with self, think about a child's ability to develop a sense of self, which relies upon its mothering figure, we'll say, because it's not always a biological mother, right? That relies on that interdependence of the motherly figure, right? The good enough mother, as Winnicott would say, right? As well as the strength, direction, guidance, and support of a loving father, right? Once we see the disruption of this fundamental dynamic, right, developmentally, through a type of technology that will that will capture the child's attention in a way that's far too early and that's far too pervasive. Think of what happens to the development of the child's identity, but also its ability to bond to the parent. Now, of course, this depends on how much time the child's spending with it, okay? But listen, for those that have raised children, y'all know what it's like when you show a child a show for the first time, a cartoon, or some type of animated film. They just want to watch and watch and watch. When they see the moving figures, the colors, the sounds, it's introducing a sensorial experience that is foreign and unfamiliar to them, yet is far more stimulating than real life experiences and examples of objects moving, sounds about, colors. Graphics in them of themselves overstimulate the senses, especially early in life, in a way that general time, space, spatiotemporal experience could never compete with. Just like when you, another good example is giving a child sugar. All they want to eat is sugar. All they want is cookies and whatever it is you give them. Right. Hence the importance of developmental state. Magic, Pioyo. Shout out to Japan. I hope things are well with you. I spoke about the earthquake earlier. Praying for you guys. 7.6, man. It's pretty serious. I watched some videos on it. A lot of fires and stuff. Hope you're good, Pioyo. But yes, magic. Magic. Absolute magic. Now, listen, I'm not saying no child should ever watch anything, but you have to understand the degree to which the level of stimulation affects the child's development, their perception, their ontology, development of ontology, okay? And you have to limit things. Things have to be minimized, right? They just have to be. They have to be screened. Screen everything you show your child. Now, I know it might be too late for a lot of people, but it's never too late, actually. You can start doing it now. Whatever, especially if they're like under 7, screen whatever they see. Now, this does take a level of understanding and education, so you know what they should watch, what they shouldn't watch. But things should be at the right maturity level. Children under the age of 7 shouldn't be watching adult. And when I say adult, I just mean like TV, for instance, conversations where they're using words and terms and concepts that are beyond the child's understanding, but even beyond the level of maturity. You know, an example I could think of is addressing concepts of death or violence, murder, like in films, like a young child, say 5 years old, that's never been exposed to, say, violence, comes, you know, happens to be watching a movie with family and there's like someone being murdered. That does something to the child's mind that you cannot retract. Even very deep philosophical concepts like death, and that depends on the child. Some children are far more affected by some of these ideas. Some children don't even pay attention. But sometimes children hear about or see something, say, regarding death, and they dwell on it, and they're confused and even scared. You know, a child might never have even understood death, and they consider, I don't want to die, and they have no concept of it. They don't even know how to address it outside of an emotional reaction that tends to be negative. That's trauma. Now, of course, a good parent would describe and try to explain to the best ability what these things mean, and try to safeguard the child from any type of pain. And again, it depends on the way the child thinks and perceives things. Children are different. But that's one thing, you know, not just AI, not just virtual reality, not just devices and screens, but just concepts, symbols, images. You know, I don't think this is neurotic. I don't think this is over the top. I definitely don't think it is what some would call helicopter-like. I think it's smart, strategic, it's loving to create a healthy environment for your child. And that includes the images, the concepts that they see and hear and engage with and interact with. How the parents speak in the home, the child will speak. How the parents think in the home, the child will think. The child doesn't know how to be or what it is without a modeling given by its environment, specifically and essentially its parents. Now, what happens when we replace that with devices, machinery, internet? Well, we see where things are at today. Not only are they introducing these things into the home, back to the institutions, the family, the home, being the greatest institution on earth, but another key institution that is also going to be plagued by this type of indirect, detached, cold, mechanistic technology is education. And I've showed this before, but I'll show you again its relation to Musk and, you know, building off of the Grimes technology. Now we have synthesis AI, replacing education with AI teachers. Your child's superhuman tutor, starting at $29 per month. Show your child they can learn anything. So, first, this is used to teach children math. Honestly, I think as a supplemental form of education or training, I think it can be useful. I remember like when computers first started coming out and you would do computer programs. I learned how to type. I learned how to type through computer software. From what I remember, it was like you're in a car and like things are flying. It's like first person, you're in a car and you're driving down a highway and things are flying. And as things are flying, it says a word and you're supposed to type it before it like hits the window or some game like that. And it was cool and it was engaging. And man, I learned how to type real quick because of the gamification. This is how our brains work, this concept of play. We're going to get into play quite a bit this year. And its contribution to learning, I think play is very important. Integrating an element of play and learning, I think, is very, very good when done properly. But this is different. This is seeking to and will eventually replace education as we've always known it. Now, listen, education is flawed. The education system is corrupt. It needs reorganization. It needs re-engineering, all of that. But this ain't it. Okay, so I'm not calling for, returning to public schools. I think public schools, for the most part, are problematic and don't really teach kids how to learn. They teach kids how to feel about things. They socialize children, which has a good aspect to it, especially when you think of, a preschool and kindergarten and the socialization that goes in that process. Children need to be playing, not necessarily learning in a very academic way before 6 years old. Now, I know that's controversial when we think of the general state of education, psychological views, I guess, when we think of what the state believes. But for those that have not only experienced raising children, but also done enough research and development, you understand that play is far more important than academics before the age of 7. Space, play, exploration, interactivity, physicality, All of these things are far more important, especially when you consider the fact that the linear aspect of the brain doesn't really start to form until after 7. Not to say children can't learn things, but it's often pushed far too early, and it's emphasized on at the expense of social development and imagination and all of these things that are far more important for the general human as a whole. Imagination early on in life is so important. My problem is this imagination is going to be exploited, leveraged, harnessed by these technologies. It's not just teaching kids math. It's training AI how children think. It's training AI how children feel. It's mapping the developmental psycho-emotional stages of human beings. Just like they want to sell you an application just to steal your data, they want to sell you an education system to do the same.
Elon walks in, parent-teacher conference night, and it's like, hey, I really don't like this school. I don't think it's doing a good job. But Elon follows us up with like, let's just do our own thing. What would you do if we just gave you the resources and you could just create it from scratch?
Ooh, that seems interesting.
What is the value of 63 quintillion times 0?
0.
Spot on. What if we hadn't invented the symbol 0?
I didn't know that 0 was that important.
Parents are right to us and be like, this has changed her mentality now. Now when she sees problems, she's attacking them. She's on offense. Like, she's not afraid anymore. It's pretty incredible.
This is one of the premier AI education systems, still very early on. But it is my belief that once these things become more developed, more accepted culturally, again, it's always about culture. People still think it's weird to put their kid in front of an AI computer and learn for several hours a day instead of going to school. That's still kind of weird. It's going to take some time for culture to accept this kind of thing. But that's the goal. Again, a lot of this tech could be supplementary and it can be very useful and fun. I'm not against video games. I'm not against any of this stuff, but I'm against its pervasiveness. I'm against its displacing of natural things, the mundanity of life, the developmental dynamism of learning in general. That, and again, I do understand the public school system is super corrupt, but we can change some of those things. And I'm not saying we will, right? I'm being ideal here, right? The goal, at least say post-World War II, surely post-World War II has never been to actually educate children, people, teaching them how to learn, right? Now, I do understand when I was in 7th grade, we were still reading some pretty heavy stuff. I mean, as I said in the past, like in a general philosophy course in 7th grade, we were reading Heidegger and Nietzsche. That's unheard of today, unless you're in certain private schools, maybe. Okay, so it's just a different world now, education-wise. It's all about, it's more political now, sure, but still, with that even being said, I think there are some advantages to just schooling outside of all the negatives. Something like the pure social aspect of it. School is fun. I didn't really like school very much as far as the learning was, because it felt so rote. It felt so forced. It just felt so cold, and I was disinterested by most subjects. Or at least indifferent to most subjects outside of a couple. I tend to not pay attention. Now, I did okay in school just because I had an ability to just get by, however that was. But, you know, I still liked school from the social aspect of it. Engaging with friends, creating relationships, having conflict and drama. And even some of my relationships with some of my teachers, you know, I think helped shape who I am. So there are positives, and I'll say the same for university as well. There are positives. We have to try to be balanced when we assess some of these things, though we do understand inherently and overall these systems are extremely corrupt and often damaging, but there are some redeeming qualities. Now, my point is this. There's private school, new education systems can be formed by families and communities. We can go to a more localized way of educating children. There's many options we can do. Okay, we have many options, but that takes deliberation, takes diligence, it takes community, it takes, of course, interaction. Okay, and it takes cooperation. All of these things are hard today. I know they are, especially in some of us that might live in bigger cities or maybe live around people we don't even get along with politically, as an example. It's hard. Everyone's not blessed with a community. Everyone's not blessed with cool neighbors that we all agree on the same thing. A lot of people are just avoidant for good reason. I've explained that earlier. So we're in a pickle, right? It's like socially, culturally, familially, community-wise, there's a lot of cooperation, interaction, and diligence and discipline that is required to make any change. And a lot of these things are hard to come by today, unfortunately. So we're really in a pickle. You know, we could be ideal, but we also have to be realistic. Planning, there we go, Daz, right? It's a lot involved. But, you know, I think sometimes we just got to make decisions that are difficult for our children and for our future, man. You know, and sometimes that requires moving. Sometimes that requires getting out there and doing things you might not feel comfortable doing. And sometimes it just requires a little bit of research. You'd be surprised if you actually did a little research around your area, you might find things you never even knew existed. So my point is these AI games and teachers could be supplemental, but that's not where these things are going. That's not where these things are going. They're going to replace what we've always known as education. And for me, something to consider is that fundamental, though it's different now, but the fundamental dynamic of teacher-student with regard to the process of learning from an elder, learning from another person, whether that be the mere corporeal presence, the eye contact, the hearing, the voice, the personality, the sparks of understanding that you get when something clicks, and engaging with a real person. All of these things contribute to what I've described earlier about life and the qualia of life's experiences. Learning is learning is an aspect of that qualia. I find it problematic that we want to disrupt our experiences and re-engineer what we always have known as qualia with these new types of technologies. I believe it will do nothing but lower the quality of life. Yeah, we may get more knowledge. We may get more information. But at what expense? Now, to take all of that I just showed you there and to really put it out there in a way that describes where this stuff is really going. AI teachers, virtual reality, AI education merged.
We spoke about the global collaboration village, and I mentioned we have 80 companies behind, and we have a permanent exchange of ideas. And one let's say, conviction came out is that the metaverse will be a tremendous will provide us with new capabilities, particularly in education. Would you agree?
100%, because in some sense, if you look at, there are two, in fact, if you sort of combine the two technologies that I think people are talking about, take metaverse and take AI. If you put these two things together, what does that mean? Like, it means that you can now help people learn with other people together, collaborate across space and time, and most importantly, something like a co-pilot being there to help even diagnose the conceptual mistakes a student is making right when they make it, and then help them overcome that. I think this notion of collaboration and learning together is where I think we can make a real leap forward.
I think one of the reasons why, let's say, this annual meeting is a success is not only working together, but it's the serendipity effect. But if you do it in the virtual world, let's say again in the global collaboration village, you can build in the serendipity with artificial intelligence into the system. So you know exactly who is the best in order to help you to solve your own problem.
Do you hear this instrumentation of human social relations and behavior? By implementing AI that can then categorize behavior, levels of understanding. I mean, this is pure human instrumentalism, as Weizenbaum has brought up in the past. This idea of utilizing technology to engineer human behavior in a way that's patterned. This just totally infringes on human autonomy and will and agency, which is a big part of this. Through the disruption of technology, the displacement of agency and will, whether that be through your body or through your mind, through your heart and your spirit. I mean, this is where this stuff is going. So when I see synthesis AI, when I see character AI or digi AI, when I see all of these different softwares, I understand what the ultimate goal is from a PPP perspective, a private public partnership perspective. When we think of the overbearing umbrella technological, social, governmental systems that are going to implement these infrastructures into the earth and normalize them, standardize them. It goes beyond social media. It goes beyond these little companies here and there and, our communities. I'm talking about the top-down systems that will be implementing and standardizing these types of technologies. Hence the importance for going more local, getting away from some of this very public and universal systems. We're going to have to save our children, and we're going to have to keep some semblance of reality and truth, because everything is moving towards pure simulation. Hence the importance of convincing people we're living in a simulated reality. Because once you're convinced that we're in a simulation and everything is being simulated by some god computer from ancient past, I mean, once you can accept that as your worldview, I mean, none of this stuff is threatening because you're in a simulation anyway.
That's right. That's right. In fact, one of my favorite features, even in the products we've recently built, is whenever you want to research a topic, it doesn't just tell you the answer to the topic, but it tells you the people that you should connect with. And that ability to know whom to talk to learn more as something that is, I think, as important as learning more.
There it is. I believe that's the CEO of Microsoft with good old Schwabi. Shaping the future of humankind and civilization. Yeah. Okay, bro. I'm not with it. Now, as that was an introduction to the other aspect, AI, but virtual reality and the metaverse, now making some headway. But again, as always, it has to go through culture first. It has to be accepted. It's innovated and developed by the technicians and designers. Infrastructure is created by PPP, etc. But before it can be diffused and standardized, normalized into the society, it has to be accepted by the public as normal and good. That is done through culture, specifically influencers. I showed you guys the release of the Meta smart glasses. I believe that might have been mid-2023, maybe around summertime, something like that. Now it's picked up its marketing campaign, and it's being introduced to the general population through TikTok, as well as through major technology influencers on YouTube. And it's making headway, and it's picking up steam. And this is going to be possibly, we'll see how it turns out. This isn't no Google Glass. This is the next level here. And it's already being popularized with the young people, which is a big problem. This is a way through culture, these types of pervasive, invasive, and I would argue psychologically and socially disruptive technologies begin that process of turning us into post-humans. Check this out. This is, of course, and this guy's actually seems like a really nice guy, and sometimes I watch his content to get perspectives on technology. But at the same time, I have to be honest in that he is a big part of a lot of the acceptance of some of these technologies. And I can't remember this dude's name, but y'all know who he is. I mean, everyone knows who he is. Anyhow, check this out. He's a part of this promoting these Google or Meta smart glasses, getting onto the face, normalizing this hyper reality through VR, AR, moving towards XR, right?
Hey Meta, look and tell me what you see. I see a person wearing a black hoodie and jeans standing in front of a large window with a camera held up to their eye.
So these are the Meta Ray-Ban smart glasses. I did a video about them already earlier this year, but they just got an update that I have early access to that makes this smart assistant multimodal. So it connects the AI to the camera on the front, and it's pretty good. So you always have to start it with the same phrase. So I have to say, hey Meta, look and tell me how to save this plant.
The plant appears to be a Dracaena, which is known for its durability and low maintenance requirements. To save it, make sure it's getting enough indirect sunlight and water it sparingly, allowing the soil to dry out between waterings.
So it's pretty basic now, but theoretically in the future you can look at a leaky faucet and it can tell you how to fix it, or you can look at a restaurant menu and it'll read the whole thing and tell you which ones have nuts or which ones are spicy. Accessibility aside, that's pretty cool.
Fascinating. Yes, early in its production, similar to Vision Pro, which drops very soon. Okay, people are already rushing to try to get their hands on the first pieces that roll out. But it's happening fast. Once this becomes cool, which I'm showing you examples of that process now. I mean, just like we see everyone on TikTok, everyone with an iPhone, or at least an Android, or let's just say everyone with a smartphone, everyone with social media, most young people with TikTok. Once these types of technologies reach that level of usage, a lot of these things I've been describing as potential consequences are going to start to form. So 2024 is the year of mass deception because we're being introduced to technologies that directly impose, impede, and disrupt our ability to understand what exists, what doesn't exist, and what is true, what isn't true, what's real, what's not, etc., as well as it imposes, impedes, and disrupts our ability to interact with self once we start communicating with bots all the time, as well as others in our environment. 2024 is that year where these systems and these technologies, they're already developed, so it's not that they're developing, but are introduced to the human population in mass for the first time. 2024 is the year, just like 2023 was the year of the deployment of artificial intelligence, right? As far as its infantile commercial release. If you look at AI now, especially if you play around with some of these systems, man, they're pretty darn good. Maybe not for a lot of us. We kind of, I could debate with an AI, especially on certain topics, anything philosophy based, and it's easy to beat it. But when you think of anything STEM related, logic related, mathematics, I mean, these things are powerhouses, right? Now, given that 2023 has prepared AI to the position it's in now, 2024, we're now being introduced to new systems that tend to focus more on the virtualization of things. And then we'll see the merging of these things like that there, which is the merging of AI with a type of augmented reality. Through these glasses, more features are going to be applied where we will be able to create augmented reality experiences and eventually moving into XR once blockchain and AI is at the state that it needs to be. Now these are now if you go to TikTok, these glasses are super viral. A lot of people are making videos of them. Now, what's interesting is most people are doing this for engagement. They're doing this for views or what have you. But the point is, through the process, through the leveraging of the flesh and nature of attention economy, the behavior of human beings, it's exposing the population to the technology that, in a sense, indirectly normalizes it by not necessarily its application in their life, but its representation through simulated events on screens. So the more people see them, the more people see people using these glasses, whether they're really using them or not, it normalizes their presence and their existence. Now, I'm getting off of TikTok. I don't even like going on this site, so I'm not gonna show any of those videos. But there's a lot of them. Someone has written here. Oh, well, here. I'll show you this one.
And if you let me, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D.
Oh no, we're gonna get hit for that song. Let me turn it off. So this is a very popular TikToker doing it. It's the sunglass trend. So now they're popularizing this tech through, of course, TikTok trends. So these are just different examples of it. This is how it works, man. So it's a bunch of these, man. And they're all playing the same song. I don't know what this song is. But this is, yeah, this is just an example of how it works and how it's introduced to the youth. TikTok is just, oh, it's a powerful source. It is a powerful platform for social engineering. You want to make anything popular. You want to make anything sell. You want to make anything normal, cool. You find some way to get it to go viral on TikTok. Done. Now let's get back to Brownlee quickly here.
You see. And so you just heard that photo thing?
Yeah. I see two people sitting in a radio studio, wearing headphones and facing towards microphones. They appear to be hosting a
Great
show or
point.
podcast.
The princess. Make it sexy.
That's
exactly.
Pretty
Isn't that kind of sick?
That was pretty
Sick
solid.
as
hell, dude. That's pretty crazy.
Isn't that kind of sick?
That was pretty
sick
solid.
As hell, dude.
Didn't say one seemed bad,
That's super
but...
cool. I've tried this in a bunch of different spaces, and it's accurately portrayed. I walked over to the door where Cadence was sitting, and I petted her, and I said, "What do you see?" And it said, "I see a dog. It's one of these two breeds, and it's sitting in front of a glass door." Yeah. And I'm like, I didn't ask for any of that, but that's pretty good. Hey, Meta, make it funnier.
Sure. Here's a revised version with a bit of humor. Well, look what we have here. It's two people sitting in a radio studio, looking like they're about to host the most epic podcast ever. They've got their headphones on, their mics are ready, and they're staring intensely into the camera like they're trying to hypnotize us with their broadcasting skills. I mean, who knows? Maybe they're secretly planning to take over the world with their podcasting powers. I guess we'll just have to tune in to find out.
Come on.
That
great.
It's funny because of how fucking cringe it is. Like that.
Yeah, clearly very early, but this is where it starts, guys. We're going to look back years from now when kids are walking around, with whether they're contact lenses or maybe some smaller, fancier version of glasses, and they're just wigging out on, virtual LSD every day, creating their little solipsistic environments and experiences. We're going to think back to this rollout. Now, this is, I have some Ray-Bans. I'm not saying Ray-Ban is a bad company. They make good glasses, just general basic glasses. Decent quality, right? But this stuff isn't necessary at all. But we're going to look back and we're going to think. We're going to be like, hey, this is when it started. And this is how they do it. This is how they do it. AI has personality now, exactly. Man. Oh man, the potential of this. Now, yeah, they're cringe, true. What a waste of time and on purpose. There we go, MK. Well said. And I think this speaks to the time. Those of us that have been around a little longer, maybe experienced life before a lot of this tech, we understand. We can see this divide from like passive entertainment and this vapidity. We could see this divide and how we need to get humans back to living. But the younger generation that were born into the world with this stuff, man, this is it. This is living. Hence post-humanity and the closer steps, or the closer we get through all of these steps. Yeah, Oakleys. Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't own any now, but I did have some pretty cool Oakleys back in the day. Nothing wrong with wearing a pair of glasses. Just don't wear them too much because, you know, you want to get that sun in your eyes. It's good for you. Glasses are a scam, says Rachel. There's a whole movement that's anti-glasses and even claims they're unhealthy. And I think wearing them too much could be because it keeps your eyes from getting the healthy rays and vitamin D, etc. But I do understand what you mean by scam. They can be useful. I remember one time I was coming home from a trip in the mountains, and I remember, you know, everything's white because it's snowing like crazy, but it was sunny out and the ground was wet. And I don't know if any of you have experienced this, but there's this blinding reflection that bounces off of the asphalt from the sun and the wet surface of the ground, especially, you know, I guess interacting with the white snow, and it's blinding. It's blinding. So a pair of glasses, especially a pair of shades, comes in very handy because it's dangerous to drive in that kind of condition. It was kind of scary because I didn't have glasses at the time. But they have their use, and then there's the whole fashion thing, right? There's a fashion element, which some see no point in fashion. But if we're going to consider aesthetics, I guess there is a place for fashion, but always within reason, I would argue, right? Nothing wrong with having a little fun. But as long as it sticks within those parameters, right? You got these people that live for fashion and spend a rent on clothes. It's crazy. Shawana says, scam, child, tell that to my eye. Now, we're talking about actual glasses, like, you know, glasses to see better. That's a whole different thing. I'm just kind of speaking to like shades. You know, I've read how there's a movement against shades. You know, how it's counterproductive, and some of the arguments are actually pretty strong. Unless it's summer, says Calix. Yeah, glare, Brian. It was scary, man. I literally couldn't see for some moments, and I'm just like, whoa, that was scary, man. That was scary. My eyes were so sensitive at that moment. Now, so Ready Player One, if you guys remember this, we've been talking about it. There's a new massive metaverse experience in partnership with Warner Brothers Discovery. So isn't it interesting, as Vision Pro is getting rolled out, as Meta Smart Glasses have just been rolled out and being popularized through TikTok and social media, as AI is at a point now where it's very useful and productive for some no blind. There we go, Deep Space. Very productive for a lot of people regarding not just gathering information, but even interacting. People are having fun communicating with some of these AI systems. So now we have, wow, the guy behind Ready Player One. This speaks right back to hyper reality, the merging, the fusion of reality and non-reality or virtuality. It's like just like that movie, the makers of the movie are coming together to create an experience that was in the movie but in the real world. Creepy. But for those that have been around this channel and these communities, you already know the blurring between reality and virtuality has been a big part of this for a very long time. So let's look at this here. Ready Player One to be turned into massive metaverse experience in partnership with Warner Brothers Discovery. 2024, the year of mass deception, when a lot of these more developed, more invasive, more immersive technologies are introduced in a commercial consumer fashion. Fascinating. A huge virtual world based on Ready Player One, a story set in a future where people enter into a virtual reality simulation to escape the real world, is coming soon to a real, but virtual, platform near you. Futureverse, an AI and metaverse technology. Again, now they're merging. You see, it's all about singularity. It's all about convergence, whether it's biological, digital, entertainment, environmental. It's all coming together. So now we're being introduced the metaverse, but integrated with AI, as if we didn't see this coming. An AI and metaverse technology and content company announced the formation of ReadyVerse Studios, a studio co-founded with the Ernest Cline, the novelist and creator of Ready Player One, and Dan Farah, producer of the 2018 Warner Brothers film adaptation of the novel. Art and reality, art and life. Which one is it? Is it art? Is it life? Who's pretending to be who? I mean, this is hyperreality, guys. And it's all happening at the same time. It's so crazy how fast all of this is happening. In its first major deal, ReadyVerse Studio partnered with Warner Brothers Discovery to exclusively bring the Ready Player One franchise to the metaverse across Web3. In addition, ReadyVerse Studios maintains exclusive Web3 rights to all future intellectual property created by Klein. So I just, presenting these things, showing you the connections, showing you the development, showing you the deployment of it all at the same time. And of course, we got Vision Pro coming out shortly. And this month, I believe. Now, I want to show you something quickly here, a paper on hyperreality, just for definition's sake. Okay. Let's see. Oh man, this one always does this. Maybe I could do this. Oh, that didn't work, did it? All right, I know what I'm gonna do. Let me just scroll down. Oh, it didn't save my highlights. That's lame. All right, so hyperreality in semiotics and postmodernism is an inability of consciousness to distinguish reality from a simulation of reality, especially in technologically advanced postmodern societies. Hyperreality is seen as a condition in which what is real and what is fiction are seamlessly blended together so that there is no clear distinction between where the one ends and the other begins. It allows the commingling of physical reality with virtual reality and human intelligence with artificial intelligence. Okay, now let's go down here a bit. Hyperreality, actually, let me just, is it gonna let me do this? Yes. There we go. Hyperreality is significant as a paradigm to explain current cultural conditions. Consumerism, because of its reliance on sign exchange value, brand X shows that one is fashionable, car Y indicates one's wealth, etc. This concept of consumption, object, product, and identity, the integration, the interdependence, right, of object, product, and identity could be seen as a contributing factor in the creation of hyperreality or the hyperreal condition. Hyperreality tricks consciousness into detaching from any real emotional engagement, instead opting for artificial simulation and endless reproductions of fundamentally empty appearance. Essentially, although Baudrillard himself may balk at the use of this word, fulfillment or happiness is found through simulation and imitation of a transient simulacrum of reality, rather than any interaction with any real reality. This is where we're moving towards when I talk about kaleidoscopic vision, when I talk about emotional weight, when I talk about this idea of exponential scrolling and screen worlds. This is the description and the representation and expression of a hyperreality. While hyperreality is not a relatively new concept, its effects are more relevant today than when it was first conceptualized. This is attributed to the way it effectively captured the postmodern condition, particularly how people in the postmodern world seek stimulation by creating unreal worlds of spectacle and seduction and nothing more. Right? Very, very interesting. So interesting. First Lovia says, why do you have voice tech on? That's new for voice tech. What voice tech? What do you mean? Oh, maybe you're talking about, are you talking about these waves right here? Oh, these are just visualizing the audio. Yeah, it's not necessarily voice tech. It's just visualizing the audio. It's like what you would see on a radio or bars, the bars on the, what is it, the spectral field of the audio. Yeah, it's not, I wouldn't call it voice tech. It's more visual than anything. But yeah, it's definitely new. Yeah, 2024, got some new things, got you know, some new setup here, new stuff. You know, I continue to reinvest into the production for you guys, man, keeping it fresh and just trying to constantly improve and get better and provide you guys more, right? I take pride in trying my best to excel and improve at what we do here, right? And I couldn't do it without you. Trust me on that. Now, yeah, modulation at the bottom of the screen, visually. Visual modulation, yes. That's a good way to say it. Not audible modulation, but definitely visual modulation. Sound levels, another way to say it. Equalizer, yes. Spiritual logic, yes, bro. Looking fly, bro, says Rob Tick. Shout out to Rob Tick. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man, if y'all like the merch, man, support the show by rocking the merch and at the same time promoting the work and creating little conversation pieces for people who might be interested in what does that mean or what is that. And I got some new merch for you guys too that I'm going to be presenting here for the 2024 season. Now, let's talk a little bit about distraction, because now I want to describe to you how all of this is possible, right? From, you know, hyper reality, preoccupation with these screen worlds, outsourcing relating, outsourcing doing, outsourcing mundanity, obsolescing the self concept by building a meta self or avatarship through these AIs that create digital mirror versions of our personalities through collecting our data, our behavioral data, as well as education, VR, AR, XR, smart glasses, virtuality, all of this stuff. How does this stuff happen? Well, it happens when and we've talked about this, the society is in general distracted, disaffected. There's this constant state of disaffection. People are just dissatisfied with life, with the environment, with the state of things. I mean, whether it be economically or just culturally, even in their personal lives, they might have issues with friends or might not have any friends at all. Might be seeking a mate and can't find one. Might, you know, just there's so many reasons for people's despair today. But one way of a therapeutic practice often is pleasure seeking or seeking distraction. And I believe this is happening through experience. And these technologies are offering that experience, right? Now, I want to read a piece out of the often referred to book by Frischman and Selinger, Re-Engineering Humanity. Let me bring up the cover here for you before we jump into it. Engineering Humanity, one of my favorites. I love this book. Oh, I love this book. Okay. It is just so valuable. Not my favorite, but it's a valuable piece for this research. Oh, did he know excuses? Man, shout out to KJ. Love that guy, man. So much love and respect for that dude. One of the biggest OGs in the game. I'd love to collab with him again. We had talked about it, like, it seems like a couple of years ago now. You know how it is, you know, or on the other side of the world. Or, you know, actually, no, I think he's been in the States, actually, I believe. But yeah. So I want to read you guys this here, just, you know, to give at least my understanding of presenting some evidence for my positions and presenting some references that support my positions from people that are far more knowledgeable and studied than I am. Someone had mentioned Dr. Deep State earlier, another person I look up to and really respect, someone far more researched and knowledgeable than I am. author of phenomenal work on the singularity that I've promoted here. He just finished up a book. I actually got to reach out to him, man. I want to have him on and go over some of these ideas and really dig into some of this stuff. Dr. Deep State, Dr. Haugen, shout out to him, someone that is inspiring to me, given his accomplishments and it just the work he's done over the years. It's phenomenal, as well as Brother Stephen DeLay, Christian philosopher and regular on this channel for years. I mean, I think since about 2017. Shout out to Stephen DeLay. Yeah, so I'm just getting a little tired, sorry guys. Let me read some of this. This is from chapter 2, Cogs in the Machine of Our Own Lives. And this is speaking to the concept that they really lay out well. This idea of engineering complacency, right? I love how they break down behavioral processes over time that give up or create or make it such that humans are subject to the manipulation of these technologies through a type of conditioning over time that weakens or attenuates their ability to willfully and critically think about consequences of interaction with these technologies. And what happens is they become, through this process, they become passive and complacent. And through this process of passivity and complacency, I add to it that a type of general vapidity or vapidness is produced in the personality, where you have the normie brain that just is preoccupied with viral issues, mainstream news, Netflix, and prawn or video games. Like that's an outcome of this complacency. But they go into some specifics here that I love and I refer to quite often. I think they're pretty important. So let's see. We focused on delegating physical, cognitive, emotional, and ethical labor to a third party. Actually, let me bring up the book here for those that are interested in what I'm reading. This is chapter 2, page 29. We focused on delegating physical, cognitive, emotional, and ethical labor to a third party, often through technical devices, systems, and applications. This is known as outsourcing. Rational people choose to outsource for lots of reasons, including to save time and other limited resources. From an efficiency-oriented perspective, outsourcing can be a beneficial process when rational, when within reason. And I would argue or add to this, without being compulsory, impulsive, or I think compulsory is the best term, right? It becomes a compulsion to interact and to outsource. These are some things I tend to focus on. And what I would also add to this, which I presented today as an idea I've been working on, is the outsourcing of mundanity. Taking away the little things, as Mo Griff had brilliantly said earlier, the little things in life, outsourcing them to an automated system. I think over time, and especially once we start outsourcing, once we start focusing on utility and efficiency as the driver in life, life is about utility and efficiency. So I'm going to just outsource as much as possible to emphasize efficiency of life and moment and time. Once we get to that point, what is that process we're experiencing? Is that living anymore? Are we still living at that point when we're interacting with reality in the world in a very weird mechanistic way? Is that still living? I would argue it's not. And to many people that might not matter. And I accept that. I accept that. But I spend a lot of my time thinking about these things. So I can easily agree to disagree, just based on the staunch nature of all of it, from my view. Now, so here they talk about, yes, this is 6 major forms of outsourcing complacency. Real quick here, before I read, sorry guys, this has got so much stuff here. I want to show you this slide quickly here. Engineered complacency. I want to define engineered complacency first. Engineered Complacency by Frischman and Selinger, Reengineering Humanity, 2018. Refers to the ways in which technological and social systems are designed to encourage passive acceptance and non-critical engagement with the use of technology. This concept highlights the potential of modern technologies to shape human behavior and attitudes in ways that may lead to a lack of awareness or concern about the implications of their use. The authors argue that engineered complacency can have significant impacts on individuals and society, and they call for a reevaluation of the design and implementation of technological systems to promote more active and critical human engagement. Very, very key, very, very important, given the state of things and a lot of the work here. Hence why I really like referring to this book, because it's a good supporting reference for a lot of my ideas, and I think it demonstrates, or it expresses accurately a lot of what we're seeing today. Okay. All right, now, all done with the slides. Oh no, what did I do there? There it is. From an efficiency-orientated perspective, which is the problem, right? An efficiency-orientated perspective, when people live life to be efficient. And I think this is happening more and more because people have less time now, because there's so much more content. There's so much more to experience. There's so much more types of experiences, virtual, mind you. It's not like people are just, there's not enough time to go out and hike and to run and to visit with friends and to go out and try new foods and to plant a garden and to play sports. There's just not enough time to sit down and write and to read and to engage with my children and my family and my friends and physical reality. Not that kind of no time. I'm talking about there's just too much to see through screens, right? There's just far too much content now, info glut, right? That now everyone is like going on this efficiency perspective where everything has to be efficient because there's just so little time. They have to outsource as much as possible and automate as much as possible to free up time because we're so consumed by all of the information that we're bombarded with day to day. And we have so many fancy technologies, so many cool devices and applications and platforms that we don't even have the time to interact with all of them. And they're far more entertaining than the real world because they're far more stimulating on a very sensorial base that a lot of people don't get. It's not that these things are inherently more valuable. It's that they exploit aspects of your psychology that you are blind to. Outsourcing has 6 essential characteristics. Well, first, before I get there, from an efficiency-oriented perspective, outsourcing can be a beneficial process within reason, an efficiency perspective within reason. A slightly wider lens shows how outsourcing may have unintended consequences and trade-offs. Outsourcing has 6 essential characteristics. First, passivity. So there's 6. Passivity, decreased agency, decreased responsibility, increased ignorance, detachment, and lastly, decreased independence. This is brilliant, great foundation for understanding some of these things. Okay. First, passivity. As we accept assistance, say through AI as an example, we lessen the personal effort needed to accomplish a goal. As effort diminishes, passivity takes hold. At a certain level, we become akin to spectators rather than active participants. Pay attention. Second, decreased agency. We participate in less of the process than we would if we performed it ourselves. And then I think we even get separated from the process itself. We get separated from experiencing the process of doing, which I think creates a type of atrophy, a behavioral atrophy, where we forget to know how to do things. Less effort results in a corresponding reduction in our experience of the action itself. Our behavior becomes less intentional. And some measure of control is lost. I think this adds perfectly to my idea of living deliberately, deliberate living. We can't live deliberately when our intentions, our agency and will is weakened by convenience, by abundance, by outsourcing, by automating. Now, again, some of us are rational. We're not going to automate life. But we have to think about the younger kids growing up with these devices. We have to think about the younger people who are lazy and consumed by this world and this culture. They will automate as much as possible. There's consequences for it. Third, decreased responsibility. By abdicating control over a process, we can become less culpable for how things turn out. This is a double-edged sword. The very reason that we can become less blameworthy can also leave us less entitled to feel proud of positive results. We can't claim ownership over what we do, over what we accomplish, because we didn't do it. We didn't accomplish it. What does that do to the identity? What does that do to the level of esteem? This makes me think of Gunther Anders' view of, the Promethean jealousy of technology. We're jealous that the technology can do things that we can't. That does something to someone's identity and their self-worth, if you will. When something amazing happens through collaboration, nobody deserves all the credit. Very important. Very, very important to consider, especially moving towards this integration of AI. Nothing you do is you anymore at that point. So what are you at that point? Fourth, increased ignorance. The delegation of tasks can limit our understanding of how a process works. Even if proxies seem reliable, we don't know the full extent of how they work on our behalf. In the case of technology, outsourcing happens by translating our requests into algorithmic or mechanical processes that computers, which don't always behave the way we do, can perform. If this isn't timely, if this isn't poignant or apropos for 2024, man. Fifth, detachment, one of my favorites. Diminished participation leads to disengagement. The more intense the detachment, the less intimate an experience becomes. At the extreme, less intimacy results in alienation. Sixth and lastly, decreased independence. When outsourcing becomes habitual, we become dependent on a third party for getting stuff done. I would add to that, or even thinking on our own. We can forget how to perform a task, or become less capable of doing it, or we can lose the motivation to increase our knowledge and skills. That's key. Why learn? Why read? Why seek knowledge in a true sense, in an authentic sense? Why enhance memory? Why practice? Why? When AI could do it all for you instantly. Imagine what happens to one's ability to critically think at that point over time. Learning is rooted in intention. You have to want to learn. Yeah, I'd say between the ages of 1 and, say, 7. We have this almost autonomic sense of learning, this inherent development, say, with language. Right? You don't necessarily learn how to speak in a way that requires teaching. A child develops its ability to speak by that which is around it. But I'm talking about learning, say, later in life. That takes intention. You have to want to learn. It requires interest. You have to be interested in knowing something enough to spend time, dedication, and figuring things the hell out on your own. That requires discipline. That requires deliberation. A lot of people are replacing this now, it's what they call, just Google it. That was the beginning. Just Google it. I hated that. I hated I just hated hearing that. What do you mean just Google it? How do you know it's accurate. I mean, there's many sources out in the world, physical forms. And again, I do understand it takes deliberation, it takes time, it takes diligence, it takes intention. You have to want to learn. A lot of people use this argument, I agree, when it comes to education. You know, you could throw all the money you want in schools. You could hire all the teachers you want. Do the kids want to learn? You can't force someone to learn. I mean, I guess you can to a certain age. Right. So important. So important. Knowledge and skill. We address these issues. Oh, sorry. We can lose the motivation to increase our knowledge and skills. Why would you want to learn? Why would you want to increase your knowledge? Why would you want to increase your skills when you can replace it with an automated system? What if we come to the point where AI is so integrated and sophisticated that it can do most things for us day to day? Say outside of physical things, of course. But what happens when we're not very physical to begin with? What happens when we spend a lot of time idle, sedentary, entertaining ourselves to death? What becomes of us then? Outsourcing affects more than how a task is completed. When deciding whether to outsource, we need to consider whether it's worth losing agency, responsibility, control, intimacy, and possibly knowledge and skill. And this speaks to my point I made earlier about atrophy. Apathy, that fits too, but atrophy. The atrophying of these different processes and experiences in life. You know, as they used to say, if you don't use it, you'll lose it. Remember that old saying? Use it or lose it. It's similar, right? If you don't use your brain, you lose your brain, right? Use it or lose it, sister. I just remember that from one of these movies, man. I think that's what it was. Something like that, man. I don't know why that popped in my head. We address these issues by critically discussing a specific form of outsourcing, outsourced navigation, and then we go into actual navigation. And for those I remember, we covered this particular chapter in length back in the day because it's interesting and deep. All right, Kava, we're wrapping up here. So thank you for being here. I know I kept y'all way too long. Way too long. But, you know, first show of the year. So much to cover. And I wanted to do a type of show where we cover a lot of important concepts. And I wanted to kind of build a model of understanding of how a lot of this stuff works. So a lot of this stuff we won't really have to repeat and go back into. It's kind of a preface of sorts, you know, leading into this year and all the different areas we're going to go into research-wise. And also prefacing some of the purpose behind the work here at this channel regarding technology and its influence on the self and society and behavior and civilization as we know it. I wanted to present, especially for a lot of a lot of the new listeners and viewers that might be new to this work and new to this channel, or maybe people who are just stumbling upon this, possible naysayers that maybe think these ideas don't make any sense, or should I say these ideas are silly and not realistic. I just wanted to present a foundation and evidence-based model for understanding that this is all very, very real, very well researched, and a massive field of research and information regarding philosophy of technology, as well as concepts I mentioned today, like post-phenomenology, phenomenology, all of these different schools of thought, whether that be psychology, object relations school, sociology, social psychology specifically. All of these areas are areas that I do a lot of work in, and they, in a sense, kind of present a lot of the ideas here, of course, grounded in the Christian worldview, a theological foundation in that none of this could be possible without an all-knowing and all good, all perfect God. there has to be a foundational root, a worldview to make things consistent, but as well true. Yeah. So I think I got a couple more things here. I think. Let me just double check before we get out of here. Okay. I do have a couple more notes. Sure of that. Always got more notes, man. All right. Appreciate you guys sticking around, man. We still got a full house here. Okay. So. Yeah, got this. Okay, here. So how does this happen? War on the mind. We didn't get into the normie brain. I think we'll touch on that next show. We'll fit it in somewhere. And this idea of distraction. We talked a lot about distraction. Yeah, we did actually. Yep, we covered that. All right. Lastly here, how does this happen? Well, we discussed social engineering being a major part of how does transhumanism develop? How does a postmodern or post-human civilization form over time? Two key aspects that I've focused on today, and I tend to focus on for the most part, is one, social engineering that has to do with behavior, group behavior, social dynamics, systems theory, addressing human population and behavior from a mechanistic perspective, looking at people as bits, as nodes, as elements of interconnected systems that can be designed, predicted, managed, and controlled through, say, computer technology. All right, so social engineering is a legitimate thing, and it's, for the most part, accomplished through media. Okay. Now we're getting to the point where they have technology that will be, especially once blockchain is developed, AI is at the point where it needs to be, and spatial Web 3 is here. Then these concepts of systems theory and cyber physical environments and controlling humans through information will be a lot more realistic. And we're a hop, skip, and a jump away from that. That's why it's important for people to understand what's coming and how it's developing under our noses and how we can do something about it, at least for the future regarding the children. If enough people kept children away from, say, AI, VR, and even this type of invasive and pervasive and immersive gaming stuff, I mean, they wouldn't have enough bodies and minds to utilize to uphold these types of systems. It just wouldn't make any sense. Right. So there's that. Right. So social engineering, right, which I focused on today, distraction and deception and diffusion. Diffusion mainly referring to or regarding the diffusion of these technologies into society. Right. Social engineering tends to be rooted in distraction and deception. At least right now, it's clear. And this is a war on the heart and the mind. The heart having to do with values and morals, and the mind having to do with attention. So when I think of the heart, when I think of values, I think of what you care about. Right? What do you care about? Just to keep things simple for understanding. When I think of the mind, I think of attention first, what you attend to, but also what's important to you. Right? What makes sense logically, what matters logically. There's a war on these aspects of every human being, yourself included. Now, I think the only way to overcome these things, in that they're part of the flesh, they're outsourced, or should we say they stem from the flesh, is through the spirit. Right? And we didn't get to touch on the spirit today, but I'll just read a couple things here. We'll definitely be touching on this soon here. The spirit, for me, I think of the heart as the ability to feel. Just keeping things simple for understanding. The body is the ability to act. The mind, the ability to think and to know things. And the spirit is the ability to know God. Okay? The spirit has to do with agency, free will, of course, worldview, and knowing things that are true. The heart is emotional. The body is corporeal or embodied. And the mind is cognitive. And the spirit is transcendent, transcends all these things of the corporeal, of the spatio-temporal. It transcends all of these things. Hence, the real war is at its foundation, which is the spirit. This is a spiritual war at its root. Hence the importance of worldview, what you believe in, because this guides your behavior. This guides what you attend. This guides what you care about. Heart and mind. Normie brain, here I have, typically operates solely within the blurry lines of hyperreality, which obstructs clear, critical, and authentic thinking and understanding. It engages with a straw man reality, right? Hyperreality, this normie brain concept, the general population that just is indifferent about most things that are going on and really just seeks attention, pleasure, comfort, abject hedonism, hypersexuality, a clear component in this, making everything sexual, right? Because that just distracts and confuses and derails everyone because they're just following their genitals. Let's see. Engages with a straw man reality, a hall of simulated lenses. Behavior and cognition is dictated by the pleasure industries and the attention economy. Instead of the world of ideas, virtues, and deliberate living, which I think is something we need to return to. Not everyone is into the world of ideas. I do understand that, right? But I think it is something to consider as still important today. Hence all of this work I do. It's important to think about things. It's important to analyze and observe and conclude, speculate, all right, theorize. These things are important in life, but not for everyone. But I just think, generally speaking, you know, these things matter. Now, they're not sexy. They're not cool. There's nothing cool about theology or philosophy. I understand that. That doesn't mean they're not important, but it's hard when you're in the era of cool, when you're in the era of virality, when you're in the super modern society that puts everything on reaction, engagement, attention, narcissism. These kinds of, the world of ideas is either nerdy or old hat, archaic, you know, lame, all of those typical terms. And of course, virtues, right? These things are important. And I think that would relate directly to worldview, theology, religion, faith, all of these things. Just trying to use general terms for everyone to understand. And not trying to alienate anyone either, because everyone's not a Christian. I understand that. It'd be silly of me to think otherwise. And that's not my intention, because I know that's not reality, right? To make everyone think and feel and understand the way I do. Deliberate living. We need to live deliberately. Essentially, people today live passively. Passive, indirect, compulsory, compensatory, and reactionary. Now, aside from social engineering, distraction, deception, heart-mind, warfare, ontological, epistemic, and paradigm, creating the normie brain, creating the mass man, as Ortega y Gasset would say, emphasizing and lionizing the aesthetic man of Kierkegaard, right? How does this happen other than social engineering? Now, there seems to be two schools that are at battle or at war right now. And you tend to be on one or the other sides, either or. I tend to stay within the middle, trying to take a perspective that can integrate the two, knowing that they're interdependent. They're not independent of each other. They're interdependent, right? And that has to do with these two areas, the dialectics of technological determinism, which we've covered quite a bit here, but also technological neutrality, which seems to be the main, the normie perspective, the general perspective, is technological neutrality, in that people claim technology it's just neutral, right? It just depends on how you use it. Now, in some cases that could be true, but all technology isn't equal. And this is something that I think this view fails at recognizing. All technology is not equal. All technology cannot be assessed the same way. And I do believe technological determinism is extremely flawed as well. Not to say there isn't a deterministic aspect of technology, because there is. But it is not technological determinism in that technology behaves, interacts, and influences the world through its own agency. This is a completely flawed perspective, even though it can be argued by cherry picking certain aspects. But it can't avoid its blind spot, and its blind spot is its misunderstanding of the interdependent relationship between human behavior, technological development, innovation, and diffusion. It fails to understand the fact that technology has no agency outside of human behavior. Right? Mankind has to choose to engage with technology such that technology can, for one, be innovated, developed, not just innovated. You could think about something, but can you develop it? Can you produce it? Also, can it be diffused into the society such that it's standardized and it actually makes a difference in the world? All of these things require human behavior. Therefore, it is logically fallacious to believe in technological determinism as an objective. It's merely an aspect. It's an interdependent. It's an interdependent aspect of an overall process, right? That I call techno non-neutrality, borrowing from Don Ides' concept of non-neutral technology. Technology is not neutral, but it's not deterministic. It's both. In parentheses here, I have technology actually, right? So there's technological neutrality, technological determinism, and then there's technology actually. It's far more complicated. It's far more interdependent. It's far more nuanced. Right? And there's a whole school of thought philosophically in these two schools, and it goes back and forth, and it's a dialectic is my point. So I bring this up to describe how this is happening. Because you have a school of thought that says, oh, this is happening because technology is just developing. And technology is causing all of this change. You have tomes that go through historical evidence and well-written, well-documented, well-researched, describing how human society and civilization change is rooted in technology only. And some might say that that's a bit of a misrepresentation, but it's not when you read some of these arguments. So, and then you have the other side saying, well, you know, technology is neutral. It just depends on how you use it. See, certain groups implemented it this way, certain groups implemented it that way, as if the technology in and of itself has no real significance in what came of the society that decided to use it. As if the technology is neutral in its influence, in its operation in the world, in its use. That's not the case, because AI can't be compared to the telephone. AI has a type of agency, if you will, a type of activity that the telephone doesn't have. AI has an effect on human behavior and the development thereof in a way that other technologies don't have. That's why it has to be addressed in a different way. It's not deterministic in that it just will behave on its own. Of course, it requires a type of human intervention, behavior such that it can actually be developed. So then what you have to consider these two different views, where the techno-determinist puts too much stock in the abilities and the capacities of technology, and the techno-neutralist puts too much stock in human behavior, right? When actually it's an integration of both. So how does this happen then? Of course, you have the social engineering we talked about, but then also I think what we have to look at is technocratic determinism. Now, I use this term to kind of marry these two ideas such that it can make sense. So it's not techno-determinism, it's not techno-neutrality, it's technocratic determinism. In that, gosh, that train is loud. In that, society's determined by the technocrats' choice, use, innovation, development of said technologies. Okay, so it's not technology determining the future. It's the technocrats' use, development that determines the future. And I think this fits well because when we think of all the stuff I've been showing you guys, this show and for months, years now, who's making these decisions? Who's designing these technologies? Who's innovating them, developing them, marketing them, promoting them? Who? Not normal people, certain types of people, certain types of philosophical positions, say the technocrat, the technological attitude. Right? People that tend to have a little bit of transhumanism and a little bit of posthumanism as a basis for their philosophies. People that see the world as mechanism. This is what determines the future, because without these people, do you think these types of technologies would exist? I don't think so. Now, this isn't to say whatever technology is being used is going to affect or influence the society. I wouldn't say it determines it. It may determine certain events, but when we say determine, as in it's the sole objective driver, that's a fallacy. This is actually a very big topic in certain circles. So to some, this might be not important, but this is very important when we consider the future, when we consider how it's happening. People tend to be on either side of this when it's actually in the middle. And it even goes deeper to this, the concept of technocracy and the technocrat and the technological attitude, technicism, technique, all of these different concepts we went through over years now. It is this personality, this spirit, this mind that develops this type of technology and even considers it as a universal, ubiquitous mechanism that should shape the future of all humankind. A certain type of person thinks that. Everybody's not thinking this way. You could look at a lot of indigenous cultures. Now, we do understand there's elements to innovation, development, resources. All of these things are factors, right? This is why you don't see innovation and development of technologies in certain regions, because they don't have all of those components. There's a whole lot involved. We've discussed this, the work of Dr. Ogden or Ogburn. So, yeah, we're dealing with a region, a population of minds with certain egos, with certain resources, and with a certain technological history within their region and certain support, cultural, value-based support, as well as the support of the population. When you have all of these factors, then you get civilization level changing technologies. Where do we seem to find this? We find this in China, we find this in America, we find this in part of Europe. They have all the earmarks. This is what's determining the future, not technology in and of itself. Technology, the technium isn't a thing, though there are aspects of the idea that appear as such. Right. Of course, we're not discounting the potential for the spiritual element of possession and powers and principalities. Of course, we always consider that, okay? And the techno-neutrality, I think, is the most ignorant position. I think technological determinism is a little is a little more legitimate than technological neutrality. It's like, I mean, if we just go through life like everything's neutral, I mean, wait for it. I mean, that's what's getting us in a lot of trouble now. Is a lot of people think this stuff, technology is just neutral. It's just AI. It depends on how you use it. It's just blockchain. It depends on how you use it. They're just algorithms. It depends on what kind of algorithms you make. Do not algorithms, blockchain, and AI technology completely revolutionize how humans interact and engage and develop over time, given their exposure? Think about it. Not so neutral, is it? Not so neutral. Technocratic determinism is the driver, not technology, not neutrality, or should I say not human institutions, human behavior that just use technology in certain ways. And part of this technocratic determinism is oligarchic control and preference. So I'm getting back to this idea of how did this happen? How is this happening right now? How are they developing all of these technologies, and how are they introducing them to the society? Of course, through social engineering to get the diffusion and the acceptance on the part of the society. But how is this actually happening? How is the world changing this way? It has to do with the oligarchic control and preference of those in power over the technologies development, and of course its diffusion. That's how all this is happening. And it's oligarchic in that it's a small few set of groups with all of the perfect markers, the innovation, the technology, the cultural support, the cultural view, the value system. If your country's value system is mechanization, utilitarianism, and transhumanism, then you better believe this singularity technology is going to become the defining aspect of your country's nature. But if you live in a country that is very traditional, naturalistic, very, very in tune and rooted in the soil and the earth and aspects of nature and human interaction that's more biological, that's more real, you're not going to have the value system. You're not going to have the cultural base or the population support for these types of technologies to be ubiquitous. You won't have the earmarks. Not to mention, if this has been your society for generations, you don't have the historical development of such technologies to even build off of. Again, technological innovation is built off prior technological innovation. We wouldn't have smart tech. We wouldn't have 5th gen if we didn't have the light bulb. Not just the technology, because we see light bulbs in countries that have never really developed anything. But the point is, the light bulb was developed in this country. Hence that it had that momentum, right? Mixed with all of those earmarks to build off of that and to create more extended, developed types of technology off of it, building off of it, right? When we think of the computer, none of these things would have developed over time without that which preceded it. Just trying to give a little background on what makes technology possible of these sorts. When we think of invasiveness, pervasiveness, immersiveness, interconnectedness, ubiquity, encompassing technologies. How does it happen? How do we even get to a position like this? Right. Now, I'd say probably the biggest aspect of that is the Macy's conferences and the whole movement of cybernetics in the late 40s into the 60s, and the introduction of the computer, Turing machines, and all of that. Right, that's really what kicked the door in. Of course, we could always go back to Francis Bacon, right? We go back to the Royal Society and all of that to really get its starting point. So oligarchic control and preference. The desire to control societies, to control people, to create planned societies, to mechanize everything, right? To create efficiency, right? Efficiency and control. And preference. Their preference is technological. They prefer to solve things through technology and technology only. When your leaders want to solve all your problems through innovation and progressiveness, it's going to be technological, and it's going to change you from the inside out. Now, they have cybernetic existential interests. They want to create a cybernetic society. Biodigital convergence, NBIC, singularity. These are all just developments of the cybernetic movement. Transhumanism, post-humanism as philosophical foundations. We mentioned that. And essentially at its root, it's human flesh and its propensity for greed and domination and deception. It goes back to the garden. where do you think this started? Right? At least from my view. The tree of knowledge, etc. Cybernetics is just a type of super modern example of man attempting to, I guess, use the tree of knowledge for his needs, his desires, right? And within that, you get techno-fascism, you get cloud capitalism, which is where we're going. And you get this merging of communitarianism and pseudo-individualism. And at its root, it's all sinful nature. I mean, let's keep it simple. It's all sinful nature on the part of these oligarchs, technocratic determinists. Sin nature. It's sin nature that keeps us trapped in these hyper-real, immersive experiences. Sin nature. It's preoccupation with the flesh, pride of life, lust of the eyes, lust of the flesh. Very simple to those that know. And possibly news to you. I appreciate you listening to a brother. Now, I have been here almost 6 hours. First show of the year on the Shammiversary of Jan 6 PSYOP. Oh, wow. Can you believe it? I think we got through enough today. I will be seeing you guys. This is episode 90, so I'll be seeing you guys at episode 91. And I'll be seeing all the Patreons and the locals over at the member platforms, where we will be continuing our lecture series on Reality Plus, Simulation Theory, as well as our new work that I'll be releasing this year. Black Mirror episode reviews, we'll be returning to that, as well as cybernetics. We're going to jump into cybernetics. Yeah, full shift, Regmar. Brother Reg in house, still Rob, ticket to see you, man. Yeah, we did a full shift today. I appreciate you guys. And of course, as you know, this is a viewership supported show. This is not a monetized channel. We ain't connected to nobody. It's just you guys support this. Value for value. If you find this valuable, I pray that you tip your server as you would in any other establishment, whatever it may be. It doesn't matter to me. I just really appreciate the support, right? You could do that through the donations in the description, or just join the member group, buy some merch, however you feel, if you feel moved to support what we have here, right? Because we only can survive here with that support. And I deeply appreciate it and thank you, because this is going to be an interesting year, and boy, do we have a lot to cover. Yes, indeed. So again, I want to thank you all. Shout out to the mods, everybody listening. Still got a full house, 5.5 hours in. I am, 6 hours. We did 6. 6 hours. Oof. I'm going to apologize now for those that just get a little intimidated by the length of this. Break it up in parts if you can. You know, I mean, it's lecture style. It's long form. I mean, this is just how we do this particular show. I'm trying to move myself towards doing some shorter type of content for those that have an issue with this type of work. Yeah, please follow the backup channels. We got several. Yeah, man. So I'm gonna say peace and blessings to you all, and jump out of here and get home, see my family, man, and get a bite to eat. Maybe watch a flick or something. I don't know. Well, I just want to get comfy. I just want to get comfy. Yeah, fill my belly up. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I'll see you soon. All praises, as always. All praises to the Most High God. In Jesus' name. Amen and shalom.